Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was born and raised in shadows? I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry woke up to heavy rain and a headache, letting out a soft groan. After the catastrophe that was the Quidditch World Cup, it was officially the end of the summer holidays. Groggily, he nudged Ron awake and got dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt. They would get changed to their school robes on the train. They met the twins on the kitchen, where he barely registered a breathless Mr. Weasley with his robes the wrong way front talking to a head in the fireplace. It is far too early for this, Harry thought while biting into his toast. Apparently, a man named Mad-Eye Moody, of all possible names, had his home broken into the night before. Charlie commented he was just getting paranoid in his old age after retiring from his position as an Auror. He used to be one of the best dark wizard catchers. He filled almost half of the cells in Azkaban. Some say it got to his head, started seeing dark wizards everywhere. It makes sense considering all the enemies he's made, but still. After breakfast, Bill and Charlie decided to come and see everyone off at King's Cross Station. Percy, apologizing generously, said he needed to get to work. Mr. Weasley had braved the telephone at the village post office and ordered 3 Muggle taxis to get them to London. With the 6 heavy trunks, Crookshanks, and the Owls, it was an uncomfortable ride to say the least. When they finally arrived at the station, it seemed the weather had followed them all the way. The rain was pouring as hard as it had back at the Burrow. By the time they crossed the road carrying their trunks, they were soaked to the bone. They walked through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 in groups. Harry, Ron, and Hermione went first. They leaned against barrier and slid sideways through it. The steaming scarlet steam engine of the Hogwarts Express welcomed them, billowing heavy steam into the platform. Ron's owl, Pigwidgeon, flapped his tiny wings excitedly, joining the hoots of the other owls throughout the station. The 3 of them set off to find a compartment to stow their luggage, after that hopping back into the platform to say goodbye to Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie. Fred, George, and Ginny were already there, badgering at Mrs. Weasley about something she wasn't telling them. But before Harry could ask, the shrill whistle blew across the air, and they all hurried to hug each other goodbye. "Thanks for having us stay, Mrs. Weasley," said Hermione, as they climbed on board the train, closed the door, and leaned out of the window to continue the conversation. "Yeah, thanks for everything, Mrs. Weasley," added Harry. "Oh, it was my pleasure, dears," said Mrs. Weasley, looking up at them through the steam. "I'd invite you for Yule, but, well, I expect you will all want to stay at Hogwarts, what with one thing and another." "Mum," said Ron irritably, "what do you lot know that we don't?" "You'll find out this evening, I expect," she answered cheekily. "It's going to be very exciting, mind you. I'm very glad they changed the rules." "What rules?" said Harry, Ron, Fred, George, and Ginny together. "Oh, you'll hear all about it. Don't worry. Who knows, I might even get time off to come and watch a bit of it," said Bill, his eyes twinkling. "Now behave, won't you? Won't you?" "Fred, George," said Mrs. Weasley, raising her voice in order to be heard through the loud hissing of the pistons as the train began to move. "Tell us what's happening at Hogwarts, and we'll consider it." Fred bellowed as Mrs. Weasley, Bill, and Charlie took a step back to watch them leave. To all their frustration, she only smiled and waved. Before they knew it, the train rounded the corner and she, Bill, and Charlie disappeared from their sight. Harry, Ron, and Hermione made their way back to their compartment. The thick rain still splattering against the windows made it impossible to see through them. Ron opened his trunk, pulled out his maroon dressing robes, and threw them over Pigwidgeon's cage, muffling his excited hoots. "My own mother," he mumbled, taking a seat. "Won't even say what the fuss is about. Wonder what?" "Shoo," Hermione whispered suddenly, grabbing his arm. She pointed towards the compartment next to theirs. Focusing, the 3 of them heard a familiar drawling voice, drifting in through the open door. "Father actually considered sending me to Durmstrang rather than Hogwarts, you know. He knows the headmaster, you see. Well, you know his opinion of Dumbledore. The man is such a mudblood lover. and Durmstrang doesn't admit that sort. But Mother didn't like the idea of me going to school that far away. Father says that Durmstrang takes a far more sensible line than Hogwarts about the dark arts. Durmstrang students actually learn them, not just the defense rubbish we do. Hermione, tired of Malfoy's rambling, stood up, tiptoed to the compartment door, and slid it shut, blocking out his voice. If he thinks Durmstrang would have suited him better, she muttered angrily. I wish he had gone. That way we wouldn't have to put up with him. Durmstrang's another wizarding school, then? Asked Harry. Add it to the list of things I don't know. Yes, Hermione sniffed, and its horrible reputation precedes it. According to an appraisal of magical education in Europe, it puts a lot of emphasis into the dark arts. I think I've heard of it, said Ron, scratching his nose. Where is it? What country? Well, that's the question, isn't it? No one knows, said Hermione. Harry raised his eyebrows. Why not? There's traditionally always been a lot of rivalry between the magical schools. Durmstrang and Beauxbatons prefer to conceal their whereabouts so nobody can steal their secrets, said Hermione as she undid her trunk to pull out a thick tome. No way, laughed Ron. Durmstrang's got to be about the same size as Hogwarts. How'd they keep that a secret? But Hogwarts is hidden, said Hermione, raising her eyebrows. Everyone knows that. Well, everyone that's taken the time to read Hogwarts, a history. Just you then, joked Ron, smiling at her and making her blush. Bear with us, Hermione, said Harry. How do you hide a place like Hogwarts? Well, it's bewitched. If a muggle looks at it, all they will see is a moldering old ruin with a warning sign not to enter. So Durmstrang will look like a ruin to an outsider too? Ron asked. Not necessarily, or it might have muggle-repelling charms, she shrugged. And to avoid outsiders, it must be unplottable as well. Come again? Well, you can enchant a building so it's impossible to plot on a map, can't you? If you say so, said Harry. They have fur capes as part of their uniform, so it must be far up north, don't you think? Said Hermione, making Ron grin. Can you imagine? Think of all the possibilities, he sighed happily, pushing Malfoy off a glacier and making it look like an accident. Somehow, the rain became heavier as the ride progressed. The skies were so dark, the lanterns were lit by midday. At some point, Neville came in to greet them and stayed as they chattered on about the Quidditch World Cup. Soon after that, Hermione became engrossed in the book she had on her lap, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4. Gran didn't want to go to the cup match, said Neville miserably. She refused to buy tickets. It sounded amazing, though. It was, said Ron. We even saw Crumb up close. We were in the top box. For the first and last time in your life, Weasley. Draco Malfoy had appeared in the doorway. Crabbe and Goyle stood behind him, looming massively. They walked into the compartment, making themselves comfortable. I don't remember asking you to join us, Malfoy, said Harry coldly. Manners, Potter. But I reckon I'm asking for too much, coming from you. Malfoy drawled, before his eyes focused on something in the corner. A smirk pulled at lips. Weasley, what is that? He asked, pointing at the dress robes covering Pigwidgeon's cage. Ron made to stuff them out of Malfoy's sight, but the blond boy was faster, grabbing hold of sleeve and pulling. Look at this, he exclaimed gleefully, the moldy lace cuffs dangling in his grasp as he showed the robes off. Crabbe, Goyle, would you take a look at them? Weasley, you weren't thinking of wearing these, were you? I mean, they were very fashionable in about 1980, but I reckon the critters from whatever filthy store you bought them from are trying to eat them back? Eat dung, Malfoy, snarled Ron, his face the same shade as his hair, and snatched the robes from the Slytherin's grasp. Malfoy howled with laughter, Crabbe and Goyle joining in a second late. So, are you going to enter, Weasley? Try and bring some glory to the family name? There's a money prize involved. I figured that's incentive enough to get you and your brothers moving. That way you might be able to afford some decent robes. What are you talking about? Snapped Ron. Are you going to enter? Malfoy repeated slowly, as if talking to a child. I suppose you will, Potter? Since you never miss a chance to show off. Either explain or leave, Malfoy, said Hermione, glaring over her book. Malfoy's smile grew even longer. Don't tell me you don't know, he said, his voice full of delight. You've got a father and a brother at the ministry and yet they haven't told you? Perhaps they don't even know themselves. My father told me about it ages ago. He heard it from Cornelius Fudge, the minister himself. Associations are everything, you know? Your father's probably not important enough to have access to that information. They probably won't even speak about it in front of him. The three Slytherins laughed once more before another boy appeared in the doorway. He was a stringy boy with rabbity features, hair combed back, and a bored look in his gray eyes. He looked familiar, but Harry couldn't quite place him. Malfoy, Parkinson is looking all over for you, said the boy, not looking at the other occupants in the compartment. Of course she is. Tell her I'll be right there, Nott. Malfoy told him smugly over his shoulder, still shaking with laughter. Am I suddenly your messenger? Tell her yourself. The brown-haired boy told him before leaving. Well, come on then, Crabbe, Goyle. The stench on mold in here is making me sick. Laughing once more, Malfoy beckoned Crabbe and Goyle, and the three of them disappeared. Ron got to his feet and angrily slammed the compartment door closed with so much force, the glass shattered. Ron, admonished Hermione, as she pulled out her wand and promptly fixed the pane in the door. Arrogant prick, making it look like he knows everything and we don't. Your father's probably not important enough to have access to that information. Dad could have got it. Promotion anytime. He's just happy where he is, Ron grumbled, slumping on his seat. Of course, he is. Don't let Malfoy get to you. Him? Get to me? Of course not, said Ron, grabbing the offensive robes and throwing them gracelessly onto the seat next to him. Ron's bad mood carried on for the rest of the journey. As they neared Hogwarts, they changed into their robes in silence and prepared to leave the train once they reached Hogsmeade Station. The weather had not improved at all once the doors opened, thunder rumbling over their heads. Hermione bundled up Crookshanks in her cloak and Ron threw his dress robes once more over Pigwidgeon's cage as they left the warmth of the train, rain falling heavily over their heads. Harry barely saw Hagrid's gigantic silhouette waving at him with his lantern in the near, pitch darkness that surrounded them, lifting his arm to wave back. Hey, Hagrid, he yelled over the downpour. All right, Harry, Hagrid hollered back, still waving his lantern. See ya at the feast if we don't drown. Oh, I wouldn't fancy crossing the lake in this weather, said Hermione from behind him, shivering as they made their way towards the horseless carriages. There, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville climbed together into one, sighing gratefully to have escaped the rain for the moment. The door shut with a snap and the carriage started with a lurch, splashing its way up the track towards Hogwarts Castle. Chapter end notes. So, what did you think? Let me know in the comments. Next update might come in Friday if my inspiration decides to bear with me until then. See you next time. Much love. Of Feasts and Ferrets. Chapter notes. And we get a Theo POV. Some chapters will be only one character's POV, but others may switch back and forth. You have no idea the headache I gave myself trying to organize the fourth year's timetables to avoid contradicting myself later on. Anyways, enjoy. Smiley face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The Great Hall looked its usual splendid self, decorated for the start of term feast. It was much warmer in here, noted Theodore gratefully. After leaving the carriages, the fourth-year Slytherins had barely avoided Peeves throwing water balloons at unsuspecting students. They did manage to notice one red balloon landing in Ron Weasley's head, to Malfoy's delight. As they sat down at their table, he noted Blaise Zabini next to him, narrowing his eyes at the staff table. What's got your attention? Asked Theodore, running his hand through his hair, shaking off some of the rain. It seems we're missing our defense against the dark arts teacher, Blaise answered. Unless Professor Snape finally succeeded in getting the post, then we're missing the potions teacher. Theodore looked up and scanned the table carefully. There was Professor Flitwick, sitting next to Professor Sprout, who was talking to Professor Sinistra. On Sinistra's other side was Professor Snape, his usual frown on his face. Next to Snape was an empty seat, probably Professor McGonagall's, followed by Professor Dumbledore. The seat to his right-hand side was empty as well. Look at his face. There's no way he got it. Theo muttered back at him, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. At the rate they were going, Snape wouldn't get to teach defense against the dark arts until Dumbledore retired. Clearly, since the headmaster was willing to even hire a werewolf before considering the potions master. Maybe they couldn't get anyone? Tracy Davis asked, leaning over the table. A fork of lighting across the ceiling made them stop their conversation to look up. It was enchanted to look like the sky outside, but Theo had never seen it look so stormy, black, and purple clouds swirling ominously. Before they could say anything else, the doors to the great hall opened and silence fell. Professor McGonagall led the first years up to the top of the hall to begin the sorting ceremony. If the regular students looked wet, the first years looked like they had swum across the lake. "I'll bet at least one of them fell in," Malfoy snickered on his other side. McGonagall placed the stool on the ground, and on top of it, the extremely old-looking hat. There was a long silence, while everyone stared at it, until it finally opened the tier near his brim and broke into song. Theodore tuned it out. It was always along the same line. Some history, details about the houses in rhyme. He didn't focus on the sorting either, clapping softly whenever his housemates did. Finally, Whitby, Kevin, was sorted into Hufflepuff and the sorting ended. Professor McGonagall picked up the hat and the stool and carried them away. Professor Dumbledore got to his feet, smiling around at the students, arms open in greeting. "I have only 2 words to say to you. Tuck in," he told him, his deep voice echoing around the hall. After they had finished their meal, Dumbledore got to his feet again. The chatter that had filled the hall died immediately. Only the muted sound of rain and thunder could be heard. "So," he said, smiling around at them all, "now that we are all fed and watered, I must once more ask for your attention while I give out a few notices." It was the usual announcements. New additions to Filch's infamous list of forbidden objects. The Forbidden Forest was once again forbidden, and Hogsmeade only available to 3rd years and above. It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year. Soft mutters broke out at this, but quickly ceased as Dumbledore went on. This is due to an event that will be starting in October and continuing throughout the school year, taking much of the teachers' time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year at Hogwarts, he was interrupted by a deafening crack of thunder, and the doors of the great hall slammed open. An ominous figure stood in the doorway, leaning upon a large staff. Lowering his hood and shaking out the rain from his hair, the man limped forward, his long cloak dripping onto the floor. A dull clunk echoed through the hall with every other step, and another flash of lighting illuminated his face, making Pansy Parkinson gasp and several students shiver in horror. The man was disfigured. Scars marred what seemed to be every inch of his skin and was missing a good chunk of his nose. He had 2 mismatched eyes, one dark, one electric blue. The blue eye was moving incessantly without blinking, independent from the other one. It rolled in every direction, even rolling right over, staring back into the man's skull, leaving only the white of his eye visible. Theo barely suppressed a shudder. "I don't believe it. It's Mad-Eye Moody," whispered Zabini in shock. As Moody reached Dumbledore, he stretched out his hand. Dumbledore shook it, muttering a soft greeting and gesturing towards the staff table, to the empty seat on his right-hand side. "May I introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Moody?" A deafening silence followed. Only Dumbledore and Hagrid clapped. Everyone else seemed to be stunned by his appearance. Snape regarded him warily as the man took a swing from his hip flask. "As I was saying, we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." "You're joking," said Fred Weasley loudly, from the Gryffindor table. The tension that had built from Mad-Eye Moody's entrance broke that, as nearly everyone laughed at his interruption. Dumbledore smiled appreciatively. "I am not joking, Mr. Weasley. Now, some of you may not know what it entails, so I hope that those who do know will forgive me for giving a short explanation. The Triwizard Tournament was first established." Theo once more turned the headmaster out and looked around the Slytherin table. Most of them, if not all, were already aware of what was going on. Zabini, Parkinson, Davis, Crabbe, Goyle, and him all had to listen to Malfoy go on, and on, about everything his father had told him. including the prize and the significant death toll. What do you think, Theo? Davis asked him, snapping him from thoughts. I think you'd have to be a fool to risk death for such a lousy prize. 1,000 galleons? Forget it, said Theodore. Don't forget eternal glory, said Daphne Greengrass, flicking her hair over her shoulder. I don't think many Slytherins will be participating. The Gryffindors are probably dying to enter, sneered Malfoy. At least, we could be getting rid of one. And now, it is late, and I know how important it is to you all to be alert and rested as you enter your lessons tomorrow morning. Bedtime. Chop chop. Dumbledore sat down again and began talking to Moody. There was a great scraping and banging as everyone got up and began pouring out of the hall. The walk to the dungeons was mostly quiet, with just a couple of the older students discussing whether it was worth entering at least one name from their house, though most were talking about who would be dumb or desperate enough to enter. The storm had greatly subsided by the next morning, though the skies were still quite gloomy. Theodore had gone to breakfast with Davis and Zabini and were currently reviewing their timetables. Malfoy was sitting a couple seats along, ignoring whatever Parkinson was saying next to him in favor of talking to Crabbe and Goyle. How boring, said Zabini as he stirred his tea. History of magic with the Ravenclaws, then care of magical creatures with the bloody Gryffindors, and then double divination this afternoon. It'll be arithmancy for me, Theo muttered as he tried to keep his eyes open. He had barely gotten any sleep last night. I can't wait to drop divination, groaned Tracy. What an absolute waste of time. Trelawney's a joke. I should have taken arithmancy with you. His grogginess had passed a decent amount by the time they made it to History of Magic, only to return full force with Professor Bin's monotone lecture about the Goblin Rebellions. Still, he made an effort to take notes, seriously considering going to the library after his last class to review whatever material he managed to get down. There was no way he'd remember any of it in this state. After what seemed like an eternity, he was startled by a booming bell echoing throughout the castle, signaling the end of the lesson. Not that Binns noted until Michael Corner pointed it out. The class then separated, the Ravenclaws heading down to the dungeons for potions, and the Slytherins heading out towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As they left the castle, Theo enjoyed the crisp breeze, feeling far more awake than he had inside. Hagrid was standing outside his hut, with one hand on the collar of his black dog, Fong. There were several open wooden crates on the ground at his feet, with Fong whining and writhing, trying to get close to them to investigate them further. Most of the Gryffindors had already arrived and were gathered around him. As they drew nearer, a rattling sound reached them, punctuated by what seemed to be minor explosions. Ani just hatched, Hagrid was saying, so you'll be able to raise him yourselves. Thought we'd make a bit of a project of it. And why would we want to raise them? Asked Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle chuckling appreciatively behind him. Hagrid looked stumped at the question. I mean, what do they do? What is the point of them? Hagrid opened his mouth, but nothing came out. A few seconds passed before he answered roughly, This next lesson, Malfoy. You're just feed in him today. Now, you'll want to try them on a few different things. I've never had him before. Not sure what they'll go fair. I got ant eggs and frog livers and a bit o' grass snake. Just try 'em out with a bit of each. First pus and now this. Seamus Finnegan, a Gryffindor, muttered woefully. Any takers? Zabini asked them with a smirk. None of the Slytherins had moved towards the crates. Some of the Gryffindors were still warily looking at the creatures. Of course, Potter, Granger, and Weasley were already trying, picking up squelchy handfuls of frog liver to throw in. It's too early to deal with this, said Davis, crossing her arms. I'll just watch. Theodore nodded in agreement. Ouch! Another Gryffindor, Dean Thomas, yelled after the first 10 minutes. It got me. Its end exploded. Hagrid worriedly hurried to him. Thomas angrily showed him the burn on his hand. Ah, yeah, that can happen when they blast off. Hagrid nodded. Blast off? Theo thought anxiously. Absolutely not. He took a couple of steps back into what he considered a safe radius from the bloody things. Erg, said Lavender Brown. You, Hagrid, what's that pointy thing on it? Ah, some of them ave got stings, said Hagrid enthusiastically, making some of the students quickly withdraw their hands from the boxes. I reckon they're the males. The females V got sorta sucker things on their bellies. I think they might beat or suck blood. Well, I can certainly see the appeal of trying to keep them alive, said Malfoy sarcastically. Who wouldn't want pets that can burn, sting, bite, and suck your blood all at once? Just because they're not very pretty, it doesn't mean they're not useful, Granger snapped at him. Dragon blood's amazingly magical, but you wouldn't want a dragon for a pet, would you? At this, Potter and Weasley grinned at Hagrid, who gave them a small smile in return. Theo raised an eyebrow. He thought that didn't exactly answer the question, but decided it wasn't worth it to join in. Though considering it, it wouldn't surprise Theo if Hagrid did want a dragon for a pet. After Hippogriff's last term, and now these blast-ended Scroots, it was probably best not to underestimate Hagrid's love for creatures in the Ministry's XXX category, competent wizards only and above. Thankfully, the class ended without further accidents. As they walked back to the castle for lunch, the Slytherins chattered amongst themselves. How big do you reckon those things might get? Parkinson asked with a grimace. This is Hagrid we're talking about. They might end up being the size of his hut, said Zabini. That's it. Mark my words, if this ends up being a whole year project, I'm dropping the class. I'll take that tea before getting burned to death by those disgusting Scroots, said Davis, as they sat down at the Slytherin table. Hang on. Wait, if those things explode, why were they being kept in bloody wooden crates? Theodore asked, horrified. Nobody had an answer. When the bell rang to signal the start of afternoon lessons, Theodore separated from the other Slytherins to make his way to the 7th floor, where Professor Vector's class took place. As he arrived, he noted Granger and a couple of Ravenclaws were already there. He nodded to Terry Boot in greeting as he sat down on the seat next to him and behind Granger. Arithmancy could very well be his favorite class, seeing as there was barely any confrontation between the students. The subject was hard enough to waste time on petty squabbles, and, mostly since Theodore was the only Slytherin there, classes went on without a hitch. Partnering was not an issue either. Normally he would work with either Boot or Anthony Goldstein, but he wasn't averse to joining Granger. They had exchanged notes for last term's final, to which he attributed receiving an O. A couple more students trickled in. Ernest Macmillan entered in a hurry and dropped his books messily next to Granger, and Padma Patil entered the room giggling with Lisa Turpin. No other Hufflepuffs came in, which meant Hannah Abbott and Sally and Perks had probably dropped the class. Once they were all seated, Professor Vector welcomed them before diving into the curriculum for the year. The class went on, with no interruptions. As Theo took notes, his thoughts wandered on to whether Professor Trelawney would have already predicted her first death already and who the poor sod was. Probably Potter, he thought amused, before focusing on the number chart Professor Vector was currently explaining. Before they knew it, class was over as the bell rung once more. Professor Vector bid them all farewell and joked that, it being the first day of term, they wouldn't have homework for the next class. He met the other Slytherins in the entrance hall, which was packed with students waiting for dinner to begin. Malfoy was cackling as he held a copy of the Daily Prophet, quoting it to Crabbe and Goyle. Can't wait until Weasley shows up. Oh. His eyes lightened as he saw Potter, Weasley, and Granger reach the entrance hall together. Weasley. Hey, Weasley. Weasley turned, grinding his teeth as soon as he saw who it was. What? He snapped. Your dad's in the paper, Weasley. Listen to this. The Ministry was plunged into fresh embarrassment yesterday by the antics of Arnold Weasley. Imagine them not even getting his name right. What a complete non-identity he must have. Malfoy crowed loudly, making sure everyone in the hall heard. Arnold Weasley, who was charged with possession of a flying car 2 years ago, was yesterday involved in a tussle with several Muggle lawkeepers over some highly aggressive dustbins. Mr. Weasley appears to have rushed to the aid of Mad-Eye Moody, the aged ex-Auror who retired from the Ministry when no longer able to tell the difference between a handshake and attempted murder. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Weasley found, upon arrival at Mr. Moody's heavily guarded house, that Mr. Moody had once again raised a false alarm. Mr. Weasley was forced to modify several memories before he could escape from the policeman, but refused to answer Daily Prophet questions about why he had involved the Ministry in such an undignified and potentially embarrassing scene. And there's even a picture, said Malfoy, Flipping the paper over and holding it up, Potter moved to stand defensively by Weasley's shoulders, who was shaking with fury. A picture of your parents outside their house, if that can even be called a house. Your mother could do with losing some weight, don't you think? Oh boy, Theo thought. Nothing good could come out of this when mothers got involved. Get stuffed, Malfoy. Potter snapped, holding onto Weasley's shoulder. You were staying with him this summer, right, Potter? Said Malfoy maliciously. Is his mother really that pocky, or is it just the picture? By now, both Potter and Granger were holding on to Weasley's robes to stop him from lunging at Malfoy. All the fourth years were listening, as well as a few others in the hall. You know your mother, Malfoy? Potter snarled back. That expression she's got, like she's got dung under her nose? Has she always looked like that? Or was it just because you were with her? Malfoy's face went slightly pink. Don't you dare insult my mother, Potter. Keep your fat mouth shut then, said Potter, as he turned to walk away. Immediately, Malfoy's hand went into his robes, drawing out his wand and sending out a white-hot jet of magic that just barely missed the Gryffindor's face. A roar echoed throughout the entrance hall. Oh no you don't, laddie. Another jet of magic hit Malfoy, who turned into a pure white ferret shivering on the stone-flagged floor at the Slytherin's feet. Theo whirled around in horror, careful not to step on Ferret Malfoy. Professor Moody was limping down the marble staircase, his wand out and pointing right at Malfoy. There was a terrified silence as he approached. Nobody but Moody was moving a muscle. Moody focused on Potter. Did he get you? He growled, his voice low. Taking advantage of this, Crabbe leaned down to pick up Malfoy. But before he could grab him, Moody interrupted whatever Potter was saying and shouted, "Leave it!" making Crabbe freeze immediately. Apparently his magical eye could see through the back of his own head. Moody began to limp towards the group of fourth-year Slytherins, making Ferret Malfoy give out a terrified squeak and take off, streaking towards the dungeons. I don't think so, roared Moody, pointing his wand at him again. Malfoy flew 10 feet into the air, fell with a smack to the floor, and then bounced upwards once more. Parkinson gasped horrified, covering her mouth with her hands. I don't like people who attack when their opponent's back is turned, growled Moody, as Malfoy bounced higher and higher, squealing in pain. Stinking, cowardly, scummy thing to do. Ferret Malfoy flew through the air, its legs and tail flailing helplessly. Theo could only watch in horror. We need to get another teacher, Zabini whispered to him. Never do that again, said Moody, saying each word as Malfoy hit the floor and bounced upwards again. Professor Moody, said a shocked voice. Professor McGonagall, thank gods, was coming down the marble staircase with her arms full of books. Hello, Professor McGonagall, Moody greeted her, making Ferret Malfoy bounce even higher. What are you doing? She asked, following the bouncing ferret's progress with her eyes. Teaching, said Moody nonchalantly. Teach Moody? Is that a student? Professor McGonagall shrieked, dropping the books in her arms. Yep, said Moody. No, cried Professor McGonagall, running down the stairs and pulling out her wand. A moment later, with a snapping noise, Malfoy had turned back to his normal self, lying in a heap on the floor with his blonde hair falling over his brilliantly pink face. He got to his feet wincing and hurried back to the Slytherins, huddling himself in between Theodore and Zabini. Moody, we never used transfiguration as a punishment, said McGonagall weakly. Surely Professor Dumbledore must have mentioned it to you. He might have mentioned it, yes, grumbled Moody unconcerned. We give detentions, or speak to the offender's head of house. I'll do that then, get over here, said Moody, looking at Malfoy with great dislike. Theo looked over at Malfoy, whose pale eyes were still watering with pain and humiliation. He could barely mutter, my father, before Moody interrupted him. Oh, yeah? Well, I know your father of old, boy. I know all of your little friends' fathers. You can all the Moodys keeping a close eye on their children. You tell them that for me. Now, your head of house'll be Snape, will it? Asked Moody quietly, limping towards them. Yes, Malfoy answered resentfully. Another old friend. I've been looking forward to having a chat with old Snape. Come on, said Moody, reaching in between Theo and Blaise to grab Malfoy's arm, marching him off to the dungeons. Professor McGonagall stared anxiously after them for a few moments before clearing her throat. Very well, then. Mr. Zabini, Mr. Nott, will you two fetch my books for me? Said the professor, tucking her wand back into her robes. Theo and Zabini looked quickly at each other before hurrying up the stairs and lifting the books into their arms. After handing them back to McGonagall, she thanked them before entering the Great Hall. Tracy Davis had her arm around a wailing Parkinson as the other students quickly dispersed into the Great Hall, looking forward to dinner. Well, I don't know about you all, but I'm not excited for his class anymore. Chapter end notes. Remember to leave a comment if you liked it or hated it. They either inspire me or help me improve. Next chapter will drop next Friday the 17th. See you then. To kill a spider. Chapter notes. Who gets an early chapter? You get an early chapter. Brought to you by an ill-timed energy drink and an essay that was not as hard as I expected. What a chapter. I really did not expect it to end up being this long. That being said, I hope you enjoy it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The next 2 days passed without great incident, unless you counted Neville melting his 6th cauldron in potions. Professor Snape, who seemed to have attained new levels of vindictiveness over the summer, have him detention. Neville returned from it in a state of nervous collapse, having been made to disembowel a barrel full of horned toads. You know why Snape's in such a foul mood, don't you? Said Ron to Harry, as they watched Hermione teach Neville the scouring charm to remove the toad guts from under his fingernails. Yeah, said Harry, moody. It was common knowledge that Snape really wanted the dark arts job and had now failed to get it for the 4th year in the run. Snape had disliked all their previous professors and shown it, but he seemed strangely wary of displaying overt animosity to Mad-Eye Moody. Indeed, whenever Harry saw them together, at mealtimes, or when they passed each other in the corridors, he had the distinct impression that Snape was avoiding Moody's eye, whether magical or normal. I reckon Snape's a bit scared of him, you know? Harry added thoughtfully. Imagine if Moody turned Snape into a horned toad, said Ron, his eyes shining with excitement, and bounced him all around the dungeons. The Gryffindor 4th years were looking forward to Moody's first lesson so much that they arrived early on Thursday lunchtime and queued up outside his classroom before the bell rung. The only person missing was Hermione, who turned up just in time for the lesson. Been in the library. We know, Harry finished the sentence for her. Come on quick, or we won't get decent seats. They hurried into 3 chairs right in front of the teacher's desk, took out their copies of the Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, and waited. The other houses had settled down as well by now, the Slytherin the last to come in, slowly filling out the chairs closer to the back and the windows. Everyone was unusually quiet. Soon they heard Moody's distinctive clunking footsteps coming down the corridor, and he entered the room, looking as strange and frightening as ever. They could see just his clawed, wooden foot protruding from underneath his robes. You can put those away, he growled, stumping over to his desk and sitting down. Those books? You won't need them. They returned their books to their bags, Ron looking excited. Moody took out a register, shook his long mane of grizzled gray hair out of his face, and began to call out names, his normal eye moving steadily down the list while his magical eye swiveled around, fixing on each student's face as he or she answered. Right then, he said, when the last person had declared themselves present, I've had a letter from Professor Lupin about this class. Seems you've had a pretty thorough grounding in tackling dark creatures. You've covered boggarts, redcaps, hinky-punks, grindylows, kappas, and werewolves. Is that right? There was a general murmur of assent. But you're behind, very behind, on dealing with curses, said Moody. So, I'm here to bring you up to scratch on what wizards can do to each other. So, straight into it. Curses. They come in many strengths and forms. Now, according to the Ministry of Magic, I'm supposed to teach you counter courses and leave it at that. I'm not supposed to teach you what illegal dark courses look like until you're in the 6th year. You're not supposed to be old enough to deal with it till then. But Dumbledore's got a higher opinion of your nerves. He reckons you can cope, and I say, the sooner you know what you're up against, the better. How are you supposed to defend yourself against something you've never seen? A wizard who's about to put an illegal curse on you isn't going to tell you what he's about to do. He's not going to do it nice and polite to your face. You need to be prepared. You need to be alert and watchful. So, do any of you know which curses are most heavily punished by wizarding law? Several hands rose slowly into the air, including Ron and Hermione's. Moody pointed at Ron. Air, said Ron tentatively. My dad told me about one. Is it called the Imperius curse or something? Ah, yes, said Moody appreciatively. Your father would know that one. Gave the ministry a lot of trouble at one time. The Imperius curse. Moody got to his feet, opened his desk drawer, and took out a glass jar. Inside were 3 large black spiders, scuttling around. Harry felt Ron recoil slightly next to him. Ron hated spiders. Reaching into the jar, Moody took out one of the spiders, holding in the palm of his hand so they all could see it. He then pointed his wand at it and muttered, Imperio! The spider leapt from Moody's hand on a fine thread of silk and began to swing backward and forward as though on a trapeze. It stretched out its legs, then did backflip, breaking the thread and landing on a desk, where it went on to do what was decidedly a tap dance. Almost everyone was laughing, the loudest laughs coming from the front rows. Think it's funny, do you? He growled. You'd like it, would you, if I did it to you? The laughter died away almost instantly. Total control, said Moody. I could make it jump out of the window, drown itself, throw itself down one of your throats. Years back, there were a lot of wizards and witches being controlled by the Imperius curse. Some job for the ministry, figuring out who was being forced to act and who was acting of their own free will. The Imperius curse can be fought, and I'll be teaching how, but it takes real strength of character, and not everyone's got it. Better avoid being hit if you can. Constant vigilance, he barked, making everyone jump in shock. He picked up the dancing spider and threw it back into the jar. Anyone else know one? Another illegal curse? Hermione's hand shot up in the air, and, to Harry's surprise, so did Neville's. Yes? Asked Moody, his magical swiveling around to finally settle on Neville's face. There's one, the Cruciatus curse. Neville answered, his voice small but distinct. Moody was looking at him intently, with both of his eyes this time. Your name's Longbottom? He asked, his magical eye swooping down to check the register again. As Neville nodded, Moody added nothing more, instead reaching into the jar for another spider. He placed it in the desk where it remained, too scared to move. The Cruciatus curse. Needs to be a bit bigger for you to get the idea, he said, pointing his wand at the spider. In Gorgo, the spider grew, looking even bigger than a tarantula. Abandoning all pretense, Ron pushed his chair backwards, as far from Moody's desk as the space behind him allowed. Moody raised his wand once more, and pointing it to the spider, muttered, Crucio! At once, the spider's legs bent into itself, rolling over and twitching violently. Moody continued pointing his wand at it, and its writhing became even more intense. Stop it! Hermione exclaimed shrilly. Harry looked around at her. She wasn't staring at the spider, but at Neville, whose hands were clenched upon the desk in front of him, knuckles white, his eyes wide and horrified. Moody lowered his wand. The spider relaxed but continued twitching every couple of seconds. Reducio, he muttered, before picking it up and lowering it back into the jar. You don't knives to torture someone if you can perform the Cruciatus curse. That one was very popular once too. Now, anyone know any others? Harry looked around again. From the looks on some of his classmates' faces, they were wondering what was going to happen to the third spider. Others were shrunk in their chairs, looking down at their empty desks. Hermione's hand shook slightly as she raised it in the air for the third time. Yes, said Moody, looking at her. Avada Kedavra, whispered Hermione. Several people looked uneasily around her, shifting in their seats. Ah yes, the last and worst, said Moody, another slight smile twisting his lopsided mouth. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse. He put his hand into jar. As if it knew what was coming, the third spider jumped frantically around the bottom of the jar, trying to escape Moody's fingers. He caught it eventually and placed it upon the desk. It began to scuttle towards the end of the surface, but before it could reach it, Moody had pointed his wand at it and roared, Avada Kedavra! There was a flash of blinding green light and a rushing sound, as though a vast, Invisible something was soaring through the air. Instantaneously, the spider rolled into its back, untouched but unmistakably dead. Several stifled cries were heard. Ron had thrown himself backwards and hit the desk of Dean Thomas behind him. Moody swept the dead spider onto the floor. "Not nice," he said calmly. "Not pleasant. And there's no way to counter it. There's no blocking it. Only one person has ever survived it, and he's sitting right in front of me." Harry felt his face redden, and both of Moody's eyes settled on him. Feeling everyone else's eyes on him, he focused on staring at the blackboard, but not reading what was written in it at all. So that was how his parents had died. Just like the spider. A blinding flash of green light and the rush of speeding death before life was wiped from their bodies. Had they been unmarked and unblemished as well? He forced himself to focus on the present. Avada Kedavra is a curse that needs a powerful bit of magic behind it, Moody was saying. You could all get your wands out now and point them at me and say the words, and I doubt I'd get as much as a nosebleed. But I'm not here to teach you how to do it. If there's no counter course, why am I showing you? Because you need to know. You've got to know what the worst is. You've got to appreciate what you're up against. Constant vigilance. He roared, and the class jumped again. Now, those three curses, Imperio, Crucio, and Avada Kedavra. The Imperius, Cruciatus, and Killing Curse. They're known as the Unforgivable Curses. The use of any one of them on a fellow human being is enough to earn a life sentence in Azkaban. That's what you're up against. And you need preparing. You need arming. You need constant, never-ceasing vigilance. The rest of the lesson was spent taking notes on each of the unforgivable curses. No one spoke until the bell rang. But when Moody dismissed them, and they had left the classroom, a torrent of talk burst forth. They were talking about the lesson, Harry thought, as though it had been some spectacular show, but he hadn't found it very entertaining. "Some lesson, though, eh?" said Ron to Harry as they set off for the Great Hall. Fred and George were right. He really knows his stuff. When he did Avada Kedavra the way that spider just died, the moment he saw Harry's face, he fell silent and didn't speak again until they reached the Great Hall. Later that night, Harry and Ron were in the Gryffindor common room working on their divinations homework. "And on Wednesday, I think I'll come off worst in a fight," said Ron, writing excitedly on his piece of parchment. Harry sighed. "Ah, I was going to have a fight. All right, I guess I'll lose a bet." "Yeah, you bet I was going to win that fight." The portrait hole opened, and Hermione climbed into the common room, carrying a sheaf of parchment in one hand and rattling box in the other. "Hello, I've just finished." She spoke. "So have I," said Ron, throwing down his quill. Hermione sat down, laying the things she was carrying on an empty armchair, before pulling Ron's predictions towards her. "Don't you think it's a bit obvious you've made these up?" she asked sardonically as she skimmed the parchment. "How dare you?" Ron exclaimed in mock outrage. "We've been working like house elves here." Hermione raised her eyebrows. "It was just an expression," added Ron hastily. Harry put down his quill, having just written down death by decapitation. "What's in the box?" "I'm glad you asked," she answered proudly before opening it. Inside were about 50 badges, all different colors, but all bearing the same letters. SPEW. "SPEW?" asked Harry, picking one and inspecting it. "What's SPEW?" "It's not SPEW," said Hermione indignantly. "It's SPEW. It stands for Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. I've just started it." "Oh, yeah? How many members have you got?" said Ron, throwing a badge up and down in the air. "Well, if you two join, then 3, she answered. "And do you think we want to walk around wearing badges saying SPEW?" "It's not SPEW," said Hermione, taking the badge from Ron's hands before he could throw it in the air again. "I've been researching it thoroughly in the library. Elf enslavement goes back centuries. I can't believe no one's done anything about it before now." "Hermione, open your ears," Ron said loudly. "They like it. They like being enslaved. Our short-term goals," she continued as if he hadn't interrupted, "are to secure house elves fair wages and working conditions. Our long-term ones include, but are not limited to, changing the law about non-wand use, and trying to get an elf into the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, because frankly, they're shockingly unrepresented. We first start by securing members. I thought 2 sickles to join. That pays for the badge, and the rest can go to funding. Ron, your treasurer. I've got you a collecting tin upstairs, and Harry, your secretary, so you might want to write down everything I've been saying so far as a record of our first meeting. As Hermione beamed at the two of them, Harry was torn in between exasperation at her and amusement at the look on Ron's face. Back in the Slytherin dungeons, some of the fourth years were gathered on a table near the fire, papers and charts strewn all over the surface. Do you think Moody could potentially get in trouble for showing us those curses? Tracy Davis asked, twirling her quill around her fingers. I think, legally, yes, he could. However, he does have Professor Dumbledore on his side. And you know Dumbledore's influence. His decisions are usually the final say in everything. Theodore pointed out, whatever. I just want to finish my divination's homework and go to bed, said Blaise, trying to focus. I don't understand how the sun's position relative to the constellations at the time of your birth somehow affects your personality, not to mention predict the future, said Daphne, resting her head on Tracy's shoulder. Just make it up, that's what I'm doing. Blaise shrugged. Did it last term as well? Trelawney's too much of a joke to notice. Ugh, I can't believe I still have the ancient runes homework to finish after this, he added, eyeing Theodore's finished work close to his elbow. Unfortunately for him, the other boy noticed. Touch my work, and I'll hex you all the way to next Thursday. Theo warned him, looking up from his arithmancy textbook. Blaise's hands went up as his eyes widened. Oh, that's a good one. Killed by a stray curse meant for Zabini, said Tracy gleefully as she wrote it down. That makes one. How many do we need? I think it's just for this coming month, Daphne answered before frowning slightly. You don't think he has it out for us, do you? With the way he talked about the Imperius curse and how some claim to have had it cast upon them, Theo closed his book softly. When the whole Malfoy incident happened, he said he knew all of our fathers. With what happened at the Quidditch match and him being an Exor, I don't think it was just a slip of tongue. Even if he has it out for us, he can't really do anything. Now can he? Tracy asked. We share the class with the other houses. He can't not teach us what is in the curriculum. Blaise cleared out his throat. Besides, if anything happens, we just go to Professor Snape. He'll take care of it. We could even just throw Malfoy at Moody and hope he distracts him enough for us to make a run for it. Even with his attempt at a joke, the air remained tense as they all focused on their work once more. The next couple of weeks went by without problems, though their lessons were becoming more difficult and demanding. To their displeasure, that day Professor Moody had announced he would be putting the Imperius curse on all of them in turn, to demonstrate its power and to see whether they could resist its effects. But you said it's illegal, Professor, said Granger hesitantly, as Moody used a spell to clear away the desks, leaving a large clear space in the middle of the room. You said to use it on another human. Already cleared it with Dumbledore. If you'd rather learn the hard way, when somebody's putting it on you so they can control you completely, fine by me. The door's that way. Theo looked at Zabini. There was no way he was leaving in front of the entire year, but he wasn't keen on having the curse cast on him in public. They slowly inched towards the back, obscured by their peers. Greengrass and Davis joined them almost immediately. Malfoy, he saw, was also near the back, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. The other fourth years were slowly gathering in a circle around Moody. One by one, he beckoned them into the center, casting the curse on them. Dean Thomas hopped around the room, singing the national anthem. Ernie Macmillan imitated a squirrel. Terry Boot took off his shoes and put them in his hands. Neville Longbottom made a series of acrobatic jumps that would be impossible if it had not been for the curse. Not one of them was able to fight it, and they recovered immediately after Moody had removed it. Potter, Moody growled. You next. Potter moved forward into the middle of the classroom, into the space Moody had cleared of desks. Curious, Theo leaned forward, enough so he could watch him from a space between a couple of Hufflepuffs. Moody raised his wand, pointed it at Potter, and said, Imperio. Potter's body immediately relaxed, standing peacefully in the center for a couple of seconds. Jump onto the desk, said Moody. Potter's knees bent slightly, ready to comply, but didn't do anything else. Jump onto the desk, Moody repeated louder. Still nothing. Jump. Now, Potter didn't jump exactly. He smashed headlong against the desk closest to him, knocking it over and hit his kneecaps on the floor. Oh, for effort, Theo thought. That was the furthest he had seen anyone resist the Imperius curse. Now, that's more like it, growled Moody, lifting the curse. Look at that, you lot. Potter fought. He fought it, and he damn near beat it. We'll try that again, Potter, and the rest of you. Pay attention. Watch his eyes, that's where you see it. Very good, Potter, very good indeed. They'll have trouble controlling you. Moody insisted on putting Potter under the curse 4 times in a row, until he could throw it off completely. If you asked him, he thought as he watched Potter's eyes glaze over once more. As far as lessons went, that one wasn't nearly as bad as he had expected it. Potter's eyes were terribly green as well, he thought before shaking his head. Later during the Transfiguration lesson, even the Ravenclaws joined the Slytherins in groaning at the amount of homework Professor McGonagall had just assigned. You are now entering a most important phase of your wizarding education, she told them, her eyes glinting behind her square spectacles. Your ordinary wizarding levels are drawing closer, and you will all need all the preparation you can get. The arithmancy teacher, Professor Vector, had them composing both number charts and essays, alternating each one by the week. Professor Babbling, who taught ancient runes, had assigned them the translation of the entire Elder Futhark runic alphabet. Professor Binns had them writing weekly essays about the goblin rebellions of the 18th century. Professor Snape had them researching antidotes, which they took seriously since he had hinted at poisoning one of them by Christmas to see if their antidote worked. Besides, it didn't take much for them to take Snape seriously. Professor Flitwick had asked them to read 3 additional books in preparation for their summoning charm lesson. Even care of magical creatures was an extra weight. The blasted blast-ended Scroots were growing at a remarkable rate, despite no one figuring out what they actually ate. Of course, Hagrid was delighted, and as a side project, he suggested they periodically visit him to observe the Scroots and make notes on their behavior. Malfoy had tried backing out of it with poor results. Theodore had just made sure to not wear his newer robes to that lesson in particular. He had owed to his home asking his house elf Wilby for one from the previous term. He didn't mind it being a bit worn, especially since the Scroots had a tendency to scorch his sleeves. When they arrived, the Slytherins found themselves unable to enter the Great Hall due to the large crowd of students congregating there, all milling around a large sign that had been erected at the foot of the marble staircase. What's going on? Tracy asked, trying to see over the many heads. Blaise, the tallest of them, tried standing on tiptoe to see if he could catch a glimpse. I can't see anything, thanks to those stupidly tall Weasleys. All I saw was red hair, he grumbled. Malfoy shared a glance with Crabbe and Goyle, and the two began pushing their way into the crowd, with the blond boy close behind them. The remaining snakes followed suit, eager to find out what the fuss was about. Soon enough they reached the staircase, to the displeasure of the other students who grumbled as the 2 enormous Slytherins pushed them aside. Triwizard Tournament. The delegations from Bosbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving at 6 o'clock on Friday, the 30th of October. Lessons will end half an hour early. Students will return their bags and books to their dormitories and assemble in front of the castle to greet our guests before the welcoming feast. Brilliant! He heard someone say somewhere behind him. It's potions last thing Friday. Snape won't have time to poison us all. It's only a week from now. Blaise muttered. I wonder if anyone from Slytherin has made up their mind to enter. Said week turned out to be an absolute chaos. The castle went through an extra thorough cleaning. The grimy portraits had been scrubbed. Suits of armor were gleaming and moving without squeaking, and Filch had sent a couple of first-year girls who had forgotten to wipe their shoes into hysterics. Even the ghosts had helped, it seemed. At the beginning of the week, the Bloody Baron had taken it into his hands to warn off Peeves from dirtying the newly cleaned castle. So far, Peeves had yet to re-emerge from wherever he had gone into hiding. Other members of the staff were oddly tense as well. Snape had been, for once, treating the students equally without minding their house. That didn't mean he had somehow been exorcised and was suddenly treating everyone in the way he usually reserved for Slytherins. The man had instead been unusually cruel to the Slytherins themselves, constantly berating them for wearing their robes improperly and forcing them to be on their best behavior. It's just like being back home, Theo thought as he watched Snape threaten Crabbe and Goyle with detention if they didn't stop acting like half-brained baboons. Even other students were becoming unbearable, even Granger, who he had always counted as one of the more decent members of their arithmancy study group, was getting on his last nerve. She had taken to bringing a box full of badges to their meetings, badgering on about her newly formed group for the rights and welfare of house elves. It wasn't like they needed it, he thought. Hogwarts house elves had some of the best working conditions he had seen. Others were not so lucky, he mentally grimaced, remembering how the Malfoys had treated their own elf when he and his father had visited them a couple of years ago. As it was, most members had only bought their badges so she would sit down and study, so they could finally get their work done in peace. SPEW was such a horrible name, he thought as he stared at his badge one night, throwing it to the back of his trunk before any of the other boys saw it. When they went down to breakfast on the morning of the 30th of October, they found that the Great Hall had been decorated overnight. Enormous silk banners hung from the walls, each representing one of the houses. Slytherin's looked beautiful, green with a silver serpent. Behind the staff table, the largest banner of all bore the Hogwarts coat of arms. Lion, eagle, badger, and snake united around a large letter H. There was a pleasant feeling of anticipation that day. Nobody was particularly attentive in their lessons, preferring to speculate about their expected guests, the tournament, and what the tasks would be. Even potions went by smoothly, Longbottom for once managing to perform decently under Snape's sneer. When the bell rang early, the entire class hurried out to their respective common rooms. The Slytherins quickly descended to the dungeons, deposited their bags and books as instructed, pulled on their cloaks and hats, and rushed upstairs to the entrance hall. "I can't believe we have to wear this stupid hats," Malfoy sneered as he tried to put it on without messing his hair. "I find hard to believe they were ever fashionable. Just put it on," Blaise grumbled. "With the amount of gel you wear, a storm could pass by, and not a single hair would be out of place. I'm the one having trouble here." Since his hat kept sliding off his head. "Like you can talk," Theo shot back at him. "My hair is curly. It won't fit under this hat properly. You only have a centimeter of hair to worry about," he complained, trying to push an errant curl away from his forehead. "Would you three stop complaining?" Tracy said, catching up to them. "And Theo, stop pulling at your hair. It looks fine like that. Besides, there's nothing you can do to improve your appearance at this point," said Daphne, her blonde hair perfectly in place under her hat. As they made their way out, Snape kept barking orders at them. "Stop slouching, Crabbe. Are you a wizard or an orangutan?" "With that brain power, definitely the latter," Daphne whispered to Tracy, who snickered. "Silence, Ms. Greengrass, Ms. Davis. Everyone straighten your hats. Parkinson, wipe whatever that is off your face before I wipe it off for you. Nott, for once in your life, stop fidgeting. Goyle, you disgusting brat, wipe that mud off your shoes." Goyle grunted before wiping his shoe on the back of his leg. Snape muttered a curse under his breath before muttering "Scourgify" and waving his wand at him. "Kindly, refrain from getting more dirt on yourself, or I will have you cleaning the leech's tank this weekend," he threatened, turning around on himself, cloak sweeping dramatically behind him, and moving on to terrorize the first years who were talking amongst themselves. They filed down the steps and lined up in front of the castle. It was a cold, clear evening. Dusk was falling, and a pale, transparent-looking moon was already shining over the forbidden forest. "It's almost 6. Where are they?" Pansy whispered, looking around. The sun was setting, and it was getting colder by the minute. Theo curled his cold hands into his sleeves, trying to repel the cold through sheer force of will. And then Dumbledore called out from the back row, where he stood with the other teachers. "Aha! Unless I am very much mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbatons approaches." Something large was hurtling across the deep blue sky toward the castle, growing larger all the time. As the gigantic black shape skimmed over the treetops of the forbidden forest and the lights shining from the castle's windows hit it, they saw a gigantic powder blue, horse-drawn carriage, the size of a small manor, soaring toward them, pulled through the air by a dozen Abraxans. A boy wearing the same color of blue jumped out and unfolded a set of golden steps, standing back and bowing respectfully. A black, high-heeled shoe emerged from the carriage, followed by the largest woman Theodore had ever seen, perhaps even bigger than Hagrid. A few people gasped. Dumbledore started to clap. The stunned students following his lead broke into applause, some of them standing on tiptoe, trying to catch a better glimpse at her. The woman walked towards Dumbledore with a relaxed smile, extending a glittering hand. Dumbledore, tall as he was, barely had to bend to kiss it. "My dear Madame Maxime," he said, "welcome to Hogwarts." "Dumbledore," said Madame Maxime in a deep voice, "I hope I find you well?" "In excellent form, I thank you," Dumbledore answered. "My pupils," said Madame Maxime, waving one of her hands carelessly behind her. About a dozen boys and girls, all around their late teens, were emerging from the carriage. They were shivering, unsurprisingly, since their robes seemed to be made of silk and were not wearing any cloaks. A few of them had scarves and shawls wrapped around their heads and were staring up at Hogwarts with apprehensive looks of their faces. "Has Karkaroff arrived yet?" Madame Maxime asked. "He should be here any moment," Dumbledore told her. "Would you like to wait here and greet him, or would you prefer to step inside and warm up?" "Warm up, I think," she said. "Zay Orzes, our care of magical creatures professor, will be delighted to care of them. I assure you he will be well up for the job," smiled Dumbledore. "The moment he has returned from dealing with a slight situation that has arisen with some of his other charges, the Scroots," Theo muttered to Blaise, making him swallow back a laugh. "Very well," said Madame Maxime, bowing her head. She turned toward her students. "Come," she said imperiously, and the Hogwarts crowd parted to allow her and her students to pass up the stone steps. They stood, shivering now, waiting for the Durmstrang party to arrive. Theo could swear he could see his breath in front of him. He had never been good with the cold. Most people were gazing hopefully at the sky. "Can you hear something?" Blaise said suddenly. Theo ignored his chattering teeth and tried to listen. He could faintly hear a rumbling and sucking sound. "The lake," he whispered back. At the very middle of the lake, a whirlpool was forming, and from its heart, what seemed to be a long, black pole began to rise slowly. "It's a mast," Tracy said excitedly from his right. Slowly and magnificently, the ship rose out of the water, gleaming in the moonlight. Finally, with a sloshing noise, it emerged entirely, bobbing on the turbulent water and gliding toward the bank. A few moments later, they heard the telltale sound of the anchor splashing against the shallows and a plank being lowered. People began to disembark. Unlike the Beauxbatons students who wore no cloaks, they were wearing heavy fur cloaks. The man who was leading them wore a sleek and silver fur, just like his hair. "Dumbledore," he called heartily as he climbed up the slope. "How are you, my dear fellow? How are you?" "Blooming, thank you, Professor Karkaroff," said Dumbledore, shaking his hand once he was close enough. "Dear old Hogwarts," he said, glancing up at the castle and smiling. But Theodore noticed his smile did not extend to his eyes. "How good it is to be here. How good. Victor, come along, into the warmth. You don't mind, do you, Dumbledore?" "Victor here has a slight cold." Karkaroff beckoned forward one of his students, but before Theo could get a good glimpse at this face, he felt Zabini tugging insistently at his left arm. Theo, look, it's Crumb." Chapter endnotes. Remember to leave a comment. I love reading your opinions about the chapters and the characters, and your kudos get rid of the Scroots for Theo. I'll try to post the next chapter on Wednesday, seeing as I'll be done with the first row of exams by then. See you next week. The Goblet of Fire. Chapter notes. Harry is a bi-disaster and a trouble magnet. Theo just really wants to read in peace. Enjoy. Smiley face. See the end of the chapter for more notes. "I don't believe it," said Ron in a stunned voice. "Crumb? Harry. Victor Crumb. For heaven's sake, Ron. He's only a Quidditch player," said Hermione, rolling her eyes. "Only a Quidditch player. Hermione. He's one of the best seekers in the world. I had no idea he was still in school." As the Hogwarts crowd followed their visitors back into the Great Hall, many of the students were frantically searching their pockets for quills or any other writing material, even lipstick in some extreme cases, to get Victor Krumm's autograph. They walked over to the Gryffindor table and sat down. Ron was careful to sit on the side facing the front door, because Krumm and his fellow Durmstrang students were still gathered around it, unsure where to sit. The Beauxbatons students had already made themselves at home at the Ravenclaw table, and were looking up at the ceiling glumly, clutching their shawls and scarves as close to themselves as possible. "It's not that cold," frowned Hermione. "Why didn't they bring cloaks over here?" Ron hissed under his breath. "Come sit over here." Hermione, "Budge over. Make space." "What?" "Too late." He sighed dejectedly, making Harry focus again on the Durmstrang delegation. They had settled themselves at the Slytherin table. Of course, out of all the students sitting there, Harry thought, they just had to sit across Malfoy. He could only see the blonde boy's back as he leaned forward to talk to Krumm. Idly, he noted the same brown-haired boy from the train was currently sitting next to Krumm, a bored look on his face once again. "Yeah, that's right. Smarm up to him, Malfoy." Ron sneered. "Bet Krumm can see right through that. Bet he probably has people fawning over him all the time." "Hey, where'd you reckon they're going to sleep?" "I wouldn't mind giving up my bed," Hermione snorted. "At least they look happier than the Beauxbatons lot," said Harry. The Durmstrang students were pulling off their heavy furs and looking up at the ceiling with impressed looks on their faces. A couple of them were picking up their golden plates and inspecting them with interest. Under their coats, they were wearing deep blood-red robes. Harry thought he had never seen so much red at the Slytherin table. By that point, all of the students had entered the Great Hall. Last in line were Professor Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, and Igor Karkaroff. As the other two headmasters sat down, Dumbledore remained standing, and silence fell. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and, most particularly, guests. I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable. The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast," said Dumbledore. "For now, I invite you all to drink, eat, and make yourselves at home." As he sat down, the plates in front of them filled with food as usual. Harry noticed there was a greater variety than usual, with several foreign-looking dishes. "What's that?" asked Ron, pointing at what looked like shellfish stew. "It's bouillabaisse, a French dish. It's quite good. I had it once over summer holiday," Hermione answered him. It seemed Ron had finally met his match food-wise. Harry mentally snickered, as he saw the redhead give up on that dish in particular. After a moment, a voice said, "Excuse me, are you wanting ZE bouillabaisse?" It was a girl from Beauxbatons. Her long silvery blonde hair fell to her waist as she tilted her head slightly, waiting for an answer. She had wide, deep blue eyes and white, even teeth. Ron immediately went purple. He opened his mouth to answer, but only a gurgling sound came out. "Go ahead," Harry said, jumping in before Ron choked on his tongue. The girl picked up her dish and carried it gracefully to the Ravenclaw table. Ron's eyes followed her until the moment she sat down, as if he had never seen one before. Harry finally laughed, the sound of it breaking Ron out of his stupor. "She's a Vila," he told Harry, his voice hoarse. "Don't be ridiculous," Hermione snapped. "Do you see everyone staring at her wide, their mouths wide open like you?" But she wasn't completely right about that, thought Harry as he looked around. Most of the boys sitting around the girl with the silver hair were still staring at her, with the same lost look in the eyes Ron had until a moment ago. "Seriously, Hermione, that's not a normal girl," said Ron, resuming his eating. "They don't make them like that at Hogwarts." "I reckon they make them all right at Hogwarts," said Harry without thinking, his eyes locking on Cho Chang, sitting a couple of seats away from the blonde girl, and Cedric Diggory at the Hufflepuff table behind them. At one point during the feast, two men had arrived, taking their place at the staff table. Once the golden plates had been cleared, Dumbledore stood up once more. Harry felt a shrill of excitement, wondering what was coming. From the corner of his eye, he saw Fred and George lean forward, staring at Dumbledore in concentration. "The moment has come," Dumbledore said, smiling down at them. "The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket, just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last couple of months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament, and they will be joining myself, Madame Maxime, and Professor Karkaroff on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts. At the mention of the word champions, the attentiveness of the students listening sharpened. As if sensing this, Dumbledore smiled as he said, "The casket then, if you please, Mr. Filch." Filch, who until then had been lurking in a far corner of the hall, made his way toward Dumbledore, carrying a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels. There will be 3 tasks, spaced throughout the school year, which will test the champions in many different ways, their magical prowess, their daring, their deduction, and their ability to cope with danger. As you well know, there will be 3 champions, one from each participating magical school. The one with the highest marks after the 3rd task will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. No one seemed to be breathing at this point. Dumbledore now took out his wand and tapped 3 times on the casket. The lid slowly creaked open. Dumbledore reached inside and pulled out a large wooden cup, filled to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. He set the cup down over the now closed casket. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as a champion must write their name and school on a slip of paper and drop it into the goblet. Aspiring champions will have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged worthy to represent the schools. I will place the goblet in the entrance hall where it will be accessible. To ensure no underage students yield to the temptation, an age line will be drawn around it. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered lightly. Once a champion is selected, they must follow through to the end. Placing your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. Once chosen, there can be no change of mind or heart. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all." "An age line," Fred Weasley said, his eyes gleaming as they left the great hall. "An aging potion should take care of that, shouldn't it?" George bumped his shoulder into him. "Once your name is in the goblet, it's done. The goblet can't tell if you're 17. Hermione scoffed, as if Professor Dumbledore hasn't probably thought of that. "Besides, I don't think anyone under 17 stands a chance. We just haven't learned enough." "Speak for yourself," said Fred. "George and I are only a couple of months away from being off age. What difference will that make?" Harry was distracted from answering when Ron bumped into him. "Where are they?" "Dumbledore didn't say where they were sleeping, did he? Are you still going on about them?" Hermione groaned. His query was answered as Karkaroff led his students through the doors. "Back to the ship, then," he was saying. "Victor, how are you feeling? Did you eat enough? Should I send for some mulled wine?" One of the other students hurried to the front. "Professor, I would like some wine," he said, hopefully. "I wasn't offering it to you, Poliakoff," Karkaroff snapped. Harry was quick to step to the side, making way for them to pass. "Thank you," Karkaroff said carelessly, glancing at him before freezing. He stared at him as though he couldn't believe his eyes. Behind their headmaster, the other Durmstrang students also halted, staring curiously at Harry. "Yeah, that's Harry Potter," a gruff voice said from behind Harry. Karkaroff spun around and his face went white with fear and fury. "You!" Mad-Eye Moody was standing behind the Weasley twins, leaning heavily on his staff, his magical eye glaring at Karkaroff. "Yeah, me," Moody returned grimly. "And unless you've got something to say to Potter, move. You're blocking the door." He was right. Half of the students were now waiting behind him in the hall, some standing on tiptoes to try and see what was happening. Karkaroff swept away, waving his group with him. Moody watched him leave with an expression of intense dislike. But really, what was so unusual about that? Harry thought. It seemed that for half the people Moody met, he decided to develop an animosity towards them. As the next day was Saturday, it was common for the Great Hall to be near empty early in the morning. Theo could testify to that, as he normally went for breakfast early to avoid the crowds. However, he was not alone this time. Not only had Zabini and Davis woken up much earlier than normal, so did a surprising amount of students. About 20 people were milling around the entrance hall, all watching the Goblet of Fire. A thin golden line had been traced on the floor, forming a circle 10 feet around it in every direction. Theodore sighed inwardly. All he wanted at the moment was a strong cup of tea. But the Slytherin table was on the edge of the Great Hall, which meant that they would have to brave the herd to get to the table in the first place. Sticking close to the walls, the three Slytherins stumbled their way into the hall, having to shove slightly some of the students who were too busy staring at the stupid goblet to move. His antisocial self let out a sigh of relief that he didn't know he had been holding as he sat down on the wooden bench. From where they sat, they had a clear sight of the Goblet of Fire and who entered the age line to put their name in. Has anyone put their names in yet? Tracy asked an upperclassman close to them. All of the Durmstrang lot, Polyakov, just dropped his. Just then, the Weasley twins and their friend, Lee Jordan, hurried into the Great Hall, looking extremely excited. They paused by Potter and his friends and began whispering to them. One of the twins, Theo, had no idea which one. Their mother probably couldn't even tell them apart. He consoled himself, pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket, and walked right up to the edge of the line. He tapped Blaise on the wrist, keeping his eyes on the imminent disaster waiting to happen. The other boy hurriedly put down his pumpkin juice as he in turn nudged Tracy. With the eyes of everyone in the Great Hall, Weasley took a great breath and stepped over the line. For a split second, it seemed to have worked. The other Weasley twin certainly thought so, as he let out a yell of triumph and leapt after his brother. But the very next moment, there was a loud sizzling sound and both twins were hurled out of the golden circle. They landed painfully, around 10 feet from the goblet, and to add insult to injury, there was a loud popping noise and both of them sprouted identically long white beards. "I did warn you," said a deep, amused voice. Professor Dumbledore stepped into the Great Hall, eyes twinkling madly. He didn't sound angry, though, more like incredibly amused. "I suggest you both go up to Madame Pomfrey. She is currently tending to Miss Fawcett of Ravenclaw and Mr. Summers of Hufflepuff, both of whom decided to age themselves up a little, too. Although, I must say, neither of their beards is as fine as yours." The Great Hall was howling with laughter, but the twins didn't seem to mind. In fact, they laughed right along and went up to the hospital wing, still chortling at each other. Zabini was laughing like mad. He was close to tears. Theo and Tracy were still snickering loudly. After a while things had calmed down. A Gryffindor Theo recognized as one of their chasers walked up to the goblet and put her name inside. Many people were clapping and cheering loudly for her. She blushed and smiled, going back to the Gryffindor table and sitting down. The Beauxbatons delegation was coming in at this point. Madame Maxime led them all in a single file line in order to put their names into the goblet. At the front was a girl with long, silky blonde hair. She was admittedly pretty, Theo thought, but he wasn't overly impressed. Girls were rarely interesting enough for him. "What do you think she is?" Daphne Greengrass asked as she sat down next to them. Blaise shrugged. "Vila Blood? No matter how pretty you are, you don't get as many people to stare at you on looks alone." By then, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle had joined them as well. "Charm is part of Avila's magic. I wouldn't be surprised," Draco added. "But I don't see what's so great about her. Lots of people are just as good looking, if not more." He sniffed, before buttering his scone. "You're a jealous albino ferret." Blaise snickered as Malfoy dropped his knife. "We agreed not to talk about that again," he hissed angrily, blushing bright pink. "What do you think the people who don't get chosen will do?" Tracy asked. "Will they stay or get sent home?" "Most likely stay," Daphne answered. "Their headmasters have to remain as judges, don't they? They'll probably stay as spectators." When all the Beauxbatons students had submitted their names, Madame Maxime led them back out of the hall and out onto the grounds again. The rest of the day passed by quietly. Theo spent most of the morning outside reading by the lake. He had found some books about ancient Nordic runes in his father's library and had sneaked them away in his trunk before leaving. After lunch, he joined the other fourth years in the Slytherin common room, alternating between playing chess with Davis to watching the others playing Exploding Snap. By 5:30, they decided it was time to get ready for the Halloween feast, and, More importantly, the announcement of the school's champions. Their high expectations seemed to make the feast go by twice as slowly, though it might have also been due to it being their second feast in as many days. Finally, the golden plates cleared, and Dumbledore stood up. "Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision," he said. "I estimate that it requires one more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them please to come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber." He indicated the door behind the staff table, where they will be receiving their first instructions. He took out his wand and extinguished all the candles except those inside the carved pumpkins, plunging them into semi-darkness. The Goblet of Fire now shone more brightly than anything in the whole hall, the sparkling bright, bluey whiteness of the flames almost painful on the eyes. Everyone watched, waiting, and anticipating the goblet's first decision. The flames inside the goblet turned suddenly red again. Sparks began to fly from it. Everyone snapped to attention. Next moment, a tongue of flame shot into the air. A charred piece of parchment fluttered out of it. The whole room gasped. Dumbledore caught the piece of parchment and held it at arm's length, so he could read it by the light of the flames, which had turned blue-white once more. "The champion for Durmstrang," he read, "will be Victor Krum." A storm of applause and cheering swept the hall. Theo saw as Krum rose from the Slytherin table and made his way towards Dumbledore. He turned right, walked along the staff table, and disappeared through the door into the next chamber. The clapping and chatting died down. Now everyone's attention was focused again on the goblet, which, seconds later, turned red once more and shot out another paper, propelled by the flames. "The champion for Beauxbatons," said Dumbledore, "is Fleur Delacour." The at least part Vila girl got to her feet and flounced gracefully over to the staff table. There was some applause as well, though Theo noticed her selection was actually met with much disappointment from the Beauxbatons party. Two of the girls who had not been chosen were loudly and visually sobbing. Now only the Hogwarts champion was left. The Goblet of Fire turned red once more. Sparks showered out of it. The tongue of flame shot high into the air, and from its tip Dumbledore pulled the third piece of parchment. "The Hogwarts champion," he called, "is Cedric Diggory." Every single Hufflepuff had jumped to his or her feet, screaming and stamping, as Cedric made his way past them, grinning broadly, and headed off toward the chamber behind the teacher's table. Indeed, the applause for Cedric went on so long that it was some time before Dumbledore could make himself heard again. Some of the Slytherins looked very disgruntled. "We can't have a Hufflepuff champion," Theo heard an upperclassman grumble. "Excellent," Dumbledore called happily as at last the tumult died down. "Well, we now have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count upon all of you, including the remaining students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster. By cheering your champion on, you will contribute in a very real dash." But suddenly, the fire in the goblet turned red again. Sparks flew, and the flames shot up again, bearing another piece of parchment. Professor Dumbledore robotically reached an arm up and caught it. He held it out and stared at the name written on it. There was a long pause, during which Dumbledore stared at the slip in his hands, and everyone in the room stared at Dumbledore. And then Dumbledore cleared his throat and read out, "Harry Potter, of course, Bloody Potter. Figures. St. Potter. Couldn't bear not being in the spotlight for 1 year." Malfoy snarled. "Look at his face, though. He's pale as a sheet." Davis pointed out, making Parkinson snort. "Who else would put his name in?" Daphne asked. "Well, he does seem to be attacked at least once a year," Theodore mused. "Could it have been a setup?" They all watched as Potter got up and went through the door. "Well, no way out now," Blaise said nonchalantly. "We all heard Dumbledore. It's a binding magical contract. He'll be participating whether he wants it or not." Malfoy groaned miserably. "Potter this, Potter that. It's always about Potter." Chapter endnotes. Your kudos have saved Theo's robes from the Scroots this chapter. As always, let me know what you think in the comments. Love reading them, makes me happy. I'm working on the next chapter right now, so see you soon. Take care, XX. Always exciting Hogwarts. Chapter notes. Long chapter. My professors have given me a break, so I had the last weekend all to myself. I was tempted to split this one in half, but decided to leave it whole for you. I hope you enjoy it. See the end of the chapter for more notes. People, Theo thought, seemed quite set on ignoring the obvious. Monday morning, everyone went back to classes still talking about the champions. The general consensus was that Potter had put his name in himself. Only the Gryffindors seemed pleased. Theo thought the idea in itself to be quite ridiculous. To be able to fool Dumbledore's age line? There was no way Potter did that. So that left two possibilities, either Potter asking an older student to do it for him, or someone doing it without his consent. On one hand, Potter did seem to be foolish enough to try the former, but his face when his name was called out didn't fit with his theory. Not to mention how adamantly the Gryffindor had denied submitting his name every time the subject was brought up. And Potter was generally a horrible liar. So that left only one option. Someone else had done it without Potter's knowledge. Something always seemed to happen to Potter every year, so it wasn't a stretch of logic for this to happen. That left the question, who did it? Of course, just because Theo believed Potter's innocence didn't mean he was going to do anything about it. Care of Magical Creatures was the first class in which he crossed paths with the Gryffindor fourth years. He noticed, when they came down, that Weasley and Potter seemed to be putting as much distance as possible between them. "Ah, look boys, it's the champion," Draco said to Crabbe and Goyle when they arrived at Hagrid's cabin. "Got your autograph books? Better get a signature now because I doubt he'll be around much longer. Half the Triwizard champions have died. How long do you reckon you're going to last, Potter?" 10 minutes into the first task's my bet. Crabbe and Goyle guffawed like the sycophants they were, but Malfoy had to stop there because Hagrid emerged from the back of his cabin carrying a teetering tower of crates, each containing a very large blast-ended scrut. To Theo's horror, Hagrid proceeded to explain that the reason why the scruts were killing each other was an excess of pent-up energy, and that the solution would be for each student to fix a leash on a scrut and take it for a short walk. "Take these things for a walk?" Malfoy repeated with disgust, looking at one of the crates. "And where exactly are we supposed to secure the leash? Around the sting, the blasted end, or the suckers?" "Round the middle," said Hagrid, demonstrating. Yeah, might want to put on your dragon hide gloves, just as an extra precaution. Harry, you come here and help me with this big one." As Potter walked away with Hagrid, everyone stood still, eyeing the boxes with trepidation. Finally, a couple of Gryffindors walked towards it, prompting the others after Hagrid cleared his throat loudly. The scruts were now over 3 feet long and looked extremely powerful. No longer shell, less and colorless, they had developed a thick, grayish, shiny armor. They looked like a cross between giant scorpions and elongated crabs, but still without recognizable heads or eyes. "All distracted while you fixed the leash?" Blaise asked with a grimace. "We should have dropped this class when we had the chance," Theo mumbled, putting on his gloves and grabbing a leash. Blaise promptly lured one of the scruts out of its box with snake grass. The moment it stopped walking, Theo passed on of the ends of the leash to him and hurried to secure its other end around the scrut's middle. He didn't get too far. The moment he finally had it fixed properly, the bloody, disgusting scrut's end exploded, sending Theo back railing to avoid the flames, landing on his back on the grass. The scrut went flying, propelled by its end, dragging Blaise along. "Let go! Let go!" Theo yelled as Zabini landed on his front, still clutching the leash in his hands. He hurriedly got up and rushed to the other boy's side. Blaise promptly let go before the scrut took off, barely avoiding getting dragged off. As Theo helped him up, he looked around the lawn. The class was all greatly scattered, and the cause was obvious. Their scrut wasn't the only one whose end had exploded. Several students were on the ground. A couple hadn't let go of the leash in time and had been dragged along their stomach, trying desperately to get back on their feet. Crabbe and Goyle had dirt all over their shirts, and Millicent Bulstrode's robes had caught on fire briefly. And Hagrid was still talking to Potter, Theo thought with a groan. Typical. The next few days kept getting progressively worse. The houses were even more divided than usual, with the Gryffindors rallying around Potter and the other 3 houses around Diggory. Malfoy, as expected, had become utterly intolerable, spending every waking moment either taunting Potter or planning on how to taunt Potter. That day before double potions, Malfoy had personally given a badge to every Slytherin he could find in the common room. They would have matched Granger's equally horrible SPEW badges, but they had luminous red letters in them that read, "Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion." He'd made sure most of them were wearing them before heading out towards Snape's dungeons. By the time the Gryffindors arrived, all Slytherins were wearing them, though. Blaise had almost convinced Theo to chuck theirs at Malfoy's head when his back was turned. Speaking of the ferret, Malfoy was bouncing on his feet the moment he saw Potter appear. "Like them, Potter," he said loudly. "And this isn't all they do, look." He pressed his badge against his chest, and the message upon it vanished, to be replaced by another one, which glowed bright green. "Potter stinks." Crabbe, Goyle, Bulstrode, and Parkinson all burst into laughter, pressing their badges as well. Theo slapped Goyle's hand when it came close to him in an attempt to press his badge. Blaise shrugged before pressing his. Granger made a face at them. "Oh, very funny. Really witty," she said sarcastically. Weasley leaned against the wall across from them, but didn't join Granger in defending Potter. "Want one, Granger?" asked Malfoy, holding out a badge to her. "I've got loads, but don't touch my hand now. I've just washed it, you see. Don't want a mudblood slimming it up." Everyone scrambled towards the walls as Potter drew out his wand. Theo and Blaise hurried away from Malfoy, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. "Harry," said Granger, not walking away. "Go on, then, Potter," the blonde taunted, drawing out his own wand. "Moody's not here to look after you now. Do it, if you've got the guts." For a split second, they looked into each other's eyes, then, at exactly the same time, they acted. "Furunculus," yelled Potter. "Densajo," screamed Malfoy. Jets of light shot from both wands, hit each other in midair, and ricocheted off at angles. Potter's hit Goyle in the face and Malfoy's hit Granger. Goyle bellowed and put his hands to his nose, where great ugly boils were showing up. Granger was whimpering as she clutched her mouth. "Hermione." Weasley hurried forward to see what was wrong with her. Theo leaned behind Crabbe's back to catch a glimpse as Weasley dragged Granger's hand away from her face. Theo winced at the ugly sight. Her front teeth were already larger than average, but now they were growing at an alarming rate. She kept looking more and more like a beaver as her teeth elongated past her bottom lip and towards her chin. "What is all this noise about?" said a soft, deadly voice Theo recognized as their head of house. The Slytherins rushed forward full of explanations. Snape pointed a long finger at Malfoy and said, "Explain." "Potter attacked me, sir. We attacked each other at the same time." Potter interrupted. "And he hit Goyle, look." Snape examined Goyle, who looked like something out of a fungi book. "Hospital wing, Goyle," he said calmly. "Malfoy got Hermione," said Ron. "Look." He forced Granger to show her teeth. Though it wasn't necessary, they had already passed her collar. Parkinson was doubled up laughing silently. Even Daphne and Tracy were swallowing back their giggles. Snape looked coldly at Granger. "If she must." Granger whimpered and ran all the way up the corridor, out of sight. Snape let out a long breath. "Now, everyone inside. I want no more interruptions, or I will be handing out detentions." As they entered, Malfoy turned back to face Potter and pressed his badge once more. Potter slammed his bag on the table as he glared back, his green eyes shining brightly. Theo shook his head as he sat next to Zabini, Tracy, and Daphne behind them. "Antidotes," said Snape unpleasantly. "You should all have prepared your recipes now. I want you to brew them carefully, and then we will be selecting someone on whom to test one." Theo internally rolled his eyes. There was no way Snape could get away with that, and he knew it. Though by the look on Longbottom's face, the boy did think Snape could. Before the potions master could go on, a knock on the dungeon door interrupted him. It was a small Gryffindor, who walked up to Snape's desk at the front of the room. "Yes?" asked Snape curtly. "Please, sir. I'm supposed to take Harry Potter upstairs." Snape stared down at the boy. "Potter has another hour of potions to complete. He will go upstairs when this class is finished." The Gryffindor fidgeted nervously. Sir, Mr. Bagman wants him. All the champions have got to go. I think they want to take photographs," Blaise snorted. Very well. Snape. "Potter, leave your things here." I want you back down here later to test your antidote. Please, sir. He's got to take his things with him. The boy squeaked. All the champions, very well, said Snape. Potter, take your bag and get out of my sight. Potter didn't waste another second. He slung his bag over his shoulder and headed for the door. Snape cleared his throat before continuing. As I was saying, you will all be brewing your antidotes. I expect you all. Always exciting potions, Theo thought. At least he was able to skip potions, Harry thought, as he ate alone after the wand weighing. Hermione was nowhere to be found, probably still getting her teeth fixed with Madame Pomfrey. When he returned to the Gryffindor Tower after supper, he came across Ron. You've got an owl, he said brusquely. He was pointing towards Harry's pillow, where a barn owl was waiting. Oh, right, said Harry. Ron left without another word. Harry deeply considered going after him. Whether to talk to him or hit him over the head, he wasn't sure. Both sounded appealing. But the lure of Sirius's letter was too strong. Harry strode over to the barn owl, took the letter of its leg, and unrolled it. Harry, I can't say everything I would like in a letter. It's too risky in case the owl is intercepted. We need to talk face to face. Can you ensure you are alone by the fire in Gryffindor Tower at 1 o'clock in the morning on the 22nd of November? I know better than anyone that you can look after yourself, and while you're around Dumbledore and Moody, I don't think anyone will be able to harm you. However, someone seems to be having a good try. Entering you in that tournament would have been very risky, especially right under Dumbledore's nose. Be on the watch, Harry. I still want to hear about anything unusual. Let me know about the 22nd of November as soon as you can. Sirius. The prospect of talking to Sirius was the only thing that kept him going for the following days. By now, the shock of being selected as a fourth champion had worn off, with a feeling of cold fear creeping in. He was uncomfortably aware of the first task drawing nearer with each passing day and felt woefully unprepared. In the meantime, life became even harder for Harry within the confines of the castle. Rita Skeeter had finally published her article about the Triwizard Tournament, and it had turned out to be not so much a report on the tournament as a highly colored life story of Harry. Much of the front page had been given over to a picture of him. The article had been all about Harry. The names of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang champions had been squashed into the last line of the piece, and Cedric wasn't mentioned at all. Said article had been posted 10 days ago, and Harry still got a sick, burning feeling of shame in his stomach every time he thought about it. Rita Skeeter had reported him saying a whole lot of things that he couldn't even remember saying in his life. And she had interviewed other people as well, he recalled with a grimace, thinking of Colin Creevey and how he had tied him and Hermione together. From the moment that article had appeared, Harry had had to endure people, Slytherins, mostly, quoting it at him as he passed and making sneering comments. Hermione had also come in for her fair share of unpleasantness too. Harry was full of admiration for the way she was handling the situation. Ignore it, she said in a dignified voice, as they passed Pansy Parkinson and Millicent Bulstrode sneering comments at them after charms. Just ignore them, Harry. But Harry couldn't ignore it. Ron hadn't spoken at him at all since he had mentioned the owl in the Gryffindor dormitory. Hermione was furious at both of them. She went from one to the other, trying to force them to talk to each other, but Harry was adamant. He would talk to Ron again only if Ron admitted that Harry hadn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire and apologized for calling him a liar. I didn't start this, Harry said stubbornly. It's his problem. You miss him, Hermione said impatiently. And I know he misses you. Miss him? Harry interrupted her. I don't miss him, but this was an outright lie. Harry liked Hermione very much, but she just wasn't the same as Ron. There was much less laughter, and a lot more hanging around in the library when Hermione was your best friend. Victor Crumb was in the library an awful lot too, and Harry wondered what he was up to. Was he studying? Was he looking for information that would help him in the first task? Hermione often complained about him being there. Not that he ever bothered them, but because groups of giggling girls often turned up to spy on him from behind the bookshelves. It is a strange thing, but when you are dreading something and would give anything to slow down time a bit, it has a habit of speeding up instead. The days until the first task seemed to slip by as though someone had fixed the clocks to work at double speed. Harry's feelings of barely controlled panic followed him wherever he went, as ever-present as the side comments about the Daily Prophet's article. On the morning of November 22nd, he ran into Hermione, Ron, and Ginny down by the Great Lake. Tempted as he was to talk to Hermione and Ginny, Ron's presence was deterrent enough for him. He could faintly hear Hermione and Ron bickering until she made her way over to him. Harry, Ron would like me to tell you. She glanced back nervously at him. That Seamus told him, that Dean was told by Parvati that Hagrid's looking for you. What? Harry asked her. Please don't ask me to repeat that. I wait, she muttered, running back to Ron and whispering to him before going back to Harry. He wants you to meet with him at midnight, by his hut. Harry nodded. Well, you can tell Ron that. Hermione stared at him irritably. I'm not an owl, Harry. Just be careful and don't be late for Sirius. She snapped before heading back to the castle, Ron at her heels. Ginny gave Harry a small wave before following the other two. The rest of the day went by far too quickly for Harry's liking. At 11:30 that evening, Harry, who had pretended to go to bed early, pulled the invisibility cloak back over himself and crept downstairs through the common room. Quite a few people were there. The Creevy brothers were hard at work, trying to bewitch a stack of support Cedric Diggory badges they had found into reading support Harry Potter. Instead, so far, the badges were stuck on Potter Stinks. Harry crept past them and waited until Hermione opened the portrait hole from the outside for him, as they had planned earlier. He whispered a quiet thank you as he passed her and set off on his way. The grounds were terribly dark, he thought, as he made his way down to Hagrid's. The inside of the Beauxbatons carriage was lit up, casting shadows on the lawn, and Harry could hear Madame Maxime talking inside it as he knocked on Hagrid's door. You there, Harry? Hagrid whispered, opening the door and looking around. Yeah, what's up? He asked as he pulled down the cloak off his head. Got summat to show yer, Hagrid said, as he slipped out of the cabin. He was wearing a flower that resembled an oversized artichoke on his buttonhole, and it looked like he had attempted to comb his hair. Harry could see the comb's broken teeth tangled into it. Come with me, keep quiet, and keep yourself covered with that cloak. We won't take Fong. He won't like it. Listen, Hagrid. I can't stay long, Harry started. I've got to be back at the castle by 1 o'clock. What's with the flower? And you combed your hair? He asked incredulously. As a matter of fact, you should try fair yourself every once in a while. Hagrid grumbled under his breath as he led them away from his hut. Hagrid, a voice called, as light suddenly flooded the lawn. Harry hurried to cover his head with his cloak as Madame Maxime exited the Beauxbatons carriage. Bonsoir, Olympe, said Hagrid, beaming up at her and offering her his arm. What is it you wanted to show me, Hagrid? She asked as they set off around the edge of the paddock containing her giant winged horses. You'll enjoy this, Hagrid said gruffly. Worth seein', trust me. Ani, don't go tellin' anyone I showed ya, right? Yeri not supposed to know. Of course not, said Madame Maxime, fluttering her long black eyelashes. Harry grew more and more irritated as he was forced to jog behind them to keep their pace, checking his watch every now and then. Hagrid had some harebrained scheme in hand, which might make him miss Sirius. If they didn't get to wherever they were heading to soon, he was going to turn around, go straight back to the castle, and leave Hagrid and Madame Maxime to their moonlight stroll. But then, when they had walked so far around the perimeter of the forest that the castle and the lake were out of sight, Harry heard something. People were shouting up ahead. Then came a deafening, ear-splitting roar. Hagrid led Madame Maxime around a clump of trees and came to a halt. Harry hurried up alongside them. For a split second, he thought he was seeing bonfires and men darting around them, and then his mouth fell open. Dragons. For fully grown, enormous, vicious-looking dragons were rearing into their hind legs inside an enclosure fenced with thick planks of wood, roaring and snorting. Torrents of fire were shooting into the dark sky from their open, fanged mouths. At least 30 wizards, 7 or 8 to each dragon, were attempting to control them, pulling on the chains connected to heavy leather straps around their necks and legs. Harry looked up, high above him, and saw the eyes of a black dragon, with vertical pupils like a cat's, bulging with either fear or rage. It was making a horrible noise, a yowling, screeching scream. Want a closer look? Hagrid asked Madame Maxime excitedly. The pair of them moved as close as they could before a wizard came running at them. "Keep back there, Hagrid," he yelled, coming to a stop next to them. "They can shoot fire at a range of 20 feet, you know? I've seen this horntail do 40. Another dragon, a green one it seemed, shot fire into the sky, illuminating the wizard's face enough for Harry to recognize him. It was Charlie Weasley. "What breeds you got here, Charlie?" said Hagrid, gazing at the black dragon with reverence. "The black one's a Hungarian horntail. There's a common Welsh green over there, the smaller one a Swedish shortsnout, that blue-gray, and a Chinese fireball, that's the red." Charlie looked around. Madame Maxime was strolling away around the dragons, as close as the other wizards would allow her, gazing at the dragons. "I didn't know you were bringing her, Hagrid," he said, frowning. "The champions aren't supposed to know what's coming. She's bound to tell her student, isn't she?" Hagrid shrugged in answer. "Just thought she'd like Tersim. 4. So it's one fair each one o' the champions, is it? What VE they gotta do, fight him? Just get past them, I think," said Charlie, shaking his head. "We'll be on hand if it gets nasty, extinguishing spells at the ready. They wanted nesting mothers, I don't know why, but I'll tell you this, I don't envy whoever gets the horntail. Vicious thing it is. Its back end's as dangerous as its front. Look." Charlie pointed towards the horntail's tail, and Harry saw long, bronze-colored spikes protruding along it every few inches. Harry had had enough. Trusting that Hagrid wouldn't miss him, with the attractions of 4 dragons and Madame Maxime to occupy him, he turned silently and began walking back to the castle. He didn't know whether he was glad he'd seen them beforehand. What if the first time he saw them on Tuesday, he ended up passing out cold in shock? In front of the entire school. He was going to be armed with his wand, which now felt like a dainty strip of wood against a gigantic, fire-breathing dragon. And he had to get past it. How? He was so lost in thoughts that he barely avoided crashing into Karkaroff near the edge of the forest. The man stared suspiciously into the dark, before starting to edge forward to the place where the dragons were. Very slowly and very careful to not make any noise, Harry set off again as fast as he could, hurrying towards Hogwarts. Karkaroff was clearly trying to find out what the first task entailed, and with the sound of voices in the distance he would no doubt find out what was in store for the champions. By the looks of it, Cedric would be the only champion who would be facing the unknown on Tuesday. Harry checked his watch and swore under his breath. He ran the rest of the way without a care. He had less than 5 minutes to get up to the fire. His lungs burned as he reached the common room. He pulled off the invisibility cloak and threw himself into an armchair in front of the fire. As he tried to catch his breath, his eyes fell on the support Cedric Diggory. Badges the Creevies had been trying to improve. They were now stuck on Potter really sucks. Harry looked back into the flames and jumped. Sirius's head was sitting in the fire. His face broke into the first smile he had worn for days, as he scrambled out of his chair and crouched down by the hearth. "Sirius, how are you doing?" Sirius looked different from Harry's last memory of him. Gone was the gaunt, sunken look, surrounded by long, black, matted hair. His hair was shorter now, and cleaner, and his face was fuller. He looked younger, like the only picture Harry had of him, from his parents' wedding. "Don't mind me. How are you?" Sirius asked. For a second, Harry tried to say fine, but he couldn't do it. Before he could stop himself, he was talking more than he had in days. About how no one believed he hadn't entered the tournament of his own free will, about Rita Skeeter's article, about how he couldn't walk down the corridors without being sneered at, and about Ron not believing him, Ron's jealousy. "And now Hagrid's shown me what's the first task. It's dragons, Sirius. I'm a goner," he finished desperately. Sirius looked at him, his eyes full of concern. He had let Harry talk himself into silence without interrupting. "Dragons we can deal with, Harry. I'll tell you about them in a minute. I haven't got long here. I broke into a wizarding house to use their fire, but they could be back soon. I need to warn you about some things." "What?" Harry asked. "Surely there could be nothing worse than dragons?" "Karkaroff," Sirius said. "He used to be a Death Eater. He was caught and used to be in Azkaban with me, but he got released. I'd bet everything that's why Moody's there. Dumbledore wanted an Auror around to keep an eye on him. Mad Eye's the one who caught him in the first place. He got released? Why? Said Harry, trying to wrap his mind around it. He made a deal with the Ministry. Sirius said bitterly. Said he'd seen the error of his ways, and then he named names. He put a lot of people in Azkaban. He's not very well liked there, I can tell you that. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the one who put your name in the goblet. Now, I've been keeping an eye on the Daily Prophet, Harry. You and everyone else? Harry interrupted bitterly. And reading between the lines of Skeeter's article last month, Moody was attacked the night before he started at Hogwarts. Yes, I know it was another false alarm, he said hastily, seeing as Harry was about to speak. But I don't think so, somehow. It's just too much of a coincidence. I think someone tried to stop him from getting to Hogwarts. See, the Death Eaters seem to be more active than usual lately. They showed themselves at the Quidditch World Cup. Someone set off the Dark Mark. And a Ministry worker, Bertha Jorkins, has gone missing. She disappeared in Albania, of all places. That's where Voldemort was rumored to be last. And she would have known about the Triwizard Tournament, don't you think? You don't reckon she'd have walked straight into Voldemort, do you? Said Harry. Listen, Harry, I knew Bertha Jorkins. She was an idiot. Very nosy, with no brains at all. A horrible combination. I'd say it wouldn't be hard at all to lure her into a trap. So Voldemort could have found out about the tournament? You think Karkaroff might be here on his orders? Harry said tentatively. I don't know, Sirius mused. Karkaroff doesn't strike me as the type who'd go back to Voldemort, unless he knew Voldemort could protect him. But whoever put your name in the goblet did so for a reason. And I can't help but think it would be a good way to attack you and make it look like an accident. Well, it looks like a really good plan from where I'm standing. Harry joked bleakly. Just let the dragons do their job, right? These dragons. Sirius shook his head, speaking rapidly. There's a way. Now, don't be tempted to try a stunning spell. Dragons are strong and too magically powerful to be knocked out by a single stunner. You'd need at least half a dozen wizards at a time to overcome a dragon. But you can do it alone. There's a way, and a simple spell's all you need. But Harry held up a hand to silence him, his heart suddenly pounding as though it would burst. He could hear footsteps coming down the spiral staircase behind him. Go! He hissed at Sirius, scrambling to his feet. Someone's coming. He heard a tiny pop in the fire behind him and knew Sirius had gone. Harry watched the bottom of the staircase, who had decided to go for a stroll at 1 o'clock in the morning, stopping Sirius from telling him how to get past a dragon. It was Ron. Dressed in his maroon paisley pajamas, he stopped dead facing Harry from across the room and looked around. Who were you talking to? He asked. What's that got to do with you? Harry snarled. What are you doing down here at this time of the night? I was just wondering where you... Ron broke off, shrugging. Never mind. I'm going back to bed. Just thought you'd come down nosing around, did you? Harry shouted. He knew Ron hadn't walked in on purpose, but he didn't care. At this point, he hated everything about Ron. Should have realized you didn't want to be disturbed, said Ron, his face reddening with anger. I'll let you get on with practicing for your next big interview in peace. In fury, Harry grabbed one of the Potter really stinks badges from their place in the table and threw it as hard as he could. It hit Ron in the forehead and bounced off. There you go, Harry said. Something for you to wear on Tuesday. Maybe it'll even scar now if you're lucky. That's what you want, isn't it? Harry strode across the room towards the stairs. He half expected Ron to stop him, but the other boy just stood there in his too small pajamas. Later that night, Harry laid awake in his bed for a long time afterwards and didn't hear him come back up to bed. It was the worst couple of days Harry had had in quite some time. Monday sped by without him noticing, scouring in the library with Hermione in search for the spell Sirius had mentioned. But no luck. Tuesday wasn't going better by any means. He had warned Cedric about the dragons, so at least all the champions were on slightly equal footing, and Moody had talked to him about playing to his strengths, which led to him asking Hermione for help with the summoning charm to get his firebolt to him. He was best at flying. After all, they didn't have supper. Hermione dragged him to an empty classroom near the dungeons. I talked to a classmate of mine from arithmancy. He said he would help us get a classroom for us to practice in. Never mind the short notice. Well, I did imply we would be doing some arithmancy work, but I'm sure he'll come around. She trailed off as they stopped in front of an open classroom. Oh, good. He's here already. Harry leaned in and saw a boy reading in one of the desks, his green robes shining under the light. A Slytherin, Hermione? Have you lost your mind? He hissed under his breath. Hermione sighed in answer. It was the only way I could get us an empty classroom, Harry. Besides, we'll be fine. He's civil with me in the classes we share. If it weren't for his robes, he could pass as a mean Ravenclaw. Slytherins don't like me as a general rule, Hermione, Harry scoffed, making Hermione shoot him a look. Well, this Slytherin doesn't like anyone. Period. You'll be fine. The girl fixed her robes before entering the classroom. Harry followed her hesitantly. Nott, thank you for meeting me. Hermione greeted. Harry, this is Theodore Nott. Nott, this is Harry Potter. The boy looked up from his book and turned in his seat to face them. It was the boy from the train, Harry realized. Mousy looking, with light brown hair and gray eyes. He had high cheekbones and a slim jaw. Nott sighed, his eyes unfriendly. What is he doing here? Bloody Slytherins. Is he always so charming? Harry asked with a grimace. Nott rolled his eyes at him before staring at Hermione with a bored look. This wasn't the deal, he said. Hermione sighed in exasperation at them both and took out some papers from her book bag. I know, but I thought we could compromise. You let us practice here and I'll lend you my arithmancy notes from today's lesson. I saw you were dozing off. You'll need them for the homework Professor Vector just assigned. I'll even answer all your questions regarding the subject. Just bear with us while we practice. You're the one who has permission to use this classroom. Nott glanced at her considerately. Deal. Hand them over. Don't mind me. I'll just work here and judge your attempts in silence. Harry watched as the other boy gathered Hermione's notes and settled down in the professor's desk. Maybe there was such thing as a non-horrible Slytherin? He reserved judgment for later. For the rest of the following hours, Harry tried with all his might to make various objects fly across the room toward him. He was still having problems. The books and quills kept losing heart halfway across the room and dropping like stones. He especially struggled when Nott lifted his head from his parchment to stare at him. Concentrate. Harry, concentrate. What you think I'm trying to do? Said Harry angrily. A great big dragon keeps popping up in my head for some reason. Okay, try again. They kept practicing until past midnight. When Nott finally finished going through Hermione's notes and his arithmancy homework, he leaned back on his chair to watch, offering unhelpful comments every once in a while. Have you tried visualizing it flying towards you? He said, after staying quiet for close to half an hour, watching Harry practice like a hawk. What? Harry asked, lowering his wand as he turned to stare at him. Hermione perked up behind him. Imagine it flying across the room and landing in your hand. Nott said, flicking his nails. That might work, Harry. Hermione enthused. We've gone through the theory many times, but maybe you need a different approach. She took out a bright red book and laid it on the floor near the wall. Visualize it, Harry, and try. Harry breathed in. He imagined the red book soaring through the air and himself catching in his wandless hand. Accio, he yelled, pointing his wand at it. The book rose into the air and flew cleanly towards him, landing in his outstretched hand. Hermione clapped in delight. You've done it. That was a perfectly cast summoning charm. Harry turned towards Nott to thank him, but got distracted by the fact the other boy wasn't wearing the badge he had now come to associate with Slytherins. You're not wearing your support Cedric Diggory badge. You were wearing it the other day in potions, he stated. Nott raised one of his eyebrows in response. Do you pay that much attention to everyone's wardrobe? The Slytherin said in a low voice. His voice was slightly raspy, Harry noticed. Malfoy sprung them on all of us that day. I wore it so he would shut up about it. Speaking of badges, why aren't you both wearing your SPEW ones? Hermione asked, indignation clear in her voice. Harry quickly excused himself with needing to practice the charm further, leaving Nott to the hurricane that was an incensed Hermione Granger. He snorted under his breath as he heard Nott telling Hermione he had probably lost it since he couldn't find it anywhere in his dormitory. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Harry stood near the door, surrounded by heaps of objects. Books, quills, several upturned chairs and desks, Nott's and Hermione's book bags, and Nott's tie which he had discarded some hours before. Hermione and Nott were sitting across the room, discussing SPEW, and whether house elves were really in need of a revolution. Granger, as noble as this house elf protection thing is, have you looked at it from their perspective? You might consider it slavery, but they consider it an honor. How could anyone think of that as an honor? Hermione gasped. The house elves get gratification. It's their way of life, Nott told her. Hermione pursed her lips. Well, what do you think about the house elves punishing themselves for every little thing they get wrong? That's not fair. That is an issue. Nott agreed. However, not every family uses that method. Maybe you should focus your efforts on the abused elves only, rather than trying to free all of them. You need to understand the situation before barging and ranting about social change. Understand wizarding culture first, and then considering changing what you don't think should be taking place. If you go all out without knowledge and understanding, no one will listen to you. I see your point. Hermione sighed. Would you wear your badge if I reworded our aims? She asked with a small smile. Nott turned to look at Harry with a dead look in his eyes. Potter, get her away from me. Harry laughed happily and raised his wand once more. Accio Dictionary. The heavy book soared from Hermione's hand, flew across the room, and Harry caught it. Harry, I really think you've got it, Hermione said delightedly, standing up from her seat beside Nott. Well, now we know what to do next time I can't manage a spell, Harry said, throwing the dictionary back at her. Lock me in a room with a Slytherin for 6 hours and threaten me with a dragon. No offense, Nott, a dragon? That's what they're putting you up against. Nott asked incredulously. Harry winced in his exuberance. He had forgotten only Hermione knew. Listen, you can't tell anyone. The secret will be out by today's afternoon, he hurried to say. Nott shrugged, getting his face back to its regular bored look. It's not like I care. We should all get some sleep, the Slytherin said as he checked his watch. It's quite late, right? Just as long as the charm works tomorrow. The firebolt's going to be much farther away than the stuff in here. It's going to be in the castle, and I'm going to be out there in the grounds. Shut up. Harry immediately stopped his rambling to glare at Nott. It doesn't matter, said Hermione firmly. Just as long as you're concentrating really, really hard on it, it'll come. Now, Nott's right, Harry. We'd better get some sleep. You're really going to need it. They quickly gathered their things and straightened the classroom. Are you going to make it all right to the Slytherin common room? Harry asked. He had forgotten that while he and Hermione would be safe under the invisibility cloak, they couldn't take Nott with them. Why do you think I chose this classroom? There's a passage that'll lead me straight to the entrance. He nodded at them before turning around and leaving. Harry stared at Nott's back until he could no longer see him in the dark, before pulling the cloak over his and Hermione's heads. Chapter endnotes. Surprise. They've officially met. And the Scrits are back, to Theo's dismay. As always, please leave a comment below if you like this chapter, or if you hated it, those are valid as well. I love reading them and interacting with you all. See you next time. XX. The first task. Chapter notes. Well, hello there. Fancy seeing you here. Thank you all for reading this story. It's become a project I deeply care about, and reading all of your comments always makes me feel better. I hope you enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Harry had been focusing so hard on learning the summoning charm that evening that some of his blind panic had left him. It returned in full measure on the following morning, though. The atmosphere in the school was one of great tension and excitement. Lessons were to stop at midday, giving all of the students plenty of time to get down to the dragon's enclosure. Though, of course, they didn't yet know what they would find there. Harry felt oddly separated from everyone around him, whether they were wishing him good luck or hissing, "We'll have a box of tissues ready, Potter," as he passed. It was a state of nervousness so advanced that he wondered whether he mightn't just lose his head when they tried to lead him out to his dragon and start trying to curse everyone in sight. He barely noticed a ball of paper roll itself onto his desk during History of Magic. Seeing as Professor Binns was calmly droning about that day's subject, he carefully rolled it open. Be the last to leave the Transfigurations classroom later. Urgent. Tien. Theodore Nott maybe? He didn't really remember knowing any other TN in Hogwarts. Still, what did Nott want? He looked toward where the Slytherins were seated, but Nott wasn't looking at him. He was reading what seemed like the same book he had the day before, with Zabini sleeping on his desk next to him. With the meeting with Nott adding to his panic, the rest of his morning lessons went by in a blur. When Transfiguration was over, he told Hermione he would meet her at the Great Hall before taking his time putting everything away in his book bag. By the time everyone had left, he realized he had no idea what he was supposed to do. Now what? As he stood up from his desk, he heard the door close gently behind him. Turning around, Harry saw the Slytherin boy scan the classroom quickly before making his way towards him. "Potter," Nott said in greeting, placing his book bag on the desk before Harry. "Nott, what did you want?" he asked uncertainly, watching the taller boy rummage in his bag before taking out a small vial with a blue liquid inside it. He instinctively took a step back, making Nott sigh in exasperation. "Seriously? It's not poison, nor will it explode. It's a fire protection potion. It provides protection from most magical fires, so I suppose it might work against dragon fire," Nott told him, holding out the glass vial. "I brewed it this morning. It's for you." "What?" Harry mutely grabbed the vial offered to him with caution. "Why would you? When did you even learn?" Nott rolled his eyes at him. "We learn it in second year, Potter. And since you so kindly decided to grace me with the knowledge you'll be facing dragons armed only with a summoning charm, I brewed it to alleviate my conscience. We barely knew each other before yesterday. Why would I take a potion you brewed for me? For all I know, this is one of Malfoy's tricks," said Harry. He wouldn't put it past the Slytherins to somehow poison him before the first task. "Whether you drink it or not is none of my concern," said Nott, shouldering his bag and smoothing down his robes. "If you get burnt to a crisp due to not drinking the potion, it's on your own head. I'll be able to sleep perfectly at night even if you die." He turned on his heel and walked primly out of the classroom, pausing after opening the door. After a few seconds, he turned slightly to look at Harry over his shoulder. "And Potter? Good luck." With an exit worthy of Snape, he turned sharply, his robes billowing behind him, leaving Harry still holding the vial with the blue potion awkwardly. "Slytherins," he mentally scoffed, pocketing the vial and leaving the classroom. The moment he entered the Great Hall, he hurried to the Gryffindor table, immediately spotting Hermione's hair, and sat at the empty seat next to her. "What did Nott want?" she asked, putting a bread roll on the plate in front of him. Harry took out the vial and handed it to her. "He gave me this, said it was a fire protection potion," said Harry, ignoring the bread roll in favor of some pumpkin juice. He really didn't feel capable of stomaching solids at the moment. "Ah, we learned that one on second year." "It does look like it," said Hermione, inspecting the liquid carefully. "How did he get it? And why would he give it to you?" "He said he brewed it earlier, so that if I got burned to a crisp thanks to the dragons, he wouldn't have it on his conscience." "Do you reckon it really is a fire protection potion?" Hermione sighed, placing the vial gently on the table. "It really does look like the one you drank in our first year, remember? And I don't believe Nott would deliberately poison you hours before you began the first task. It's your choice, Harry. I'm sure you'll do great with or without it." She smiled gently at him in reassurance before looking toward the staff table. Harry turned his head and saw Professor McGonagall hurrying over to him. He hurriedly pocketed the vial. Lots of people were watching. "Potter, the champions have to come down onto the grounds now. You have to get ready for your first task." "Okay," said Harry, standing up. The bread roll was still sitting sadly on his plate. "Good luck, Harry," Hermione whispered. "You'll be fine." "Yeah," said Harry, in a voice he barely recognized. He left the Great Hall with Professor McGonagall. She didn't seem like herself. In fact, she looked nearly as anxious as Hermione. As she walked him down the stone steps and out into the cold November afternoon, she put her hand on his shoulder. "Now, don't panic," she said. "Just keep a cool head. We've got wizards standing by to control the situation if it gets out of hand. The main thing is just to do your best, and nobody will think any worse of you. Are you all right?" "Yes," Harry heard himself say. "I'm fine." She was leading him to the dragon's enclosure, around the edge of the forest, But when they approached the clump of trees from where it could be clearly visible, Harry saw that a tent had been erected. Its entrance was facing them, screening the dragons from view. "You're to go in here with the other champions," said Professor McGonagall in a rather shaky voice, "and wait for your turn, Potter. Mr. Bagman is in there. He'll be telling you the procedure. Good luck." "Thanks," said Harry, watching her walk away. She had left him at the entrance of the tent. Harry closed his eyes before breathing in deeply. Reaching into his robes, he felt the cold glass of the vial. Nott had helped him the day before, was on civil terms with Hermione, had sat down and talked with her about house elf rights of all things. Surely he wouldn't poison him. He could faintly hear voices coming from the tent. Sod it, he thought. He opened the vial and drank the contents, grimacing as he felt it settle on his empty stomach. It felt as though ice was flooding his body. Figuring it was about time, Harry went inside the tent. Despite his best efforts, Theo was nervous. It wasn't as though he was exceedingly nervous, but he was nervous nonetheless. If only Potter hadn't mentioned the bloody dragons, he wouldn't be in this position. He thought scathingly as he watched Crabbe and Goyle compete in seeing who could finish an entire pudding bowl first. Brewing the potion that morning had helped, at least. If Potter decided to be an idiot and not drink it, well, Theodore had done his best. He was brought out of him musings by Parkinson's shrieks as Goyle, in his haste to finish his pudding bowl before Crabbe, choked on his spoonful and knocked over his goblet, spilling pumpkin juice over her robes. That's lunch done then. He though disgustedly as droplets of pudding mixed with Goyle's spit landed on the table. Rolling his eyes, he stood up from the table and exited the great hall. Earlier he'd told Zabini and Davis he'd meet with them down by the grounds after lunch, seeing as he had no idea how receptive Potter would be to the potion. Plenty of students were making their way down the stone stairs, chatting amongst themselves about what the champions were supposed to do for the first task. Theo felt sick to his stomach. He tried to reassure himself that the professors would be there, along with the dragon handlers, he hoped, but the tournament's death toll weighed heavily on his mind. "Theo," a voice called, before an arm wrapped around his shoulders. It was Blaise, who had jogged to his place next to him, with Tracy not far behind. "You took your time. I was about to tell Tracy to wait for you, so we could get some decent seats. It seems like more than half of Hogwarts is already on their way down. What do you think the first task is?" "It's the opening act. It must be impressive," said Davis, as they walked towards the edge of the forest. From their current place, they could see what appeared to be the back of several stands surrounding a great space of ground, next to a small tent. "I'll bet you 5 galleons we get to see some blood. Are you daft?" "I'm not taking that bet, thank you very much. I'm not keen on losing my money so easily." Zabini laughed. "Where's Greengrass, by the way? She should be waiting for us inside, I think," said Tracy with a shrug. As they neared the entrance, they could see a blonde figure with green robes waiting near a couple of students. "You certainly took your time, didn't you?" Daphne asked them, linking her arm with Tracy's the moment they were close enough. "We were waiting for Theo. Blame him," said Blaise nonchalantly, pushing Theo forward with the arm still around his shoulders. Greengrass turned her stony stare to him instead. "And what's your excuse, Theodore?" Theo sneered at her half-heartedly. She knew perfectly well he disliked being called by his full name. "I had an errand that took longer than expected, and then I attempted to have lunch, but ended up sitting in front of Crabbe and Goyle." His housemates grimaced at the mention of the pair. Their eating habits were well known to the other snakes. How Malfoy managed to eat with them was a mystery no one particularly cared to unravel. "Should we sit near the bottom?" Tracy asked, looking around the structure. "No," said Theo hurriedly. Even if they had magical barriers in place, he wasn't sitting that close to the ground and the dragons. "Maybe around the middle. That should be all right." Daphne narrowed her eyes at him. "What do you know that we don't?" Theo internally sighed. "Well, it's our best bet. What if whatever the task is, it involves flying somehow? If we sat at the bottom, we would be craning our necks for the entire task." Tracy pulled Daphne toward the seating area. "Let Theo keep his secrets, Daph. The next time we hear any interesting rumors, we'll just let him find them out by himself," she said, her short hair bouncing as she pulled the other girl up the steps. "Well, that's not quite fair. One rumor should be enough, don't you think?" said Blaze as they took their seats. 1. There should be no penalty at all, Theo complained, wrapping his scarf tightly around his neck. I'm not hiding anything. A strong gust of wind stopped Daphne from retorting, as the four of them shivered and huddled together, trying to keep warm. A few cries from other students were heard, and they could see a couple of hats swirling around, caught in the wind. Zabini cackled delightedly at a student running behind his scarf. Did any of you remember the jar I asked you to bring? Daphne asked, burrowed in Tracy's side. Here, Theo answered, taking it out from his book bag, along with a spare scarf. He looked around as he passed them to her, making sure there were no professors in sight. All's clear. Drawing out her wand, Greengrass muttered the incantation for bluebell flames, containing them inside the jar. She then wrapped it in the scarf, making sure the insides couldn't be seen. They took turns holding it while waiting for the task to begin. During that time, Theo couldn't help but wonder if Potter had taken the potion or not. He was a decent flyer anyway. Hopefully he wouldn't need to find out. The rest of the stands filled quickly as the students finished their lunch and made their way to the grounds. Most of them were wrapped in their cloaks, huddling together to avoid the wind. Their group quietly snickered at some of the Beauxbatons students who sat close to them. They had wrapped themselves in their shawls and scarves to the point only their eyes and the tip of their nose could be seen. It didn't take long for the judges to appear. They sat in raised seats draped in gold, across from what seemed to be the entrance to something. If he wasn't wearing gloves, Theo thought, his hands would be clammy from his nerves. Eventually, Dumbledore stood and began his introductory speech. The moment he mentioned the champions would be attempting to retrieve a golden egg from a dragon, he could feel 3 glares directed at him from both sides. Dumbledore went on to explain how the egg was necessary to obtain so that the champions could proceed onto the second task. I'm not hiding anything, my arse Nott. You utter betrayer, Zabini muttered, bumping his shoulder. Davis sniffed in indignation, hogging the bluebell jar. Let him keep his secrets, you said. Nicely going, Tracy. Daphne muttered as they watched Ludo Bagman gesticulate wildly. Holding out the next couple of rumors isn't going to cut it. Theo openly sighed. No point in claiming ignorance now. I'll buy you whatever you lot want at the 3 broomsticks on the next Hogsmeade outing. Just quit your whining. He buried his nose in his scarf. And quit hogging the jar, Davis, he hissed, reaching for it. Excuse you, said Blaze, turning to stare at him. Us Zabinis, do not whine. The 3 broomsticks and honeydukes, said Daphne, leaning over Tracy and grabbing her shoulder for support. And you don't get to complain, she added the moment she saw Theodore opening his mouth to object. Your dress robes cost more than we could possibly spend there. Like yours don't, Theo mumbled glumly, accepting his fate. Blaze, his indignation at his friend forgotten, took the jar from him happily. No shame in having good taste, he said, relaxing at the feeling of warmth from the jar. Mother had my measurements sent to Italy to have them custom-made. I don't believe any Slytherin will be caught dead in something from Madame Malkin's. Sure, it's starting. Tracy interrupted him, straightening in her seat. Theo's attention was immediately directed to where half a dozen wizards were leading a silvery blue dragon, with long, pointed horns, snarling and snapping at the wizards. They placed a crate with the golden egg and what seemed to be some normal ones at its feet, before retreating to the sidelines. He could hear Bagman saying it was a Swedish short snout as Cedric Diggory stepped through the opening across the judges. Diggory proceeded to, for some reason, transfigure a rock on the ground into a dog. It was a pretty impressive show of transfiguration. It was soon clear he intended the dragon to go after the dog, and it seemed to work as the dragon got distracted and cleared his way to get to the egg. Unfortunately, just as Diggory grabbed the golden egg, the dragon decided it didn't quite want the dog as much as the wizard close to him and promptly showered him in flames. Theo winced as he saw Diggory barely dodge most of the fire, only part of his robes on fire. The other wizards rushed to restrain the dragon, one of them hurrying to help. Diggory put out the fire on his robes. The boy was clutching half of his face with the hand that wasn't holding the egg. He got a fairly decent score before being rushed back to treat his burns, the most probable explanation for his point deduction. Next up, a smooth-scaled green dragon was led inside, writhing and stomping with all of his might. And out came the Beauxbatons champion, Fleur Delacour. As Bagman began his commentary, he indicated the dragon she was facing was a Welsh green. To the crowd's amazement, the witch casted a spell at the dragon, placing it into what seemed a deep trance. Over the cheers, she walked over to retrieve the egg. But the moment she turned, the dragon let out a loud snore and a great jet of flame shot out, landing right on her skirt. Quickly, she doused herself with a stream of water from her wand as Bagman lamented on the obvious incoming point deduction. Fleur ended up placing just under Diggory, to Tracy's fury. How is that fair? Diggory got burnt much worse than her, and they scored him even higher. She fumed on her seat as they watched the French witch leave the grounds. The wizards were now leading a red dragon with an odd fringe of fine golden spikes around its face. It was shooting mushroom-shaped fire clouds into the air as it walked. Almost everyone cheered the moment Crumb came out, his wand already out and pointed towards it. Bagman barely had a moment to introduce the dragon as a Chinese fireball before Crumb shot a spell that hit it directly in the eye, making it roar in pain and rear back, right into the eggs. Zabini cursed loudly next to him. "That's going to cost him," he said with a grimace. Crumb hurriedly grabbed the unscathed golden egg before the dragon recovered from the spell. It was still shaking his head and shooting fire clouds on all directions by the time the wizards had made their way to it. He scored the highest so far, Karkaroff blatantly giving him a 10. Daphne snorted. "Well, that isn't favoritism at all." Only Potter was left, Theo thought as he watched the red dragon being led away. Of course, the bloody Gryffindor had to go last. He immediately went pale the moment he saw the final dragon. It was a gigantic black one, more lizard-like in features, and had long bronze-colored spikes protruding along its tail every few inches. So, it was deadly from the front and the back. Fantastic. Bagman announced it was a Hungarian horntail. As Potter came into view, the dragon was making a great deal of noise, hunching protectively over the eggs and trashing its spiked tail back and forth, leaving yard-long gouge marks on the hard ground. Potter raised his wand toward the castle. Theo could only imagine him casting the summoning charm over the screams of the crowd as the dragon snarled at him. Please let it work, Theo thought desperately as Potter waited for his broom to appear. It soon did, soaring through the air and stopping dead in midair beside him, waiting for him to mount. Bagman was shouting something that couldn't be heard over the crowd's screams. As Potter swung a leg over the broom and kicked off from the ground, Potter dived, the horntail's head following him closely, and pulled away just as the dragon let out a stream of fire, barely grazing his face. He seemed to be fine, no burns for the moment. Had he taken the potion? Great Scott! He can fly! Yelled Bagman over the gasps of the crowd. Are you watching this, Mr. Crumb? Potter soared higher in a circle and plummeted just before the horntail opened his mouth, but he was less lucky this time. While he had managed to avoid the flames, Theo clenched his hands as he watched the dragon's tail graze the Gryffindor's shoulder. The crowd screamed and groaned as Potter flew higher, out of its reach. He began to switch directions while flying, making sure the dragon followed him closely with its eyes, but staying far away from the reach of its flames. Potter, the stupid show-off, was increasingly annoying the horntail, making it stretch its neck to snarl at him. And then the dragon reared, spreading its leathery wings. Potter dived immediately, speeding to the ground and reaching for the egg. He's got it! Tracy yelled from beside him, clutching his arm painfully. The crowd was screaming and cheering loudly. Theo let out a breath he hadn't noticed he'd been holding. Look at that, Bagman was saying, though he could barely be heard over the cheers. Well, will you look at that? As the crowd calmed down, the judges began giving out their scores. First went Madame Maxime, who displayed an elegant 8 in the air above them. Next went Dumbledore and Mr. Crouch, both shooting 9s into the air. The crowd cheered even harder. Finally, Karkaroff raised his wand and shot out his score. A 4? Seriously? Zabini groaned. The only one who deserved a high score in Karkaroff's eyes was Crumb. What a joke. That means Potter and Crumb are tied up for first place, Theo said as Potter walked away from the grounds, the golden egg held under his arm. Next to him, Tracy put out the jar of bluebell flames. Well, not bad for Hogwarts. A tie for first place, and second place for Diggory. That'll teach those snobbish Beauxbatons brats, said Daphne as they got up from their seats. And Potter's not dead. That'll annoy Malfoy for sure, laughed Blaise. They walked in companionable silence back to the castle. The start of December brought wind and sleet to Hogwarts. To Theo's chagrin, the castle was always drafty in winter. He hated the cold. To make matters worse, they were still tending to the horrible Scroots in care of magical creatures. There were only 10 left, thank Merlin. Apparently their desire to kill each other hadn't been exorcised out of them. They were now approaching 6 feet in length and were frankly the most repulsive thing Theo had ever seen. And considering what his father sometimes kept in Nott Manor, that was saying a lot. I'm not sure whether they hibernate or not, Hagrid was telling the shivering class. Thought we'd just try and see if they fancied a kip. We'll just settle him down in these boxes. The class stared dispiritedly at the enormous boxes Hagrid had brought out, all lined with pillows and fluffy blankets. We'll just let him in here, said Hagrid, and put the lids on. We'll see what happens. Turns out, the Scroots did not hibernate, nor did they seem to appreciate being forced into pillow-lined boxes and nailed in. The Scroots rampaged around the pumpkin patch. The remains of the boxes were smoldering, strewn around the grounds. Hagrid was running around yelling, "Don't panic now! Don't panic!" "Absolutely not," Malfoy said next to him before fleeing towards Hagrid's hut. "I can't believe I'm agreeing with Malfoy, but I'm out," said Blaise, turning around to follow him. Every man for himself. Theo wasn't going to argue with him and followed both boys into the safety of the cabin. The other students were quick to catch on, and soon enough most of them were barricaded inside. However, some of them, all of them Gryffindors of course, Theo noted, remained outside trying to help Hagrid, Potter, and his 2 friends among them. Potter and Weasley seemed to have fixed whatever their problem was ever since the first task was finished. Together, they had managed to somehow restrain and tie up 9 of the Scroots, at the cost of what seemed like numerous burns and cuts. Eventually, only 1 Scroot remained, the evil beast, Theo thought scathingly. "Hey, look," Zabani called to Theo near the end of class. "It's that reporter, Rita Skeeter." Skeeter was leaning on the garden fence in a garishly bright purple coat, quill at the ready. "Is that a crocodile skin handbag?" Daphne asked from behind them, leaning on Theo. "Has she ever heard of the term class? Just look at that coat." They watched as Skeeter began talking to Hagrid. "That's going to be trouble," Theo said. "For Hagrid, at any rate," Daphne agreed. "And possibly Potter. Is Potter smart enough to tell her to be gone?" They watched as she only said a couple of words to Potter, seeming to focus on Hagrid. "What do you suppose that's all about?" said Blaise. "She's just trying to stir up trouble any way she can," said Theo. "Hagrid's a good target. Just look at the state of the Gryffindors outside." Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson. The students slowly exited Hagrid's hut, making sure the coast was clear before they left its safety entirely. "Nott," Hagrid called. "Wait until everyone has left. I need to speak WU." Zabani laughed beside him. "Maybe he wants you to take a Scroot for another walk?" Theo elbowed him sharply. "Don't even joke about that. And don't think I forgot about how you just left me behind, you traitor," he said, watching enviously as the other Slytherins left. "House's motto, we always save our own skin. I'll save you a seat for lunch if you haven't been eaten alive by then." Waving, the taller boy jogged to catch up with Davis and Greengrass, who both shrugged at him before continuing their way back to the castle. By that moment, everyone had left, and Hagrid was nowhere in sight. Theo groaned under his breath and turned to look for him, letting out a startled breath as he found Potter right behind him, his hand raised to touch his shoulder. His eyes narrowed. "Potter," the Gryffindor seemed at loss with himself, quickly lowering his hand and sticking it in his pocket. "Hey, Nott. I asked Hagrid to keep you behind. I figured you'd appreciate the privacy." Theo lifted one of his eyebrows. "Subtle. I'm impressed. I didn't think you Gryffindors were capable of that." Potter glared at him, his eyes shining brightly under his glasses. "Are you going to be an asshole this entire time? If so, just tell me and I'll leave." "I'll behave, I promise," said Theo, Now what did you want? Potter seemed to deflate at this, raising a hand to run it through his hair, messing it up even further. I wanted to thank you for the potion. I ended up drinking it, and it turned out to be a good thing. I barely dodged the first jet of fire the dragon sent at me, and I could feel the flames slightly touch my face, but they didn't burn me. So, thanks for not poisoning me, I guess. Theo smirked slightly, tilting his head to the right. Are you doubting my honor, Potter? He asked, leaning back on the cabin's wall. Immediately, Potter lost all of his nervousness, squaring up right in Theo's face. Would it kill you to just say you're welcome? Not? You're welcome, said Theo, waiting for Potter to back away, which he did soon after, letting out a shaky breath. Anything else? That's it. I guess you Slytherins are not all that bad. Well, don't go spreading that around. I have a reputation to maintain. Theo pushed himself away from the wall, shouldering his bag. For the first time in who knows how many weeks, his robes had actually made it to the end of the lesson without getting damaged in some way. Like I would ever go around saying there's a Slytherin who might actually be a decent person. Potter scoffed as he passed next to him, crossing his arms. Theo turned to stare at him as he walked. Wouldn't dream of it, Potter, he said, before turning on his heel and making his way towards the castle. Lunch awaited. Chapter end notes. Hello, Theo? Malfoy called. He wants his Potter back. I'm having so much fun writing Harry's and Theo's interactions, and Theo's POV is quickly becoming one of my favorites. As always, feel free to leave a comment. They make my days brighter and inspire to write more often. Love. See you next time XX. Blackmail material. Chapter notes. I now have a beta, so thank you to Miss Freja for bearing with all my mistakes and helping me improve this story. I hope you enjoy this chapter. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Mr. Crabbe, would you leave your eating for dinner so that the rest of your housemates are able to hear something other than your jaw at work? Snape drawled irritably at Crabbe. He reluctantly stashed his pumpkin pasties in his robes. Earlier that day, the potions master had had the prefects call a house meeting, so the entirety of Slytherin House was assembled in their common room. Now then, as you all very well know, the Yule Ball is approaching. It is a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and an opportunity for you all to socialize with our foreign guests. The ball will be open only to those in 4th year and above. However, younger students may attend if they are accompanied by a student who meets the requirements. Parkinson, will you cease making that infernal noise? Pansy Parkinson, to everyone's displeasure, had begun giggling shrilly. Daphne was quick to elbow her in the ribs, her face working furiously as she tried not to roll her eyes at the other girl. Parkinson looked around until her eyes settled on Malfoy and blushed as she pressed her lips together to keep quiet. Dress robes will be worn properly, Snape continued, and the ball will start at 8 o'clock on Yule, finishing at midnight in the Great Hall. Now, I expect all of you to behave in a manner befitting of your house. I will be most displeased if a Slytherin student embarrasses the school in any way. To ensure that your ballroom dancing is adequate, your prefects and I will be holding lessons tomorrow afternoon. You will all be required to attend in order to settle whether or not you require further instructions, even if you are not going to the Yule Ball. You may consider it practice for future events. If you do not have a partner to practice with, one will be provided for you. Any questions? Not while your face looks like that, Theo thought as he took in his professor's sneer. It appeared the rest of their house thought similarly, even as the younger students seemingly vibrated in their seats. Dismissing them, Snape left with a sweep of his cloak. The moment the entrance closed behind him, the silence was broken by students eager to discuss the upcoming event. Theo and Blaise were quick to claim 4 armchairs near the bookshelves as they waited for Daphne and Tracy to brave the crowd and join them. Have you given any thought to who you're going with? Zabini asked, as the girls finally arrived and took the free seats. We have. And so, we have a proposition for both of you, said Daphne, turning to her friend so she could explain. We go together, the 4 of us. Theo will escort me, and Blaise will escort Daphne, but we'll switch later on. It'll be more fun that way, don't you think? Said Tracy with an excited smile. Is that meant to be a proposition? Why, Daphne, I had no idea you felt that way, Blaise teased, fluttering his eyelashes at her. Daphne scoffed at him. I changed my mind. I'm taking Theo, she said, leaning back into her armchair. Absolutely not. I called Theo. Tracy complained. Zabini will be busy staring at his reflection in his plate anyway. Blaise gasped in outrage. Well, now I'm going with Theo. You two deserve each other anyway. At this rate, Theo will be going by himself. Theo interrupted them. Honestly, we're sticking to your plan, Tracy. Don't mind him. Nott, you break my heart, said Blaise, placing his hand over his chest emotionally and standing up with a flourish. Allow me to rectify this myself. Eris Greengrass, will you do me the honor of allowing me to escort you to the Yule Ball? He bowed slightly as he offered her his hand. Well, Heir Zabini, I would be most honored, replied Daphne, placing her hand in his and giggling as he placed a chaste kiss on the back of it. What about me? Don't I get a formal proposal, Theo? Tracy turned to him with wide eyes, leaning forward. You should be asking me. This was your idea, after all, Theo said, teasingly pushing her shoulder back into her armchair. She gasped in mock outrage. Rude. Shockingly rude. The rest of the week went by quickly, even with Professor Snape's dancing lessons. On Tuesday morning, the list of students with non-desirable dancing skills was posted on the notice board. Most of the fourth years had managed to go by them unscathed, except for Crabbe, Goyle, and shockingly, Millicent Bulstrode. I would have thought Bulstrode knew how to dance better. Her family always attends the Malfoy's annual gala, said Tracy as they sat for breakfast. Oh, please. She has 2 left feet, Daphne responded as she sipped her pumpkin juice. I pity whoever ends up being her partner. Tracy laughed happily. Who would you rather go with? Goyle or Bulstrode? Theo grimaced in answer. I think I'd rather go Stag. How come Crabbe isn't an option? Blaise asked, leaning over the table. Same attributes as Goyle, and you get constant snacks throughout the night. Snacks touched beforehand by his grubby hands. Tracy Mock shuddered as the owls came in with their mail. A barn owl landed in front of Theo with his copy of the Daily Prophet and picked at Zabini's oats before flying away. I'm scared to know what his robe is filled with on a daily basis. As Theo scanned that day's news, he came across the newest article from Rita Skeeter. Zabini leaned to read over his shoulder. Hey, isn't that Potter and Granger in the picture? Theo folded the paper to read more comfortably. Harry Potter's secret heartache. Well now, he raised his eyebrows in alarm. I wonder what Granger did to piss Skeeter off like this. Listen, Miss Granger, a plain but ambitious girl, seems to be developing a taste for famous wizards. Her latest prey, sources report, is none other than the, Theo broke off to snicker. Sorry, is none other than the Bulgarian bonbon Victor Crumb. No word yet on how Harry Potter's taking this latest emotional blow. However, it might not be Miss Granger's doubtful natural charms that have captured these boys' interest. She's really ugly, says Pansy Parkinson, a pretty and vivacious fourth-year student. Daphne interrupted him with a snort. Pretty? Parkinson and her pug face? But Tracy quickly shushed her, motioning for Theo to continue. As I was saying, but she'd be well up to making a love potion. She's quite brainy. I think that's how she's doing it. Love potions are, of course, banned at Hogwarts, and no doubt, Albus Dumbledore will want to investigate these claims. In the meantime, Harry Potter's well-wishers must hope that next time, he bestows his heart on a worthier candidate. As if Dumbledore would bother to pay attention to whatever gossip Skeeter writes, said Theo, as he put down the paper. Do you reckon Granger has read it already? I would be pissed to be referred to as plain but ambitious, Tracy added, buttering her toast. We have potions today with the Gryffindors, right? Theo asked, pausing and adding sugar to his tea. The other 3 Slytherins groaned in unison. You don't think we can hide today's paper from Malfoy and his cronies, do you? Tracy asked in despair. They all quickly turned towards where the blond boy was sitting, sighing sadly as they saw an excited Parkinson shove the Daily Prophet into Malfoy's greedy hands. History of Magic and Transfiguration went by quickly, with Malfoy keeping his head down. Theo thought he was probably coming up with whatever he wanted to sneer at Potter later. Unfortunately, the time for potions inevitably came. The Slytherins were the first to arrive, with Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle standing in a huddle outside the classroom with Parkinson and Bulstrode. As the Gryffindors began to appear, Parkinson peered excitedly around Goyle's broad back with the paper clutched in her hands. There they are. There they are. She giggled and threw the paper at them. Granger grit her teeth and didn't bother reading it. She probably had a subscription herself, Theo thought. So odds were she'd already read it. At that moment, the dungeon door opened, and Snape beckoned them all inside. Theo, Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy headed for a table near the front of the classroom as usual. Once Snape had turned his back on them to write up the ingredients for that day's potion on the blackboard, Theo glanced behind them to where the Gryffindors were seated. He wasn't the only one staring. Most of the Slytherins were. Granger gave them all a sarcastic smile and a wave. Theo grimaced as he turned in his seat and began unpacking the ingredients he would need for his witch-sharpening potion. As he and Zabini worked over their respective cauldrons in silence, he could hear a faint chattering behind him. He felt more than saw Snape walking down the classroom and winced in sympathy for whoever was talking. Fascinating though your social life undoubtedly is, Miss Granger, I must ask you not to discuss it in my class. 10 points from Gryffindor. Seeing as it was them who were in trouble, Theo chanced turning back once more. Snape had snatched the paper from their desk. Reading under the table as well? A further 10 points from Gryffindor. Oh, but of course. Snape stopped for a second as he skimmed over Rita Skeeter's article. Potter has to keep up with his press cuttings. The dungeon rang with the Slytherins' laughter, and Snape began to read the article out loud. Harry Potter's secret heartache. Dear Potter. What's ailing you now? Potter's face was flushed deep red with embarrassment. Snape was taking his time reading the article, to Malfoy's delight. The other boy was grinning from ear to ear, proudly flashing his Potter Stinks badge. Harry Potter's well-wishers must hope that, next time, he bestows his heart upon a worthier candidate. How very touching, sneered Snape, as he folded the paper in half. I think I had better separate the three of you, so you can keep your minds on your potions rather than on your tangled love lives. Weasley, you stay here. Miss Granger, over there, next to Miss Parkinson. Potter, switch with Mr. Zabini. Move. Now. Theo turned to stare miserably at Blaise as the other boy packed his cauldron with a grumble. Why Snape decided to inconvenience the Slytherins was beyond them. Soon enough, Potter arrived and began to violently unload his ingredients, making Theo scramble to keep his scarab beetles from rolling off the table. Do you mind, Potter? He hissed, gathering the beetles into a pile. Potter begrudgingly sat down with a grimace. Sorry, Nott, he said, as he finished mashing his scarab beetles. He began cutting his ginger root, but his hands were trembling so much he couldn't manage the clean cut the potion required. Theo sighed. You're ruining your ginger root. I'll cut your ginger root in mine if you grind my beetles. I hate the smell they exude when pounded, he offered, extending his hand for the ginger. To his credit, Potter only hesitated for a moment before answering. Deal, he said, passing the ginger root and taking the beetles from their pile on the table, along with the offered mortar. They worked in silence for a while, until Potter cleared his throat. So, the Yule Ball is coming up. Have you asked anyone yet? He asked awkwardly, staring intently at the beetles. Theo blinked at him in shock before shaking his head slightly. I'm going with Davis, I suppose, but we're really going as a group, along with Zabini and Greengrass, he answered, focusing on making the cuts as precise as he could. Oh, that's cool, going as a group. I didn't know Zabini was interested in Greengrass. Theo paused in his cutting. He's not? Where did you get that idea from? Potter was still not looking at him. Instead, he was holding up a measuring cup to check if he had poured in the correct amount of armadillo bile. Well, they're going together, aren't they? Like you and Davis, I guess I also didn't know you were seeing each other. He shrugged, glancing at Theo quickly before focusing again on his bile. Theo spared a glance to ensure Snape wasn't near them. Luckily, he was across the dungeon terrorizing Longbottom. Potter, you're aware it's all right to take friends, right? It doesn't mean anything. You could take Granger or Weasley, and no one would bat an eye. In our case, Greengrass and Tracy will probably dance a couple of songs together, like I might do with Zabini. No one cares as long as you don't trip, Theo said, measuring his own armadillo bile carefully. Who are you going with? Potter blushed as he mixed in his ginger root. I haven't asked anyone yet. It's like everyone travels and packs these days. If you can't get someone alone, how are you supposed to ask them? Theo hummed non-committally as his potion turned a nice blue color. He mixed the ground beetles, grimacing and scrunching his nose at the smell. Potter continued talking as he remixed his potion, adding more armadillo bile. I also hadn't considered going with Ron. It might end up being fun, so who knows? I'll have to ask him later what he thinks about it. Theo grabbed his arm before Potter could add more ginger root to his potion. Your potion's dark green, Potter. You're not supposed to stop stirring until it's yellow. Then, you add more ginger root. Potter flushed again as he put down the ginger root. Thanks. I didn't read that part. Theo cleared his throat before continuing with his potion. Ask Weasley later. Now focus on your potion. I want to end this lesson without your cauldron exploding next to me. They didn't talk much after that, preferring to work in silence. Though Theo kept sneaking glances to Potter's potion to make sure it stayed on the correct color scheme. With how the ground beetle smelled, he definitely did not want to end with a failed potion all over his nice robes. For a moment, their potions turned a bright green, looking very similar to Potter's own eye color. When the bell rang, both boys collected their things carefully. See you around, Nott. Thanks for the idea, Potter said, as he gave him a small wave and hurried to catch up with Weasley and Granger, the Hogwarts staff, demonstrating a continued desire to impress the visitors from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, seemed determined to show the castle at its best this Yule. Everlasting icicles had been attached to the banisters of the marble staircase. The usual 12 evergreen trees in the Great Hall were bedecked with everything from luminous holly berries to real, hooting, golden owls, and near the entrance, a Yule log was already burning with black fire. Theo awoke early on Christmas Day to the usual presents from his father. Ignoring them, he got up to wake up Blaise before grabbing 3 wrapped packages and heading toward the common room to meet Tracy and Daphne so they could all exchange gifts. Both girls were already waiting for them near the fireplace. He had been careful with their presents this year. For Zabini, he'd gotten a golden griffin brooch with an emerald on its eye and a diamond on his beak. It had the advantage of heating up whenever its user was being lied to. For Davis, he'd gotten a book on the healing properties and uses of crystals she'd been talking about for the last couple of months. And for Greengrass, an elegant silver-green moleskin pouch. In turn, Blaise had gifted him a magic silver penknife with hidden attachments for any locks or knots. Tracy had somehow found an early edition of witchcraft and magic in the Nordic Middle Ages, and Daphne had gotten him a new golden wizarding chess set. They spent most of the morning in the common room, where everyone was enjoying their presents. Malfoy had been gifted an obscene amount of sweets as usual, and he generously brought the gigantic package down with him when he, Crabbe, and Goyle joined them near the fireplace. Eventually, Bulstrode and Parkinson joined them for a while, before they all went to the Great Hall for lunch. To Crabbe and Goyle's excitement, it included at least 100 turkeys and puddings, and large piles of Krabaga's wizarding crackers. They spent the afternoon in the dungeons, playing Exploding Snap and taking turns with Theo's new chess set. Theo was feeling rather vindicated after defeating Malfoy 3 times in a row, much to the other boys' frustration. Eventually, the girls retreated to their rooms to get ready for the ball, and the boys remained for another hour before deciding they might as well get changed. Zabini's robes, Theo noted, were a deep dark purple and contrasted nicely with his skin tone. He was also rather happy with how his hair had behaved that day, with a stray curl brushing his forehead. He straightened his navy blue robes in front of the mirror before following Blaise back into the common room to wait for Tracy and Daphne. Both girls joined them 7:45. Daphne was wearing a stunning ice blue dress and had her long blonde hair in some complicated twist, and Tracy had on a silver shimmery flowing dress. Her hair was gently curled away from her face. By that time, Malfoy had already come down as well. He was wearing dress robes of black velvet with a high collar. Parkinson, clad in a pink frilly dress, was hanging from his arm, smiling widely. The 6 of them left the dungeons together, seeing no one else from their year in the common room. The entrance hall was packed with students, all milling around waiting for 8 o'clock, when the doors to the Great Hall would be thrown open. Those people who were meeting partners from different houses were edging through the crowd, trying to find one another. Finally, the doors to the Great Hall opened, and the students were ushered in. The walls of the hall had all been covered in sparkling silver frost, with hundreds of garlands of mistletoe and ivy crossing the starry black ceiling. The house tables had vanished. Instead, there were about 100 smaller, lantern-lit ones, each seating about a dozen people. They settled on a table relatively close to a large round table at the top of the hall, where the judges were sitting down. Bulstrode, looking sullen in a mossy green dress, joined them eventually, along with Crabbe and Goyle. Once everyone was settled, Professor McGonagall entered the Great Hall, followed by the champions and their respective partners. As he stood up to clap, Theo noted that Potter had ended up with Weasley as his partner. Potter was wearing some rather nice bottle green dress robes. Weasley, on the other hand, "Good Hecate, I had forgotten how dreadful Weasley's robes were," said Malfoy, scoffing at the redhead. Theo had to agree with him. Back when he'd seen Weasley on the train, he had only managed to catch a glimpse at some frills, but his robes now looked depressingly frayed. Both Gryffindors seemed to be having fun at least, as they held back laughter on their way to the top of the hall. "Is that Hermione Granger with Victor Crumb?" Daphne asked. Theo quickly focused on the other champions. Granger was indeed walking down the hall with Crumb. She looked quite pretty, Theo thought, in her periwinkle dress. Parkinson and Malfoy, with their stunned silence, seemed to think so as well. "What a change! I guess she can look nice when she bothers to try," Tracy said as they all sat back down. The first part of the ball went smoothly. They talked as they ate, carrying on with their conversation from earlier and chattering about who went with whom and what they were wearing. When all the food had been consumed, Dumbledore stood up and asked the students to do the same. Then, with a wave of his wand, all the tables zoomed back along the walls, leaving the floor clear, and then he conjured a raised platform into existence along the right wall. A set of drums, several guitars, a lute, a cello, and some bagpipes were set upon it. The Weird Sisters now trooped up onto the stage to a wildly enthusiastic applause. They picked up their instruments and struck up a slow, mournful tune. The champions opened the ball, walking onto the brightly lit dance floor and beginning the waltz. The Slytherins laughed openly when they saw Potter and Weasley dancing together. Their faces were stuck in a state between laughter and pain every time they stepped on each other's feet. Soon enough, other couples joined in, among them Dumbledore with Professor McGonagall and Madame Maxime with Hagrid. Daphne and Tracy shot out from their seats giggling, with Tracy leading Daphne by the hand onto the dance floor. "Hey, you're both our dates," Zabini called at them, as they began to dance among the other couples. Malfoy laughed at them both as he led Parkinson to join the girls. "I've never felt so betrayed," Theo deadpanned, leaning back on his seat. "Well, look alive, Nott. I did not put on these robes to sit around all night," said Blaise as he stood up and straightened his robes. "Will you do me the honor of joining me for this dance, Nott? I'll lead, of course," he added, as he offered Theo his hand. Theo raised an eyebrow and glared at him half-heartedly. "We'll switch. I'll take that." After a while, the Weird Sisters picked up a new song, with a faster beat. Zabini inhaled suddenly in excitement. "My turn," he said as they switched so he could lead. They were careful to avoid one of the Weasley twins and his partner, who were dancing so exuberantly other students were backing away in fear of injury. They also steered clear of Mad-Eye and Professor Sinistra, who was nervously avoiding his wooden leg. Since it appeared that Tracy and Daphne had disappeared to Circe knew where, Blaise and Theo spent the rest of the night alternating in between dancing and hanging around the older Slytherins hogging one of the drink tables. When the Weird Sisters finished playing at midnight, everyone gave them a last, loud round of applause and started to win their way into the entrance hall. As they left the Great Hall, they could hear faint screaming. Zabini whistled slowly. "Oh look, Granger is screaming at Weasley." Screaming was an understatement, Theo thought. Weasley seemed to be complaining about how Granger shouldn't have gone with Crumb, and Granger was going on about how if Weasley truly cared about who she went with, then he should have asked her from the beginning, or something along those lines. Potter was just awkwardly standing beside Weasley. Theo winced when he remembered he was the one who told Potter to take Weasley with him. As they gave them a wide berth for their screaming match, Theo briefly caught Potter's eye as the other boy seemed to be staring at everything but his friends. He shrugged slightly at him before following Zabini back into the dungeons. After the Yuletide, things seemed to slow down for a while. As their lessons started again, the Daily Prophet published a scathing article, written of course by Rita Skeeter, about how their professor of care of magical creatures was a half-giant. Hagrid had not shown his face since, and Professor Grubblyplank had taken over his lessons. Words couldn't describe the relief Theo felt when she announced they would be taking a break from the blast-ended Scroots, but he may have teared up a little. As the second task drew nearer, he noticed Potter was looking more and more frazzled. More than once he wondered if the other boy was leaving his preparations for the last minute, just like he had the time before, but he dismissed the thought promptly. He had no reason to approach Potter and ask him how he was doing with his training. The day before the second task found Theo in the library, finishing up an essay for Snape. He was being extra careful with the details, since their professor had been on a mean streak for the last couple of days. It appeared like someone had broken into the potion storeroom and stolen some of his ingredients. He could feel his eyelids growing heavier with each page he read. He hadn't been able to sleep properly in a while, and it was slowly affecting him. Last Saturday, he had fallen asleep while reading outside under an oak tree, and by the time he had woken up, it was already dark out. When he noticed he had been reading the same line for over 5 minutes, he decided a quick rest wouldn't hurt him, as he leaned his head over his arms and closed his eyes. Harry was going mad. Maybe if he had a full-blown panic attack, they would allow him to skip the following day's task. Hermione and Ron had been called to McGonagall's office, and he had been left alone in the library with no idea how to be underwater for over an hour and stay alive. He paced the rows of bookshelves, muttering under his breath, as he tried to think of something that could help him. He was about to turn around and check again the books Hermione had picked out when a soft snore distracted him. He peered into one of the desks and found a Slytherin student sleeping there. He would have left if he hadn't noticed the book peeking out from the student's book bag. It was Nott's book, so then this student was Nott. He was the only fourth-year Slytherin with that hair anyway. Harry crossed his fingers and prayed to whatever deity was listening that Nott would somehow be able to help him. He had done so last time, so with luck he would do it again. Nott. Hey, Nott, he whispered, shaking the boy's shoulder. Nott blinked owlishly as he took in Harry's face. Potter? I don't have time to kill you right now. Come back in a couple of hours, he mumbled before burying his face in his arms. Harry shook his shoulder harder. Nott, wake up. I need your help, said Harry in a louder voice. With a groan, Nott finally lifted his head from the desk and rubbed his eyes. What, Potter? I need to be able to breathe underwater for an hour, or I might be dying tomorrow, Harry said quickly. Nott stared at him for a moment. I just woke up. I'm going to need you to repeat that slower. And explain yourself while you're at it, he said, shaking his head gently. For tomorrow's task, I'm going to be underwater for an hour, and I need to somehow survive that, said Harry. Do you know anything that could help? Or help me find something in any case? Nott sighed at him, getting up from his seat. Do you ever not procrastinate serious tasks that could cost you gravely? What have you got so far? Harry led him to where Ron and Hermione had been helping him pore over several text books in search of something that might help. We were looking for some kind of charm that could help me, but we didn't find anyone. And now they had to go find Professor McGonagall because she apparently needed them for something. Potter. Nott snapped at him. Do you ever stop talking? Focus. They searched for a couple of hours without success. Harry was close to ripping his hair out. Your friends had a copy of Magical Water Plants of the Highland Locks out. They might have been onto something, said Nott as he rummaged over what could very well be their 6th pile of books. Harry groaned into his hands. That's about plants, Nott. How are plants going to help me with this? Magical water plants, Potter. Do you ever pay attention to details? Oh, here, look. Nott stood up excitedly with the book in his hands, showing it to Harry. He pointed towards a section near the end of the right page. Gillyweed resembles a bundle of slimy, gray-green rat tails. It can be used in a great variety of potions. When eaten, it gives the consumer gills, allowing them to breathe underwater, and webbing between the fingers and toes, allowing them to swim underwater with ease. That would solve your problem. You only need to ingest the right amount, Nott said, closing the book with a triumphant exhale. Harry just stared at him incredulously. Nott, that solves nothing. How am I supposed to get gillyweed before the task? Where could you even get it? I can't run off to the Highland Locks to find some, he said, throwing his hands into the hair. This is how I die. Drowned because I couldn't find some stupid weeds in time. Stop being dramatic. You're going to get us kicked out. It said gillyweed could be used in potions. Maybe Professor Snape has some. Nott shrugged. You're telling me all we need to do is break into Snape's classroom to find some? Harry asked with a spark of hope in voice. Nott's eyes widened. Absolutely not. There's no we. I helped you find a solution to your problem. You do the rest. Nott turned around toward where his things were, with Harry close to his heels. You're a Slytherin. You know where he keeps those, Harry said, grabbing Nott's essay before he could put it back in his book bag. Careful with that. Don't wrinkle it. And everyone knows where the ingredients are kept. If you paid attention in potions class, you would too. Now give me back my essay, he snarled, holding out his hand. Harry quickly folded the essay away inside his robes. Well, I don't. I need you to come with me. Nott scoffed. Find one of your dim-witted Gryffindor friends. Maybe they'll be foolish enough to break into Snape's potion storeroom with you. I'm going to bed. Keep the essay. I can just write it again. Inspiration struck Harry like lightning. Either you come with me, or I'll post Hermione's SPEW members list on the Great Hall's bulletin board. Harry watched with enjoyment as Nott stopped dead on his tracks. You don't have that list. I'm secretary. Of course I have it. So what will it be? Suicide mission, or being a public member of SPEW? Imagine when Malfoy sees it, Harry teased with a wide grin. Nott sneered at him. I despise you, Potter. How do you suggest, then, that we make our way to Snape's classroom? The professors have probably already begun their patrolling. Hermione was going to kill him after this, Harry thought as he pulled out his invisibility cloak from his robes. With this, Nott stared at him, befuddled, before answering. A piece of fabric? Are you going to throw it at the head of whoever finds us as we run past them? Harry rolled his eyes before pulling the cloak over his shoulders, watching as Nott's eyes widened in shock. I've never seen an invisibility cloak before. How did you manage to get one? He asked, stunned, as he stared at Harry's floating head. There's no time. Let's go. It'll cover us both. Whether from excitement at getting to touch the invisibility cloak, or in a hurry to get this stupid plan over with, Nott quickly shouldered his book bag and stood right beside Harry. Harry felt Nott shiver at the cool feeling of the cloak settling over their heads. They walked quickly toward the dungeons, only running into Mrs. Norris as they neared the tapestry corridor. I could just kick her right now, and there's no way Filch would ever know. Nott whispered to him as they watched her turn the corner, making Harry snort. Who's the one not focusing now? Come on, the coast is clear. They quietly entered the potions classroom, locking the door behind them. Nott quickly led them to a cabinet near Snape's desk and pulled out his wand. Specialis Revelio. Well, hopefully there's no wards active then. Alohomora, he recited. Harry could hear the lock clicking as it was unlocked and the doors swung open, revealing dozens of glass jars and other containers. How did Gillyweed look again? He asked as Nott anxiously stared at the door. Slimy, gray-green rat tails. Doesn't Snape have his ingredients labeled? Well, there's a lot of ingredients here. Switch with me. I'll keep watch while you search. He neared the door and tried to tune out the clinking of glass as Nott searched the cabinet in order to listen for footsteps or voices. After a couple of minutes, the clinking stopped. Found it. Nott called back at him. Snape's also curiously low on Boomslong's skin. I wonder what that's for. Well, that sounded familiar, Harry thought as Nott locked the cabinet once more and walked over to him. I just grabbed a bundle. You can look over how much you need to ingest before the task. I think Boomslong's skin is used for Polyjuice Potion, said Harry, without thinking. Nott narrowed his gray eyes at him, handing over the jar with the gillyweed. And you know that, how? Harry shook his head to clear his thoughts and shrugged. Hermione. Now hurry up, we need to leave. Nott quickly got under the cloak once more as they left the classroom. However, as they neared the steps, Harry's foot went through a faulty floorboard, creaking noisily. As he lost his balance, the glass jar slipped from his fingers, rolling away before he or Nott could catch it. Don't move. Nott hissed as he hurriedly ducked from under the cloak and gave chase to the rolling jar. Harry was about to call back that he couldn't move even if he wanted to, when he suddenly heard Peeves singing in the distance. Nott had heard him as well, going by how tense he went all of a sudden. The Slytherin boy quickly turned back into the classroom as Peeves neared the corner. Harry tried to stay as quiet as possible as he heard noises come from behind the door. Peeves gleefully followed the noise, and, after a moment, Harry watched in astonishment as Nott came out of the classroom unfazed and hurried to where he was still stuck in the floor. "Potter?" Nott whispered, as he tentatively reached out towards him with his free hand. Harry quickly grabbed his wrist and pulled him under the cloak once more, before Peeves came out. With Nott's help, he managed to free his foot, and they left the corridor in a hurry. "How did you manage to avoid Peeves?" Harry asked breathlessly as they stopped near the Slytherin dungeons. "I made a ruckus from inside Snape's office and Peeves got excited. He may be throwing cauldrons around as we speak. Snape's not going to be happy when he sees it tomorrow." Nott grimaced as he tried to catch his breath. "I think I can make it back safely from here. There's a passage that will lead me straight to our common room. I trust you will make it back with no problems thanks to that cloak of yours." "Sure," Harry said. "Hey, Nott. Thank you again for helping me. I really appreciate it. If you ever need anything, just let me know." Nott perked up at that. "Let me borrow that cloak for a night, then?" "Absolutely not," Harry replied immediately. "You said anything, and you blackmailed me into helping you tonight. I'm borrowing your cloak," Nott called as he headed down the corridor. "You can't take it back now," Harry grumbled in annoyance as the Slytherin walked out of his sight. He walked carefully back to the Gryffindor Tower, and only relaxed once he entered the common room and made his way up to the dorms. As he threw himself on his bed with a sigh, his eyes snapped open as he heard the telltale sound of crinkling parchment. "Shit, Nott's essay. Chapter end notes. What did you think? Your kudos keep Peeves distracted, and your comments wish Harry luck for the upcoming second task. See you soon. XX. Swimming in Old Grudges. Chapter notes. As always, a special thank you to my beta, Miss Freja. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The next morning, Theo woke up before the rest of his roommates. As usual, it had been a restless night for him. Shaking the remnants of his dream from his mind, he got dressed and wrote a note for Blaise to meet him in the entrance hall after breakfast. He left the note on the other boy's bedside table and left the dungeons with a book in his hands, heading for the clock tower. I was early enough that if he read his way through breakfast, he would finally be able to finish it. He'd made up his mind to skip breakfast anyway. After his dream, he didn't feel he could stomach it. Theo settled himself behind the clock face, angled so he could see the skyline when he looked up from his book. He read calmly for a while, enjoying, for once, the cool wind brushing against skin and through his hair. Seer was something he'd been interested in since before attending Hogwarts, due to his family's heritage. His mother had encouraged it when he was younger, helping him draw basic protective runes and going over ancient chants with him before she became confined to her bed. He had originally taken the Ancient Runes elective in hopes of deepening his understanding of the subject, but he was disappointed to realize that it only received a passing mention. But he'd found plenty of books on the subject in the darker parts of Alaric's library over the summer. His father usually didn't mind when Theo went over his journals and other objects, as long as he stayed out of his way. However, he certainly didn't appreciate him taking out anything the Ministry might consider dark, so Theo, with Wilby's help, had sneaked away a couple of books without his notice. He transfigured their covers before term started. He wasn't going to take any chances. The book resting on his lap was a transcript of the Poetic Edda, which referred to the eminent magical attributes that the runes themselves possessed and how they work in particular ways regardless of the intended uses to which they're put by their writer. Unfortunately, Theo only got an hour of peace and quiet before the door leading to the stairs was slammed open. He snapped the book shut, silently mourning having lost his place, and turned around to face the perpetrator. Of course, he mentally grumbled. Bloody Potter was standing in the doorway. "Really, Potter? First the library and now here? Are you stalking me?" Theo said, standing up. Potter glared at him as he rummaged through his robes. "Sod off, I was looking for you. I forgot to give you back your essay yesterday, and with the task later today, I wasn't sure when I would be able to talk to you again." He pulled out a wrinkled piece of parchment with a grimace. "I'm sorry it's wrinkled. I sort of laid down over it by accident. Reckoned you might prefer transcribing it over having to start all over." Theo grabbed what used to be his essay gingerly. It wasn't too bad, he supposed, and it truly beat having to write an entirely new essay. "Thank you, then," he replied, storing the parchment in between the pages of his book. He noticed Potter was lacking his usual 2 shadows. "You're alone," Theo pointed out. "You're never alone these days. Did you lose Granger and Weasley?" Potter's face fell instantly. "I can't find them. Professor McGonagall called them to her office last night, and I haven't seen them since. We were meant to go over what I could be facing in the second task. Something about recovering what they took." Inwardly sighing, Theo braced himself for whatever Potter-ensured drama he was about to dive into. And this time it was his own fault. He was far too curious about finding out what the other boy was talking about. "Who's they? Who was it that took it?" he asked Potter, who only then turned to look at him. "The Mare people. I'm supposed to go into the Black Lake and look for something they took, something I'll miss most. That's why I needed to breathe underwater for over an hour." "Something they took," Theo mused. "Something Potter will miss most?" His mind immediately went to the missing Gryffindors. "Something or someone? What do you mean?" Potter asked, his glasses askew. "Think about it. Why wouldn't your friends be with you at a time like this?" "The only reason I can come up with is because they can't," Theo told him excitedly. "Which means that one of them, or both who knows, is what you need to recover from the Mare people. Why would they endanger someone like that?" Potter's eyes were dangerously close to the manic look they'd held the night before. "I'm sure they're not in any danger. Knowing Dumbledore, he must have cast some advanced spell to allow them to safely breathe underwater until you find them," Theo hurried to add. That seemed to calm him, and Potter breathed in deeply. All right. Getting back Ron and Hermione. No big deal. I should be going. Thanks, Nott. You've really been a big help." "Hey, before you leave. About the cloak," Theo said before the other boy left. Potter turned around, rolling his eyes. "Oh, don't look at me like that. I just helped you again. I'd say I deserve a night with it." "Fine, Nott. I'll meet you here tonight before dinner starts. You get a day with it," Potter told him seriously. Theo smirked at him, leaning on the wall behind him and taking a look at his watch. It was almost time for the task to begin. "A pleasure doing business with you, Potter. Try not to die in today's task. I really want to." "Take a good look at your cloak." Potter smiled bashfully at that, raising a hand to scratch the back of his neck. "Is that your newest way of wishing me luck?" "It sucks. It's my newest way of telling you to get a hint and be on your way. The task will be starting soon," Theo told him, rolling his eyes. With a start, Potter checked his watch, his eyes widening as he saw the time. "See you later, Nott," the Gryffindor boy called as he turned and hurried down the stairs, leaving Theo alone. He figured he might as well make his way down, since Blaise and the girls would have probably finished their breakfast by the time he made it to the entrance hall. He wasn't wrong. The 3 of them were waiting near the marble steps. They waited until he had reached them to begin making their way toward the grounds. "Did you ditch breakfast just to have some quiet reading time?" Tracy asked him as they walked. Theo smiled gently as he looped her arm with hers. "If I read in the dormitories, I get distracted. There's too much noise." "I don't blame you," added Blaise. "I wouldn't be able to focus with Crabbe snoring." Daphne wrinkled her nose. "Luckily, none of the girls snore, but you should both be thankful you don't have to put up with a cloud of Pansy's perfume every morning. I hope she runs out soon." Tracy hummed in agreement as they reached the Black Lake. Along the pier were several small boats, which students were using to reach the seating structures located in the middle of the lake. Carefully, the 4 of them boarded one and sailed toward the seating area without incident. It was almost 9:30, which meant the task would be starting soon. Most of the seats were taken, but they managed to find a place near the bottom of the stands. As they sat down, Theo noticed the 4 champions were already standing in one of the lower structures, closer to the surface of the lake. The judges were seated at their usual gold-draped table. Ludo Bagman pointed his wand to his neck. "Welcome to the second task. Last night, something was stolen from each of our champions. A treasure, of sorts. These 4 treasures, one for each champion, now lie on the bottom of the Black Lake. In order to win, each champion need only find their treasure and return to the surface. Simple enough, right? Except for this, they will have 1 hour to do so, and 1 hour only. After that, they'll be on their own. No magic will save them." "Well, all our champions are ready for the second task," which will start at the sound of the cannon. On the count of 3, then. 1, 2, 3. Delacour, Diggory, and Crumb all dived gracefully into the lake the second the cannon went off. Theo winced as Potter stuffed his mouth with what could only be the gillyweed they had stolen the night before and jumped clumsily into the lake. After a moment, the water's surface stilled. Blaise groaned next to him. "Is that it? Do we have to spend an hour just staring at the lake?" he asked in disbelief. Theo just sighed and opened his book to try and find the last page he had read. "Let me know if something interesting happens," he told Blaise, getting comfortable on his seat. Maybe he would be able to finish his book that day after all. Half an hour passed without a hitch, and most spectators were talking amongst themselves. Theo could faintly hear his friends debating on whether or not they would have been able to see the contestants swim through the lake from their common room. He was currently engrossed in a particularly riveting passage on the differences between the Ogham and Theban alphabets and their relation to the Elder Futhark rune symbols. But before he could finish, he felt Blaise's sharp elbow dig painfully under his ribcage, making him gasp in pain. "Seriously?" he groaned, massaging his throbbing side. "I said let me know, not me." Blaise snorted at him. "Oh, please, I barely nudged you. Now look." Theo looked back at the structure closest to the lake, where Fleur Delacour was currently being pulled out of the water. "The time's not up yet. Did she finish already?" Tracy asked, straining to see what was going on below them. "Oh, she's trying to get back in," Daphne pointed out. Indeed, the Beauxbatons champion seemed to be arguing with the wizard who was currently leading her away from the edge of the platform. The further away they got, the more panicked her movements became. After a couple of minutes of arguing, she desisted and sat down in a nearby chair, looking distraught. "You nearly broke my ribs to watch Delacour's meltdown. How will I ever thank you enough, Blaise?" Theo drawled, lowering his eyes to focus on his book once more. "I didn't nudge you that hard," Blaise complained. "I didn't nudge him that hard," he said to Tracy and Daphne. "We know, Blaise," said Tracy. "Theo just loves complaining." She teased before changing the topic to how the champions must be facing some of the Grindylows of the Black Lake. Theo tuned them out, focusing on the last pages of his book. Soon enough, he reached the end and snapped the book closed in satisfaction. Most of the spectators, his 3 friends included, had gone quiet, staring intently at the lake's surface. With no Potter in sight yet, Theo checked his watch. The hour was up. 1 minute after the hour had passed, Diggory resurfaced with a spluttering Cho-Chong in his arms, causing the crowd to break into applause. Theo barely dodged Blaise's second nudge with a scowl. The other boy had been so focused with his staring he hadn't noticed Theo was done with his reading. A couple of seconds later, Crumb, or what appeared to be Crumb, it was a human torso with the head of the shark, resurfaced with Granger. Tracy groaned at the sight of him. Why? What has he done to himself?" she complained as they watched him get out of the water. Blaise gagged as they took in his entire body. It seemed like something straight out of a nightmare. "A partial transfiguration," answered Daphne with a grimace. "Makes for an awful sight, doesn't it? I will never be able to look at him in the same way." After this, Blaise moaned in despair as Tracy mockingly patted his head. Theo scanned the water with apprehension. Where the hell was Potter? The judges were staring at each other now, and Bagman was looking awfully tense as they all waited. After what seemed like an eternity, 3 heads emerged from the water. Theo let out a relieved sigh as he spotted Potter's dark hair and his mercifully normal face. Blaise turned to him with a smirk. "Were you worried about Potter, dearest Theodore?" he teased in an unbearably sweet tone. Theo sneered at him. "Of course, Zabini. And I'll be having tea with Longbottom later." "Sod off," he told him, rolling his eyes at Blaise's snicker. "Oh, look." Tracy interrupted them, pointing to where Dumbledore was crouching at the platform's edge, deep in conversation with a merperson. "I didn't know Dumbledore spoke Mermish." "It's Dumbledore. Are you really surprised?" Theo asked, as they waited for the scores to be given. After the headmaster had finished conversing with the merperson, the judges conversed amongst themselves. Theo supposed that this time, unlike with the first task, they would be giving their scores as a group, since they hadn't discussed anything the time before. Over one end of the platform, He could see Madame Pomfrey tending to the champions and their respective hostages. After a while, the judges finally finished their discussion and Ludo Bagman raised his wand to his neck once more. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our decision. Merchieftinus Mercus has informed us of exactly what happened at the bottom of the lake, and we have therefore decided to award marks out of 50 for each of the champions, as follows. Fleur Delacour, though she demonstrated excellent use of the bubblehead charm, was attacked by Grindylows as she approached her goal and failed to retrieve her hostage. We award her 25 points. Well, she's completely out of the running now, isn't she? She placed last once more, Tracy commented, receiving a nudge from Daphne for her troubles. Sure, the blonde said. Cedric Diggory, who also used the bubblehead charm, was first to return with his hostage, though he returned 1 minute outside the time limit of an hour. Enormous cheers erupted from the Hufflepuffs in the crowd. We therefore award him 47 points. Victor Crumb used an incomplete form of transfiguration, which was nevertheless effective, and was second to arrive with his hostage. We award him 40 points. The Durmstrang. Students roared in approval, with Karkaroff clapping violently. Harry Potter used Gillyweed to great effect, Bagman continued. He returned last, and well outside the time limit of an hour. However, the Merchieftinus informs us that Mr. Potter was first to reach the hostages, and that the delay in his return was due to his determination to return all hostages to safety, not merely his own. Theo rolled his eyes. Of course, Freya forbid Potter forget his Gryffindor tendencies for once in his life. Most of the judges, and here, Bagman gave Karkaroff a particularly nasty look, feel that this shows moral fiber and merits full marks. However, Mr. Potter's score is 45 points. The Gryffindors, along with several students from Beauxbatons, burst into cheers. That meant Potter was now tying for first place with Diggory, Theo mused as he clapped gently. The third and final task will take place at dusk on the 24th of June, continued Bagman. The champions will be notified of what is coming precisely 1 month beforehand. Thank you all for your support of the champions. The rest of the day was filled with theories about what had taken place underwater, since none of the students on the stands had been privy to the events. Soon enough, it was time for his meeting with Potter. With a new book in his bag, Theo made his way from the dungeons up to the clock tower, making sure to arrive earlier than they had agreed on. As he neared the top landing, he could hear the rain pouring heavily. He was tempted to sit down to read while he waited for Potter to appear. Storms were his absolute favorite background noise. To his surprise, Potter was already there, inspecting the mechanisms on the back of the clock face. Did you know it's an astronomical clock? Theo surprised himself by breaking the silence first, making Potter turn around suddenly. He noted the Gryffindor boy had faint welts on his neck and lower face. It tells not only the time, but shows the month, the sign of the zodiac, and the relative positions of the moon and sun. Potter relaxed at the sight of him. Oh, he said, turning around to continue his study of the clock. No, I didn't know that. I've heard the older students use it in astronomy class, Theo added, walking over to Potter's side. Well done on the task today. He cringed internally at how awkward he sounded. Potter scratched the back of his neck, turning to stare at him. Thanks. The gillyweed worked like a charm. He laughed lightly. I suppose you brought the cloak then? Theo asked, staring resolutely at the clock. Potter huffed next to him. Of course, you jump right onto that. Would you ever help someone if there wasn't something in it for you? Theo scoffed in protest, turning to stare at him. You were the one who offered something in return in the first place, Potter. And for the record, I do help people even if there's nothing at stake. Potter's face softened at that, making Theo's face feel hot all of a sudden. I guess you do. Even if you need a little blackmail to motivate you. I expect that list to never make an appearance, Potter, Theo warned, happy to fixate on other things rather than the soft smile that adorned Potter's face. Don't worry, I'll find other ways to convince you, Potter said cheekily, as he dug through his bag. He eventually pulled out his cloak and passed it to Theo, who took it excitedly. As promised, I'll meet you here tomorrow at the same time. I'm really trusting you here, Nott. Theo nodded at him. I'll take perfect care of it and return it as promised. Don't worry about it. Sudden thunder struck noisily, making Potter flinch suddenly. Are you heading down to dinner? Potter asked as he closed his bag and got ready to leave. Theo shook his head in answer. I think I'll stay for a while. I find thunderstorms soothing while I read. Potter ran a hand through his hair, laughing. I don't think I've ever seen someone read as much as Hermione, but you might give her a run for her money. I don't believe anyone can compare to Granger's hunger for knowledge, Theo retorted, as he folded the cloak carefully into his book bag before pulling out his book. Well then, I'll see you around, Nott, Potter said, waving his hand in goodbye. Theo nodded at him with a quick smile. See you around, Potter. As they entered March, the weather became drier, but cruel winds skinned their hands and faces every time they went out onto the grounds. Theo was constantly eyeing his favorite tree by the lake, hoping the weather would warm up enough so he could reclaim his usual reading place. For the time being, he had set up camp in the top landing of the clock tower, seeing as it was usually empty in his free time before dinner. Curiously enough, Potter had taken it upon himself to join him some days, under the reasoning of studying and practicing new spells for the upcoming third task. It surprised Theo how much he didn't mind the other boys' presence, considering how he only enjoyed the company of his friends. He usually just read and took notes for further investigation, while Potter did whatever he wanted. But as the days went on, they began discussing what they were both learning. He found Potter was particularly interested in Celtic knots. Well, interested not in the sense he actually wanted to read about them, but he enjoyed asking questions or listening to Theo's verbal vomit on the subject. So, if I were to tie a shield knot, what rope should I use? Potter asked one afternoon, as they were both going over some books Theo had taken out of the library earlier that day. You're supposed to use a cord made out of natural fibers, but it's left to the user's taste. However, considering the shield knot is a protection spell, you should soak your cord in salt water or diluted vinegar. You could also charge the water beforehand with stones, powders, or oils, Theo said, passing Potter the tome he had in his hands. He leaned back and enjoyed the brisk winds ruffling their hair. For a couple of minutes, he focused on the sound of Potter flipping the pages in a manner that would make Madame Pants furious if she were there to see it. Look, Potter said after a while. It says here to run the knot through incense smoke or the smoke of a candle to bless it. Do you reckon this really works? Theo shrugged. Magic has a lot of branches. I wouldn't be surprised if it worked to some degree, but I don't believe it to be as efficient as rune magic. Potter perked up at the mention of runes. That's what you were reading about the other day, right? Something about the Elder Further? Theo sat straighter and turned to look at him. You mean the Elder Futhark? It's the oldest form of the runic alphabets. We study it in ancient runes. The younger Futhark followed it and was used during the Viking era, but it's not as popular as the Elder, since it is easier to translate to the English alphabet. You can ask Granger about it. She has a better handle of it than I do. It wasn't exactly a lie. Granger had them all beat regarding translations and the history behind it. Theo shuddered at the thought of how much time the girl must dedicate daily to her studies. He was more interested in the esoteric meanings of the metaphysical concepts since, according to his father's books, it was fundamental for the runes user to understand the meanings of the runes and how they applied to their intended spell. Potter closed the book gently, focusing his bright eyes on Theo. I never really expected a Slytherin to be on speaking terms with Muggleborns, you know? I thought you all shared Malfoy's pureblood mentality. Theo inwardly sighed. They were having that conversation then. Don't misunderstand me. I'm proud of my bloodline, even if some of my family members have taken less than honorable actions, he said, immediately thinking of his father's affiliation with the Death Eaters. However, I don't believe anyone to be lesser due to their origins. Potter snorted. Well, you'd be the first. Theo frowned in answer, barely holding back the instinctual sneer from whenever someone insulted his house. Not everyone in Slytherin is a bigot, Potter. Honoring pureblood culture and customs does not make us pureblood supremacists, he retorted, already feeling whatever appreciation he might have had for Potter disappear. Your own founder wanted only purebloods in his house. Tell me how that's not supremacist, said Potter, his voice heating and making Theo outright roll his eyes. The idea that Salazar Slytherin didn't want anything other than purebloods in his house comes from the fact that Hogwarts, as you may very well know, was founded in the Middle Ages. During the witch hunts, you'd want to protect your own, wouldn't you? Theo snarled, picking up his books and getting to his feet. That was ages ago. What's your excuse now? Muggles are backwards? They're stupid, asked Potter, standing up as well. How is it our fault that the Sorting Hat won't place Muggleborns in Slytherin? Have you ever considered that it might be because they're usually drawn to the houses of loyalty, courage, and wisdom? Theo snarled. Freya forbid they might actually be interested in the house with a bloody snake on its banner. Oh, so it's poor Slytherins then? When every evil wizard in history has come out of your house. When, not, don't walk away from me. Potter broke his rant to hurry after Theo, who had begun walking briskly toward the door. He managed to grab the Slytherin's arm in time, pulling him back and making him stumble. Would you let go of my arm? Theo asked him harshly, yanking his arm out of Potter's grasp. Define us by a couple of rotten apples, then. By that logic, Merlin himself was evil. Do you actually think that? Potter halted in whatever he was going to answer, so Theo took the opportunity and carried on. We do have half-bloods in Slytherin, Potter. Tracy Davis is in our year, and she's more than capable of performing magic. Look at Longbottom. He's useless with a wand, and he's part of the supposed Sacred 28. The Sacred 20 dash? Whatever, I'll ask you later, Potter said, stumbling over his words. If blood isn't everything, then how come most Slytherins will be the first to mock other Muggleborns? Theo shrugged half-heartedly. I never said we were nice, and Slytherins will mock anyone, to be honest. Potter snorted at that, and Theo sent a dark stare his way before continuing. Old grudges run deep, I suppose. It's a vicious cycle. Slytherins feel slighted by the other house's opinion of them, and the other houses think Slytherins hate them and care only about blood purity. It's not like anyone makes the effort to get to know each other. Both sides are at fault. Potter breathed in deeply to calm himself. I guess it's not like I made any effort either. After meeting Malfoy, I just decided I was done with Slytherins. You're the first one I've actually taken the time to meet properly. Theo huffed in amusement at that. Everyone would get that impression after meeting Malfoy, Theo said, finally beginning to relax. I apologize for snapping at you. We're all awfully sensitive about Slytherin's reputation. It doesn't help that the wizarding world's most recent megalomaniac and his followers were sorted into it. Everyone seems to be waiting for the next Dark Lord to come out of it. Don't even joke, Potter groaned. I'm barely over this one myself. They both stood in awkward silence for a while, neither of them wanting to speak yet neither wanting to leave. Potter broke the silence first. I'm sorry for basically calling all Slytherins evil, Nott. That was uncalled for, he said, scratching the back of his neck. He seemed to do that a lot whenever he felt self-conscious, Theo thought. Well, I shouldn't have been so defensive. A lot of Slytherins are pure-blooded bigots. Potter laughed at Theo's comment, smiling in amusement. Well, you're all right, Nott. You know what? I actually believe you're a decent human being. Theo mockingly glared at him. If you even dare to speak a word of it, Potter, I'll light your broom on fire. Potter made a show of widening his eyes in alarm. I take it back. You're a horrible person, Nott. Theo hummed in agreement. Yes, it keeps me up at night, he said, checking his watch. We should go. It's almost time for dinner. Potter shouldered his bag, and they began descending the stairs together. They eventually parted ways, as Theo headed to the library to return the borrowed books. On his way, he briefly wondered what his friends might have said if they had seen him and Potter walk into the Great Hall together. Chapter End Notes. Thanks for reading. Your kudos watch the second task with the Slytherins, and your comments tell Theo and Harry to get over themselves. See you next time. XX. Redhead faces Snake. Chapter Notes. So sorry for the wait. Life strikes again. That being said, I hope you enjoy this chapter. As always, a special thank you to my beta, Miss Freja. Their input is always invaluable. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The start of the summer term would normally have meant that Harry was training hard for the last Quidditch match of the season. This year, however, it was the third and final task in the Triwizard Tournament for which he needed to prepare, and he still didn't know what he would have to do. In the meantime, he focused on learning any spell that might be useful with Ron, Hermione, and, surprisingly, Nott. He enjoyed the other boys' company and found himself looking forward to their afternoon chats. It was refreshing to spend time with someone who genuinely did not care who he was. But in fairness, Nott didn't care about a lot of things unless they directly concerned him. He found that Nott was very interested in Old Norse magic, runes, and conjuration, mostly because of his family history. Harry himself had never given much thought to the history of the Potter name, but seeing how excited Nott became when talking about old traditions and customs made him want to know more about his own family. As time went on, their silences grew shorter, and Harry actually began to learn little details about the Slytherin, like how he was always cold and always had bags under his eyes, and how his sense of humor was hilariously dark. He found it both amusing and irritating when he discovered that Nott honestly believed he hadn't put his name in the Goblet of Fire. Because, of course, out of everyone in Hogwarts, it had to be bloody Nott. Unfortunately, like most good things in Harry's life, their meetings came to a halt when he eventually told Ron and Hermione where he was disappearing off to every couple of days. Hermione didn't mind as much, seeing as she had been the one to introduce them, and they were both still part of the same study group. Ron minded enough for them both. He's just as bad as Malfoy, Harry. Both Lucius Malfoy and Alaric Nott were Death Eaters. They claimed to be under the Imperius curse to get out of Azkaban. He ranted when the three of them were alone in the Gryffindor common room. Ron, he's helped me on both tasks so far. In his place, Malfoy would have sent me to the dragons with a stake hanging from my neck. Harry tried to reason with him. Hermione, brilliant Hermione, tried to help. He's the only Slytherin I've met who is actually civil, Ron. As long as he's generally left alone, he really doesn't care, she offered meekly. Well, being civil is not enough, Hermione. Standing by as Malfoy bullies you, or anyone else is not all right. Harry winced outright. I get that, Ron. I really do. And I'm not saying he's a good person, Harry added quickly as he saw Ron gearing up for another rant. He's just decent and good company. Maybe just give him a chance? Really, Ron? Everyone has their own faults. He even supported SPEW. Harry almost burst out laughing at Ron's incredulous look. We've talked about the subject, and he actually helped me get a clearer point of view. You don't have to like him, just… Hermione eventually trailed off, looking to Harry for support. Just bear with him. That's all, Harry said, as Ron sighed in answer. Whatever. As long as we don't share space. He tried talking to Nott about possibly talking to Ron one day, so they could clear the air, but Nott's answering glare had him shutting up immediately. So Harry split his free time between his best friends and, unbelievably, a Slytherin. It sounded like something Trelawney would predict. The tentative balance lasted up until the last week of May, when the third task was finally announced. The champions would have to navigate through a maze in search of the Triwizard Cup, which would be located at the center. The first one to touch the cup would win the tournament. However, since that would be clearly too easy, the maze would be filled with obstacles, creatures, spells, and enchantments. Harry was about to head back to the castle after the announcement, when Krum tapped him on the shoulder. Could I have a word? Yeah, all right, said Harry, slightly surprised. Krum led them toward the forest. What are we going this way for? Asked Harry as they passed Hagrid's cabin and the carriage from Beauxbatons. Don't want to be overheard, Krum answered shortly. Krum finally came to a stop when they reached a quiet stretch of ground close to the Beauxbatons horse's paddock. I want to know, he said, turning to face Harry. VOT there is between you and Hermione Ninny. Harry, who from Krum's secretive manner had expected something much more serious than this, stared up at Krum in amazement. Nothing. We're friends. She's not my girlfriend and never has been. It's just that Skeeter woman making things up. Rita Skeeter could bugger off, to be honest. Thanks to her article, Hermione had been receiving hate mail by the daily. Hermione Ninny talks about you very often, said Krum, looking at Harry suspiciously. Yeah, Harry answered. Because we're friends. Krum looked slightly happier. You fly very well, he said after staring at Harry for a few seconds. I was watching at the first task. Thanks, said Harry, grinning broadly and suddenly feeling very much taller. I saw you at the Quidditch World Cup. The Wronski feint, you really dash. But something moved behind Krum in the trees, and Harry instinctively grabbed Krum's arm and pulled him around. A man staggered out from behind a tall oak. For a moment Harry didn't recognize him, then he realized it was Mr. Crouch. Wasn't he a judge? Asked Krum, staring at Mr. Crouch, who looked as if he had been traveling for days. "Isn't he with your ministry?" Harry nodded, then walked slowly toward Mr. Crouch. "Mr. Crouch?" he asked cautiously. Mr. Crouch's eyes were bulging. He stood staring at the trees, muttering soundlessly at them. Then he staggered sideways and fell to his knees. "Mr. Crouch?" Harry said loudly. "Are you all right?" Crouch's eyes were rolling in his head. Harry looked around at Crumb, who was not too far behind him, and was looking down at Crouch in alarm. "What is wrong with him?" "No idea," answered Harry. "Listen, you'd better go and get someone. Dumbledore." Crouch gasped suddenly. He reached out and seized a handful of Harry's robes, dragging him closer. "I need see Dumbledore." "Okay," said Harry. "If you get up, Mr. Crouch, we can go up to the I've done." "Stupid thing," Mr. Crouch breathed. A trickle of spit dribbled down his chin. "My son, Bertha, dead. All my fault." "You stay with him," Harry told Crumb, trying to get his robes from Crouch's grasp. "I'll get Dumbledore. I know where his office is. He is mad," Crumb said doubtfully, staring down at Crouch. "Must tell. See Dumbledore." "All my fault. The Dark Lord," Crouch mumbled, tightening his grip on Harry's robes. "I'll get Dumbledore if you let me go, Mr. Crouch," Harry said. He looked furiously around at Crumb. "Help me, will you?" Looking extremely apprehensive, Crumb moved forward and helped pull Harry's robes free. "Hurry back, won't you?" Crumb called after Harry as he sprinted away from the forest and through the dark grounds. Reaching the castle, he tore up the stone steps, through the oak doors and off up the marble staircase, heading for the second floor. 5 minutes later, he was hurtling toward a stone gargoyle standing halfway along an empty corridor. "Open!" Harry shouted at it. "It's an emergency. Come on." But nothing at Hogwarts moved because a student shouted at it. He looked up and down the dark corridor. Perhaps Dumbledore was in the staff room? He started running as fast as he could toward the staircase. "Potter!" Harry skidded to a halt and looked around. Snape had just emerged from the hidden staircase behind the stone gargoyle. The wall was sliding shut behind him even as he beckoned Harry back toward him. "What are you doing here, Potter?" "I need to see Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, running back up the corridor. "It's Mr. Couch, from the Ministry. He's ill or something. He's in the forest. He wants to see Dumbledore." The stone wall behind Snape slid open. Dumbledore was standing there in long green robes and a mildly curious expression. "Is there a problem?" he asked, looking between Harry and Snape. "Professor," Harry said, sidestepping Snape before he could speak. "Mr. Crouch is here. He's in the forest. He wants to speak to you." Harry expected Dumbledore to ask questions, but to his relief, Dumbledore did nothing of the sort. "Lead the way," he said promptly, and he swept off along the corridor behind Harry, leaving Snape standing next to his gargoyle look-alike. "What did Mr. Crouch say, Harry?" said Dumbledore, as they walked swiftly down the marble staircase. "Said he wants to warn you. Said he's done something terrible. He spoke about his son and Bertha Jorkins and Voldemort. He's not acting like himself. I left him with Victor Crumb," Harry said, hurrying along beside Dumbledore. "You did?" said Dumbledore sharply, quickening his steps and taking large strides. "Do you know if anyone else saw Mr. Crouch?" "No," said Harry. "Crumb and I were talking. Mr. Bagman had just finished telling us about the third task. We stayed behind, and then we saw Mr. Crouch coming out of the forest. Where are they?" Dumbledore asked as they neared the Beauxbatons carriage. "Over here," said Harry, moving in front of Dumbledore, leading the way through the trees. He couldn't hear Crouch's voice anymore, but he knew where he was going. It hadn't been much past the Beauxbatons carriage. "Somewhere around here." "Victor?" Harry shouted. No one answered. "They were here," Harry told Dumbledore. "They were definitely somewhere around here." Dumbledore raised his wand. "Lumos." The tip of his wand lit up, showering the trees with light. His gaze moved from trunk to trunk, searching the ground, and then it fell upon a pair of feet. Harry and Dumbledore hurried forward. Crumb was sprawled on the forest floor. He seemed to be unconscious. There was no sign at all of Mr. Crouch. The following morning found Harry and Nott in the clock tower once more. He was quite glad Nott didn't bother asking how Harry always knew when he was there. He had already shared the invisibility cloak with him. He wasn't in a hurry to disclose the existence of the Marauder's map just yet. So, in short, you were walking along the forbidden forest, with Crumb of all people, saw an out-of-his-mind Crouch, proceeded to go find Dumbledore, and when you returned, Crouch was gone and Crumb was unconscious? Nott asked with a pinched look. That's about it, yeah, Harry answered with a shrug. The hard swat Nott directed to his arm took him by surprise. What is wrong with you? He exclaimed, rubbing the spot with his other hand. I should be asking you that, Potter. What were you thinking? Walking around with a stranger? You told me you thought someone was trying to kill you. Nott sneered at him. Harry couldn't help but notice the acrobatics one of his eyebrows was doing. He wanted to ask me something. Oh, did he? Perhaps something along the lines of, do you wish to die tonight, Potter? He wanted to know if Hermione was my girlfriend, all right? Because of that stupid article, Harry bemoaned, throwing his head back. Can we please focus on the big picture? Where did Crouch go? Nott sighed and shook his head, one of his curls dangling over his forehead. Harry suppressed the impulse to brush it back. Well, either Crouch attacked him and fled, or a third party attacked them both and took Crouch, but a minister worker attacking a student, one of the champions of the tournament no less, doesn't make sense, he mused, fidgeting with the cuff of his jumper. Not to mention he was so out of it. I doubt he could have bested Crumb in a duel, Harry added. So then, someone must have attacked them both. When you've eliminated the impossible, then what remains, however improbable, must be the truth, he finished the quote with a grin, blushing slightly when Nott raised an eyebrow at him. It's a quote from a Muggle book, Sherlock Holmes. I think you'd like it. Harry scratched the back of his neck sheepishly. Nott cleared his throat gently. Book quotes aside, did Crouch mention anything that might be of use? He mentioned his son, Bertha Jorkins, and Voldemort, to his credit. Nott didn't flinch, but he did grimace slightly at the mention of Voldemort. He kept saying he made a stupid thing and that he needed to talk to Dumbledore. So we have two dead wizards, a stupid thing and him? How are they related? We're missing something important, Harry interrupted whatever Nott was about to say. Why won't you say his name? Don't tell me you're afraid of it as well, he said, rolling his eyes. The Slytherin sneered in return. I'm not afraid of a moronic name, Potter. Besides, everyone knows nicknames don't count if you give them to yourself, he sniffed in contempt. Harry burst out laughing. I don't think I ever thought of it as a nickname. But then, calling Voldemort him sounds kind of dumb, don't you think? Harry mused. Tom isn't really threatening either, and Riddle just makes me think of a Batman villain. He laughed. Was that supposed to be a joke? Nott asked in confusion. What is a Batman villain supposed to be? Voldemort and Crouch forgotten for the time being, Harry enjoyed the rest of his morning entertaining Nott with the plot of the Batman comics and its subsequent villains. It was nearing their lunch hour when Harry remembered the conversation he'd had with Ron and Hermione the previous night. He cleared his throat, gearing himself up for what he thought was not going to be an easy conversation. Hey, Hermione and Ron are going to help me prepare for the third task. And well, since you've also helped me with the other two, I was wondering, he trailed off, hoping Nott would get the hint and offer his help. But of course the other boy only stared at him impassively. Sighing loudly, Harry caved. Would you join us? I could really use your help. Is this another of your attempts at getting me to play nice with Weasley? Nott asked. Harry grinned at him. Depends. Is it working? The other boy leaned back with a smug smirk. What's in it for me? Harry groaned openly. Aren't we past that already? Is the pleasure of my company not enough for you? Nott just lifted an eyebrow at him. He was rather good at communicating with them, Harry thought. Fine. What do you want this time? Nott breathed in carefully before answering. Help me find that book you mentioned, about Holmes. Harry couldn't help widening his eyes. You? The Great Slytherin is actually interested in a Muggle book? He snickered, careful to stay far enough in case the other boy aimed another swat at him. Mind your tongue if you actually want my help, Potter, Nott sneered at him. But Harry could see the corners of his mouth twitching in what looked like the ghost of a smile. Pleased, Harry closed his eyes and enjoyed the breeze. That hadn't been as hard as he'd expected. Of course, the hard part came later when they met in the Empty Charms classroom, because clearly, asking life to be easy for him was asking for a miracle. Ron and Nott, Harry was beginning to understand. Got along like a cat in water. Which was to say, not at all. It all started with Ron calling Slytherin slimy and ended with a shitstorm. It took both Hermione and Harry's efforts combined to get them to stop arguing, and by then, Harry was too worn out to even consider practicing, which suited the others just fine. Hermione and Nott went over some books she had taken out of the library as Ron shot them furtive glances from the other side of the room. Harry just tried to distract him as he wrote down a list of spells he was confident casting, per Nott's order. "I think we should focus on the basics and then move on the more versatile spells," Hermione was saying as she skimmed a section from the Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection. "I'd reckon the stunning spell could be quite useful." "Oh, look, this looks promising." She turned the book so that Nott could read. "The impediment curse should slow down anything that tries to attack Harry." Nott nodded. "Good. I'll focus on hexes and countercharm with a wide array of uses," he muttered, focusing on his copy of Confronting the Faceless. Harry then remembered what Bagman had told them about how they might run into creatures, and winced just thinking about Hagrid's blast-ended Scroots. "Hey, let me know if you find anything that might work against the Scroots from Hagrid's class, will you?" he asked. Hermione nodded as she furiously read through one of the books and, to Harry's amusement, Nott visibly shuddered. Beside him, Ron snickered. "Scared of the Scroots, Nott?" Nott sneered at him. "Of course I don't like the Scroots. They always burn my robes. See, Weasley, unlike you, I actually care about the state of my clothes." Harry was quick to grab Ron's arm before he could reach for his wand. Ron, focus." Ron exhaled loudly, throwing a dirty look Nott's way. "I don't like you, Nott," he snarled through narrowed eyes. Nott smiled nastily in return. "What a coincidence, Weasley. I don't like you either." Harry thanked the heavens when Hermione finally closed the book in her hands. "All right," she said, "let's go with stunners first. Nott, would you help me get the cushions from Professor Flitwick's cabinet? Ron, you'll be Harry's target." Nott solemnly got up to get them while Ron spluttered. "Hermione, why do I get stunned?" he asked, gobsmacked. "Don't think I didn't notice you started the latest argument, Ron," she said. "Besides, I doubt Nott will let us practice on him, anyway. Or are you suggesting I get stunned?" That efficiently put an end to Ron's complaints, but he did make sure to spread the cushions Nott brought over the best he could. Harry spent the better half of an hour practicing the spell, which didn't come easy. "Can't we just kidnap Mrs. Norris and practice on her?" Ron asked as he lay flat on his back in the middle of the classroom, having just been stunned and reawoken by Harry for the 5th time in a row. "I'm actually on board with that idea," Nott piped up from his place next to Hermione, both busy in making a spell schedule for the time remaining until the 3rd task. Ron rolled his eyes. "And I'm suddenly not on board with it anymore," Ron said, making Nott scoff. "Or maybe we could ask Dobby." "Not that I'm complaining or anything." He got gingerly to his feet, rubbing his backside. "I'm just aching all over." "Well, you keep missing the cushions, don't you?" Hermione added impatiently, not looking up from the parchment she was writing on. "Try to fall backward. Once you're stunned, you can't aim too well." "Hermione," said Ron angrily, making Nott snicker. "Why don't you take a turn, Nott?" "Oh, I'd never live up to your grace, Weasley," Nott drawled. "Besides, I'm busy. Can't you see?" He gestured to the parchment in between him and Hermione. The bell rang and Ron and Harry hastily stuffed the cushions back in the cabinet, as Hermione and Nott gathered their books and the schedule they had made. "See you after class," Hermione called, as she and Nott set off for arithmancy. Nott merely nodded in Harry's direction before blatantly ignoring Ron, who made a rude gesture to his back before Harry dragged him off toward North Tower and divination. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos come up with more nicknames for Voldy shorts, and your comments help Harry practice for the 3rd task. See you next time. XX. Elementary. My dear Potter. Chapter Notes. As always, a special thank you to my beta, Miss Freja. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Arithmancy went by at an irritatingly slow pace. All Theo could think about was what spells might help Potter, and whether or not there were any potions that could be of use. It certainly didn't help that from the moment he sat down, he could feel the stares of his classmates directed at his back. It was probably due to the fact that he and Granger were sitting together. If he was being honest, He had mostly avoided seating too close to her to avoid rumors reaching the other Slytherins. It wasn't that he was scared of Malfoy or Crabbe and Goyle, far from it, but Granger was a controversial subject in Slytherin, and he'd elected to stay as far as possible from the situation. That day, however, the choice was taken from him since by the time they entered the classroom, the only two seats available were near the front and next to each other. Despite that, he found he enjoyed working with her. As part of the same study group, they were used to comparing notes and debating on how a certain equation could be resolved, but actually working together was exhilarating. Granger was frighteningly bright and had a firm grasp on the material, to the point where Theo would bet his favorite golden watch that she had actually memorized their textbook. Unfortunately, his excitement at working together was dulled by the prickle of constant stares on the back of his neck as the lesson went on. Nearing the end, it seemed even Granger was affected by them, considering how much she was fidgeting in her seat. As the bell finally rang, he let out a relieved sigh and began to clear up his desk. "Before I forget, I talked to Professor McGonagall this morning, and she gave us permission to practice in her classroom tonight," she said, putting away her books. "You should join us. I'll go get Harry and Ron and head to the Transfiguration classroom." "I think I will," Theo answered as he stood up. "I'll meet you there later." Granger nodded and waved at him as she left the classroom. It was then that he realized Macmillan and a couple of his friends were still blatantly staring at him. He grit his teeth in irritation, sent them the nastiest glare he could muster, and enjoyed the sight of them hurriedly scrambling out of the room. Vindicated, he left the classroom in high spirits, making his way toward the Slytherin common room. His book bag was digging painfully into his shoulder, so he figured he might as well unload it before heading to the first floor. He hoped he wouldn't run into his friends so he wouldn't have to come up with some excuse as to where he was going, but just in case, he figured he might as well simply grab one of his books as a cover. When he reached the common room, Blaise was nowhere to be found, and Tracy and Daphne were seated near the windows facing the Black Lake. They were too engrossed in their conversation to notice his arrival, and he quickly headed to his dormitory, leaving his book bag on his bed. He didn't think too much about which book to take, and simply grabbed Sacred Geometry and Magical Structures, even though he had read it a couple times already. By the time he entered the common room once again, neither girl had moved. Rolling his eyes, he repressed a smile. They really were only fooling themselves at this point. He took his time walking up the stairs leading to the ground floor, figuring the Gryffindors were most likely still on their way. Unfortunately, it seemed he was the only one walking like a sensible being. The moment he reached the floor, someone coming down the stairs crashed into his side, sending both of them sprawling. By the time he'd gathered his bearings, the other person was already halfway back to their feet. Gingerly, Theo picked himself up, mouth already open to spew the first insult that came to mind at whoever decided running down the stairs was a good idea. Sorry. I wasn't looking where I was. Oh, it's you." He recognized that voice. Swallowing back the verbal abuse he was about to hurl, he turned to stare at the perpetrator. "Potter. So? I'm not deserving of an apology," he glared with a scowl. To his dismay, Potter only laughed before picking up his book that had ended up a couple of steps away from him. Theo quickly got up, straightening his robes. "Technically, I already apologized twice to you," Potter snickered as he handed him his book back. "But if you really want one, then I'm sorry for knocking you over, Nott." Theo carefully inspected the real victim of the collision, but thankfully the book hadn't been damaged. "You're lucky nothing happened to it," he sniffed. "Hasn't Professor McGonagall taught you not to run inside the castle? One would think you were a beater instead of a seeker." Potter at least had the decency to blush. "It's not like I make a habit out of it," he said, ruffling his hair. Theo looked away quickly, before he got distracted by the motion. "I was just in a hurry. Did Hermione tell you we were meeting in the Transfiguration classroom?" "She did. I was heading that way before you decided to bowl me over." Potter groaned exasperatedly. "I already apologized, Nott. You need to get over it," he said, before suddenly grinning. "I know. Look what I got earlier. I made a stop at the library after divination." Potter dug into his book bag, taking out a tattered paperback. "It's not the nicest book, but I figured you'd be more interested in the contents than in the state of it." He shrugged, holding it out. Theo took the book in his hands, taking note of its state. It wasn't too bad, really. The binding seemed fragile and the cover was a little banged up, but that was about it. Carefully, he opened it up to the first page, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It read, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. He felt a warm feeling settle down on his chest. So Potter remembered after all. He had almost expected him to forget. "Thank you," he muttered, gently closing the book. He held both books to his chest, breathing in deeply. When he raised his head to stare at Potter, he noticed the other boy's bright green eyes were already fixed on his face. He was tempted to comment on it, but Potter quickly shook his head, scratching the back of his neck. "A deal is a deal. You're helping me after all," he smiled before beckoning him toward the corridor. "We should go. Ron and Hermione are probably waiting for us already." They both began walking toward the classroom before what Potter said registered in his mind. "What do you mean you stopped by after divination? When did you have the time?" Theo asked as they passed the clock tower courtyard. Potter grimaced at his question. "Nothing gets past you, does it? I left class early. I fell asleep and had a weird dream about Moldavort." Theo couldn't help but snort at the nickname. "Do you often dream about him?" he asked curiously. Potter shrugged in answer before explaining. "Usually I remember my mom screaming," he said in a small voice. "But this was different. I saw him torturing Wormtail." The name rang in Theo's mind. He'd heard that name before. He got a letter from an owl. He said something like, Wormtail's blunder had been repaired. He said that someone was dead. Then he said that Wormtail wouldn't be fed to the snake. There was a snake beside his chair. He said he would be feeding me to the snake instead. Then he cast the Cruciatus curse on Wormtail, and my scar hurt. Potter swallowed audibly. It hurt so bad it woke me up. Dread sat heavily in Theo's stomach. The snake. His father had mentioned Riddle's snake before, Nagini. He cleared his throat gently, trying his best to ignore the knot he could feel settling in it. "Has your scar hurt at any other time this year?" he asked carefully, already knowing the answer. "A couple of times," Potter muttered. "But it also hurt in the years before." Theo shook his head. "But this year, it's been more persistent, hasn't it?" Potter stopped suddenly and grabbed Theo's arm. "What are you getting at?" he asked, furrowing his brow. Theo sighed. "You probably know about my father, that like Malfoy, he claimed to be under the Imperius curse to avoid being imprisoned in Azkaban." Potter nodded and waited for him to continue. "We both know what a lie that is. The point is, my father has been acting differently ever since the summer began, and he's not the only one. I've talked to Malfoy about it, and his father also seems different. And after what happened at the Quidditch World Cup, everyone seems to expect him to come back from the dead." He trailed off hesitantly. That was a train of thought he did not like to entertain. "He was never dead in the first place," Potter muttered angrily, staring at the wall. Theo turned to stare at him, feeling the blood leave his face. "Ever since he tried to kill me, he's been living as a sort of spirit, but he's not gone. That's what worries me about what Crouch said before disappearing. He said he was getting stronger." Theo breathed in deeply, trying his best to calm his pounding heart. Potter noticed and gently touched his shoulder. "Are you all right?" he asked, the harsh tone of his voice completely gone. Theo shook himself to gather his bearings. "I'm fine. That's just a lot of information to take in at once," he said, before getting back on the subject. "Have you told Dumbledore about this?" Potter nodded and resumed walking, Theo easily matching his stride. "I did. After leaving the divination classroom, I headed to the library to search for your book and to clear my head. Once I had it, I figured I was being stupid and ran to Dumbledore's office. I'll tell you the rest once we find Ron and Hermione. They should hear it as well." Theo nodded as they turned a corner, the Transfiguration classroom just ahead of them. Both Gryffindors were leaning against the wall beside the door, already waiting for them. "You took your time," Weasley said, as he opened the door so Granger could enter the classroom. "We got held up," Potter offered in answer as they all went inside and closed the door behind them. "If by held up you mean you tried to kill me, then yes, we got held up," Theo said, as he smiled slightly at Granger. He nodded slightly in Weasley's direction. Now Potter couldn't say he wasn't making an effort. The redhead perked up visibly at Theo's comment. "Tried to kill him? Harry, why didn't you tell me?" "I would have helped," he snickered and nodded at Theo. "Thank Freya for civility." Potter groaned and leaned on Granger's shoulder. I thought you had gotten over it already. It was an accident. He turned to Granger for support, but she only frowned at him. What does he mean you almost killed him? She asked, as she unpacked the schedule she and Theo had made earlier. I was running down the stairs and couldn't stop in time, so I crashed into Nott. Now that everyone knows, there's something I need to tell you, Potter said with a serious look. Theo quickly sobered up and took a seat at Professor McGonagall's desk. As Potter repeated what he had already told Theo to both Gryffindors, Theo mused about what he already knew. So Riddle was not dead, and apparently getting stronger. That explained why the Death Eaters had made an appearance that summer. There was a Wormtail failing at something, a dead person and a threat against Potter. The threat was normal, he supposed. So he didn't pay much mind to Riddle's creepy obsession with the other boy. How did all that connect to Crouch's disappearance and the missing Bertha Jorkins? And who was Wormtail? Granger and Weasley were so entranced by what Potter was saying that when Theo broke the silence, they both jumped slightly, staring at him as if they had forgotten he was there. Wait, who is Wormtail? He asked, ignoring the looks both Gryffindors were giving him. Weasley jumped before Potter could answer. No one. Harry, should he be here? I know he's helping you and everything. But this is you? Know who we're talking about. I've told you who his father is, he said, shooting glances at Theo, who scowled deeply. Potter took a step forward, but Granger held him back. Theo straightened his back and stared steadily at the redhead. Not that it's any of your business, Weasley, but I am not my father, he said in a low voice. I will say this once, and only once. I know what he did. I know who he served. And I will not follow in his footsteps. Weasley looked conflicted for a moment before he shrugged and nodded. I guess we'll take your word for it, Nott, he said, turning to look at Potter expectantly. Well, Wormtail's name is really Peter Pettigrew - I beg your pardon? Wasn't that the wizard who Sirius Black killed? Nott asked in shock, making the three Gryffindors grimace. Okay, listen. I'll explain everything. Save your questions for the end, Potter said, waiting until Theo nodded before continuing. Last year we found out that the real secret keeper was Peter Pettigrew, but he was working for Riddle. So he sold out my parents, and Sirius confronted him about it. Pettigrew, who was an animagus, disappeared and Sirius took the fall for it. While Sirius was in Azkaban, Wormtail posed as the Weasley's rat. Theo couldn't but smirk at Weasley's wince, and when Sirius saw him one day in the paper, he escaped. So last year we met Sirius, who explained all this, but Pettigrew ran away and Sirius couldn't prove his innocence, so he had to go into hiding. Theo blinked at Potter. Do you go through this every year? He asked incredulously, making Potter laugh. All things considered, last year was fairly calm. The worst part was the Dementors, really. Theo pressed his hand against his face. So then this Wormtail escaped, subsequently found Riddle, and is now helping him get his strength back? Potter stared at him for a moment before nodding. That's about it, yeah? And does Dumbledore reckon you know who's getting stronger again as well? Weasley whispered. Theo thought he saw him shiver slightly, even though the evening was warm. He says he has his suspicions, Potter said. He said Bertha Jorkins disappeared in Albania, where Riddle was known to be last. He also mentioned Crouch's disappearance, and a muggle from where Riddle's father grew up is also missing. I also wandered into Dumbledore's pensive by accident. I saw a couple of trials from the First War. One of them was Mr. Crouch's son. What happened? Weasley asked. Theo looked at Potter, who seemed to be struggling to choose the right words, so he decided to answer Weasley's question. He was condemned to life in Azkaban along with the Lestranges for torturing some Aurors for information about Riddle's whereabouts. He chose not to mention any names, and by the relieved look on Potter's face, he had elected wisely. Are they dead? Weasley asked timidly, seeming to brace himself for the answer. This time, Potter took the lead and shook his head in answer. They're in St. Mungo's. They went insane. Did you see anything else? Theo asked, making Potter look at him with a conflicted look. Fudge was there, in Dumbledore's office, not the memory. He thinks Madame Maxime could be behind Crouch's disappearance. Ludo Bagman was questioned about passing information to Death Eaters, but it turned out he didn't know they were Death Eaters. Karkaroff was also there. He kept trying to give out Death Eaters' names in exchange for them, not sending him to Azkaban. One of the names he mentioned was Snape's, but Dumbledore defended him. He said he rejoined his side before Riddle's downfall, and how he became a spy for him. And he trusts Snape? Weasley asked in a faint voice. He really trusts Snape, even though he knows he was a Death Eater? Potter nodded. Granger had not spoken for a while, Theo noted. She had taken a seat on a nearby chair and was resting her forehead in her hands, staring at her knees. And Fudge reckons Madame Maxime attacked Crouch? Weasley asked incredulously. Yeah, Potter nodded. But that's only because he disappeared near the Beauxbatons carriage. We never thought of her, did we? Weasley said slowly. Mind you, she's definitely got giant blood, and she doesn't want to admit it. Of course she doesn't. Granger interjected sharply, looking up. Look what happened to Hagrid when Rita Skeeter found out his mother was a giant. Look at Fudge, jumping to conclusions about her, just because she's part giant. Who needs that prejudice? I'd probably say I had big bones if I knew that's what I'd get for telling the truth. Weasley looked appropriately admonished as Granger looked down on her watch. We haven't done any practicing, she said, looking shocked. According to the schedule we made, we should move on to the impediment curse. Potter and Weasley got to work on the spell, with the latter throwing objects at Potter in order for him to practice. Granger stood up, carrying the book she had brought with her, and approached Theo, who swiftly vacated the desk so the girl could place her things on it. Could you check what other spells are listed for today? I remember we had the Reductor Curse, but I can't recall the others, Granger asked him as she handed him the list of spells, before focusing on putting her books away in her bag. Theo promptly grabbed the parchment with the schedule and scanned its contents quickly. It'll be the Reductor Curse and the 4-point spell. If Potter manages to master those in time, we could even move forward with the shield charm, he mused, checking the listing for the following days. Granger hummed in agreement as she finally managed to put away all her books. They watched as Potter got better at casting the spell in companionable silence before Granger suddenly called for Theo's attention. Sacred geometry and magical structures? I haven't seen that in the library before, she said. Theo turned to find her eyeing the books he had placed on the edge of the desk. That's because it's not a library book, it's my father's. I usually bring some of his books to school for some independent reading, he told her, noting the hungry look in her eyes as she examined the cover. Go ahead, take a look. Granger didn't need to be told twice. Grabbing the books. Sherlock Holmes, she asked, looking at the second book. I didn't know you liked to read Muggle books. Theo shrugged. I haven't been able to read it yet, or any other Muggle book, so I can't say if I like them yet. Granger's eyes widened. Not a single one? Dracula? Alice in Wonderland? Nothing? Her voice got shriller as Theo shook his head on every mention. Not even Shakespeare's plays? Unsurprisingly, my father has never been fond of Muggle works. If I end up liking this one, I'll endeavor to search for more, he told her, taking the book in his hands. He wasn't going to mention that he was already somewhat biased towards it, seeing as it had a special meaning to him already. Granger nodded distractedly, going back to inspecting the book on sacred geometry. Do tell me when you're finished with it. If you end up liking it, I can get some others. So you can broaden your horizons in Muggle literature, she said excitedly. Theo smiled slightly at her. I would appreciate that, thank you. He watched her delicately turn the pages, scanning the contents quickly. Would you like to borrow it? He blurted out before he could talk himself out of it. Granger's head snapped up violently, making him widen his eyes in shock. May I? You wouldn't mind? Theo shook his head. I've read it already, and I know you'll take good care of it. Granger beamed at him, throwing her arms around him. Theo froze immediately, tensing up in the hug. He slowly brought up his hands and awkwardly patted her back. Thank you, thank you. She let him go just as quickly as she had hugged him. I promise I'll read it as carefully as possible. Potter chose that moment to call both their names. Hey, Hermione. Nott. Look at this, throw it Ron. Both watched as Weasley threw one of the matchboxes McGonagall had stored in her classroom at Potter. It was a good throw, soaring quickly through the air toward Potter's face. Said boy quickly pointed his wand at it and yelled, Impedimenta! The spell worked as intended, with the matchbox temporarily slowing down enough for Potter to step out of its trajectory, making Granger clap excitedly. Potter then turned to smile broadly at Theo, who couldn't help but to send a small smile his way. Nice aim, he said stupidly, feeling his cheeks heat up slightly. Thankfully, the Griffindors were too busy celebrating the well-cast curse to notice. The Reductor Curse and the 4-point spell quickly followed the Impediment Curse. Potter was a quick learner, Theo realized. He just responded better to a practical approach than a theoretical one. The Shield Charm was the only one that gave him trouble. Granger was able to shatter it with a particularly well-placed Jelly Legs Jinx. Potter was forced to wobble around the room for a good 10 minutes as the other three fumbled to find the counter Jinx in one of Granger's many books. "You're still doing really well, though," she said after Theo successfully cast the counter Jinx, while Potter sat down in relief. "Some of these spells are bound to come in handy. Come and look at this," Weasley called from the window, where he had wandered to. He was staring at the grounds. "It's your friend Malfoy, Nott." Theo rolled his eyes as they went to see. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were standing in the shadow of a tree below as the sun began to set. Crabbe and Goyle seemed to be keeping a lookout. Both were smirking. Malfoy was holding his hand up to his mouth and speaking into it. "It looks like he's using a walkie-talkie," Potter frowned. "A what?" Theo thought. "I don't know what that means," Theo said, furrowing his brow. "Welcome to the club. They do this every time. Mention some muggle thing and expect everyone to know what it means," Weasley grumbled. "A club? With you?" "Absolutely not. Would the two of you explain yourselves?" Theo asked them, ignoring Weasley's indignant spluttering. "Well, consider yourself banned from the club." He shot a glare at Theo, who all but sneered back at him. Potter immediately jumped in between the two. "A walkie-talkie's a handheld device that allows you to speak to whoever is using the other one, if they're in range," he explained. "It works real-time, so you don't have to wait for a response like in mail." Theo hummed non-committally as they all stared down at the other Slytherins. "He can't be using one, though," Granger said. "I've told you, all those things go haywire around Hogwarts. There's just too much magic in the air." She suddenly inhaled, turning to look at Theo. "Do you think you could find out?" Theo considered it for a moment, before deciding there would be no harm in doing so. "I'll ask around later." Granger nodded at him, apparently dropping the subject. She then turned away from the window and moved back to the middle of the room. "Come on then. Harry, try that shield charm again." Later that night, Theo made the effort to sit close to Malfoy and his goons during dinner. Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy shot him weird looks but sat with him all the same, which he was grateful for. In the company of his friends, dinner went by quickly and he just barely noticed when Crabbe got up to head down to the dungeons. "I'll meet you back in the common room," he told his friends, and quickly followed the other boy. Crabbe nodded at him when he slowed down next to him. "You'll never guess what happened on divination today, Nott." Potter actually fainted. He laughed. Nott faked a quick laugh and thought about how best to approach the subject. "Figures. He had to call attention to himself somehow," he drawled. Crabbe snorted. "That's what Draco said. He spent almost all afternoon laughing about it. A couple of first years were talking about how they saw you both along with Goyle in the grounds. That's what you were doing? Gossiping about Potter?" Theo scoffed at him. Crabbe's round face went red. "What did those dwarves tell you? Did they say we were playing with a bug?" "Because we weren't. Draco was trying out a new spell on it." Theo inwardly rolled his eyes at the blatant lie. He had clearly seen Malfoy talking into his hand. He decided to follow the bug route to see if he could find out anything else. "They said you had a spider, actually. I figured you were going to sneak it into Weasley's robes or something." The taller boy burst out laughing. "That's a good idea. I'll tell Draco and Greg later. They'll love it. Shame we didn't have a spider. A beetle wouldn't scare Weasley at all." "A spider in Weasley's robes." Crabbe laughed to himself the rest of the way to the dungeons. Theo inwardly winced at the possibility that Weasley might have to deal with Malfoy's moronic henchman trying to stuff a spider into his robes, before figuring out it was the price to pay for that piece of information. But that still left a couple of questions. What was Malfoy saying, and why was he talking to a beetle of all things? Chapter end notes. Your kudos save Ron's robes from getting spider-infested, and your comments suggest more Muggle literature for Theo to read. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. See you next time. XX. 8 Yude. An intervention. Chapter notes. A warm thank you to Miss Freya, my amazing beta. See the end of the chapter for more notes. You'd think Malfoy would be squeamish over bugs, or something of the sort, Harry mumbled, balancing his chair on its two back legs. He warily eyed the fumes that filled Snape's classroom, wishing there was a window he could open. The door was another option, but Nott insisted on it being closed lest some Slytherin catch them together. Speaking of Nott, Harry turned to stare at the source of said fumes, where the other boy was carefully stirring the potion he had been working on for the better part of the afternoon. He had already started by the time Harry entered the classroom, so the Gryffindor had simply sat down and tried to entertain himself until the potion was finished. It seemed to be quite a difficult potion as well, since Nott hadn't lifted his head from it in over an hour, always busy with either stirring or adding new ingredients. Sighing wistfully, he wished they were back on the clock tower, going over whatever Nott was interested in for the day and enjoying the warm breeze. But no, Nott had apparently decided to spend the only day they hadn't scheduled some training for the third task, breathing in fumes. During lunch, Hermione had mentioned she was going to help Ron study, and Harry had all but sprinted out of the Great Hall before she decided to change her mind. Originally, he had planned on checking if Nott was on the clock tower's upper landing, but when he checked the map, he was disappointed to see he was down in the dungeons. Regardless, he went up the stairs and sat down beside the clock face, trying to enjoy the free afternoon. He lasted a whole 10 minutes before digging out the map once more and, seeing that Nott was alone, headed down to the potions classroom, which was why he found himself trying to relax to the sound of the fire lit under the cauldron and watching Nott carefully add the finishing touches to his potion. So when the Slytherin's back finally straightened, Harry immediately tilted his weight forward, making the chair fall noisily back on its 4 legs. "Are you finally done?" he asked, standing up and walking toward the cauldron, inspecting its contents. Nott lazily stretched his arms above his head, making his back crack a couple of times before answering. "I'm done with this one. Thankfully, the next one is not as complicated," he said, taking a seat on a nearby desk and breathing in deeply. Harry looked up from the deep purple potion and stared at him. "What is this supposed to be? I don't recognize it." "I have a deal for you," said Nott, staring at Harry through half-lidded eyes. "I'll tell what it is after you tell me how you keep finding me when, as far as I know, only Professor Snape knew I was here, and I couldn't have asked Snape where I could find you?" Nott's unimpressed stare was enough of an answer. "All right, but it's the same deal as the cloak. No telling anyone." The other boy immediately straightened, the sleepy look on his eyes gone in an instant. Harry would have laughed if it wasn't Nott and his eerie ability to go from tired to focused at the split of a second. Well, to be honest, he wouldn't have laughed if it was Hermione either. He really didn't have a death wish. Harry took out the Marauder's map and laid it down on the desk next to Nott, who looked at him expectantly. "What, no witty quip?" he teased, drawing out his wand. "I learned my lesson after the invisibility cloak. Now go on," the Slytherin said, staring quickly at Harry before focusing once more on the parchment beside his leg. Harry gently touched the map with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he muttered softly and watched as ink began to fill the page. "Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs." Nott read under his breath before inhaling sharply. "You said Wormtail was Peter Pettigrew, so then the other 3 my father and his friends. My father was Prongs, and Sirius, my godfather, is Padfoot," Harry explained. Looking fondly at the map, "they all use their nicknames. It shows all of Hogwarts and the location of everyone in it. Wicked, right?" He grinned, watching as Nott carefully traced the corridor that led to the classroom they were currently in, stopping at the 2 points that read Harry Potter and Theodore Nott. "Who was the 4th? Nott asked, finally looking up from the map. Harry sheepishly scratched the back of his neck before figuring out he might as well go all in. "Professor Lupin." Nott's eyebrows almost touched his hairline. Professor Lupin, who was fired because he was a werewolf, was nicknamed Moony? He asked incredulously, making Harry burst out laughing. "Wait," he said suddenly. "You said Pettigrew was a rat animagus, and since Lupin was a werewolf, Wormtail and Moony, Padfoot and Prongs. Don't tell me." Nott trailed off, staring at Harry in shock. Harry nodded at him in encouragement, willing him to finish his theory. "They were both animagi," he breathed out as if he couldn't believe it. "Your father and 2 of his friends were unregistered animagi, and, along with their werewolf friend, they made a magical map of Hogwarts that allows you to stalk everyone. Is that it? Harry shrugged. Well, I wouldn't say stalk. He trailed off at the look Nott shot him. He grinned as he watched the Slytherin slump from his perch on the desk. Is nothing normal with you? Nott bemoaned, running his hands through his hair, messing up his perfectly coiffed hair. Harry briefly thought the messy curls suited him before shaking his head. You get used to it. It's part of the whole boy who lived package, Harry smiled, for once enjoying the utter chaos that was his life as long as it exasperated Nott this much. So that's how I found you. Now, what potion is this? He asked, gesturing to the cauldron. Nott shook his head one last time and stood up, turning to Snape's cabinet and taking 2 glass vials out of it. It is a potion for dreamless sleep. Your dark circles are getting as bad as mine, and with the 3rd task approaching, I figured you might find it useful to get a good night's sleep. He kept his eyes down as he spoke, choosing to concentrate on filling both vials with the potion. Harry felt something warm settle in his chest. After everything that had happened that year, what with having almost the entire population of Hogwarts turn against him, Ron included, and the loneliness he had felt, having someone other than Hermione or Sirius care about him made his eyes burn. Did I also miss when we learn it? He asked, trying his best to keep his voice from cracking. The right corner of Nott's lips tilted up as he bottled both vials and handed one to Harry, finally meeting his eyes. I'm afraid it's a bit more advanced than our current curriculum, but I've found myself needing it over the years. Professor Snape used to brew it for me, before he finally decided he might as well teach me so I wouldn't bother him as much. Evanesco, Nott said, pocketing his own vial before vanishing the remains of the potion from the cauldron with his wand. Are you implying Snape actually did something nice? Harry asked, watching as the other boy drew out more ingredients from the cabinet. Nott smirked at him from over his shoulder. You do realize he's generally only horrible to Gryffindors, right? As long as we Slytherins don't do anything stupid, he tolerates us. Hence why he allows me to brew here when he isn't around. Harry twirled the vial in his hands, watching as the purple liquid swirled in it. Do you have nightmares, too? Is that why you need it? He asked gently. Nott paused in what he was doing for a second before carrying on. If you're just going to sit there, you might as well help me. This one is solely for you. After all, he gestured at the space next to him, where he placed the ingredients he had grabbed. Harry carefully pocketed the purple potion and joined the other boy near the cauldron. I recognize these, he said, inspecting the ingredients. Round scarab beetles, ginger roots, and a bottle of armadillo bile were neatly placed on the desk. Thankfully, since we recently brewed this potion in class. Take it as a review, if you will. Now help me get everything ready, would you? Nott asked, already measuring the armadillo bile. Harry quickly grabbed the pestle and began grinding the scarab beetles, making sure to do it away from Nott's face, recalling his distaste for the smell. He turned to look at Nott for a moment, enough for the Slytherin to send him a small, thankful smile before he looked down to begin cutting the ginger root. Harry focused on the beetles once more, making sure they were a fine dust before handing them to Nott. I have trouble sleeping, Nott said suddenly, drawing Harry from his thoughts, along with the occasional nightmare. Snape got tired quickly of the other boys complaining that I kept disrupting their sleep. Do you remember how much ginger root we need to mix in? He asked Harry as he began adding it to the potion. Until it turns green, he answered. By nightmares, you mean normal nightmares or nightmares? He added a wiggle of his fingers to emphasize his point. Lime green to be precise. Then we mix in armadillo bile until it turns blue. Let's just say we both have our trauma-driven nightmares, Potter, Nott said as he stirred the potion. Now, what? The potion was giving off a green glow, illuminating Nott's face. Harry thought that the other boy had never looked more like a Slytherin, even without his school robes. Ground beetles, right? Why are you brewing this for me? Harry asked, passing him the powder. Nott grabbed it with disgust and began mixing it in. Until Red, Granger and I were talking about whether potions would be able to help you. We figured this one would help you with your decision-making in the maze. Well, that made sense, Harry thought. At least that way he could avoid making any reckless decisions. That part had Hermione written all over it. What about the fire protection potion? That one was useful. When he got no answer, he raised his eyes from the bubbling cauldron. Nott was staring at him with an expectant look. Seriously? Fine. You remix the bile until it's yellow, not dark green. Harry groaned in answer. So you do listen to me after all, Nott said, shooting him a pleased look. Now, mixing potions is not a good idea, and we have no idea what type of fires you could come across. Fire protection potion doesn't work against magical fires, so the wit sharpening potion is a safer bet. Now closer to the fumes, Harry could feel beads of sweat gathering on his temples. Not wanting to turn into a sweaty mess, he shrugged off his hoodie. How Nott managed to still stay cool in his usual jumper was beyond him, though to the other boys' credit, it was thinner than usual. Next we remix the ginger roots until its color is back to lime green. Nott was saying. Harry shook his head. And finally more ginger root until it's purple, he finished. I'll go get another vial. Would you blow out the fire? Nott asked him as he walked off. As he later helped Nott pour in the potion, Harry couldn't help but blurt out a question that had been bugging him for a while. Nott, why are you helping me really? I get being nice to me and everything, but actually going out of your way to brew potions for me so I can sleep better? I don't get it, he said, wincing as he saw Nott tense. I'm thankful really, but I would like to know why. I often wonder about that myself, the Slytherin said, passing him the cork for the vial. The first couple of times were accidents, but eventually I found I enjoy your company, Potter. I can't say that about most of Hogwarts, but somehow you're not as annoying as everyone else. Additionally, I'm well aware of the risk of this tournament. Steel gray eyes rooted Harry to his seat. He struggled to swallow the knot in his throat. Nott smirked at him in turn. So consider yourself lucky, Potter, that I'm not keen on seeing you dead. Unlike a disturbing amount of the wizarding community, thankfully it didn't take too long for Harry to recover his bearings. So you're saying we're friends, he said with his own smirk. Nott's own twisted smile slid right off his face. I didn't say that. We're friends. It's decided. I'll save you a seat next to Ron for Christmas, he added, enjoying too much how Nott balked at the comment. I'd rather drink bubotuber pus, he sneered before vanishing the remaining potion once more. Oh, come on. What is your deal with Ron anyway? Harry said as he watched him put everything back in place. He's an idiot. Do I need any other reason? Harry rolled his eyes. He's not an idiot. He can be quite smart at times. He really did think you put your own name in the Goblet of Fire. Nott reminded him with a dead stare, making Harry wince. Well, we all have our dumb moments, he said. Besides, is that your only reason? Nott shrugged nonchalantly. Do I really need another one? In any case, it's sort of a reflex. He hates me. I hate him back. The snark is a gift. Really, he added, before checking his watch. We should get going. I heard there's going to be Cornish pasties at dinner tonight, and I'll be damned if I let Crabbe and Goyle eat them all. Harry barked a laugh. All right, I'll go first. If you wouldn't mind. Nott smiled at him. Do hurry though. I missed lunch earlier. Did you spend it reading as usual? Harry said, as he opened the door. Out! Harry laughed all the way up the stairs. After Potter left, Theo counted a couple of minutes with his watch before he made his way out, only to stumble right in the faces of Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy. Daphne smiled nastily at him, flicking her long nails. Dearest Theodore, is this the reason why you've been ignoring us? She asked in a sickly sweet tone. Soren, it's not what you think it is, he hurried to say. Tracy shot him a look of utter disappointment. So you weren't having a secret rendezvous with Potter right now? Theo, shame on you, she tooted, pouting her lips. It's not what you think it is? Seriously, Theo? Blaise drawled, sneaking an arm over Tracy's shoulders. I taught you better than this. Move, Daphne said, nudging him back into the classroom. Consider this an intervention. We're talking about this. Theo groaned as Tacy and Blaise entered behind him, closing the door once more. But they're supposed to serve Cornish pasties tonight, and you know how Crabbe and Goyle just level their way through the entire Slytherin table, he complained as they all sat down around a table. Then you better pray to your Norse gods that the prefects finally decide to put them in line. Daphne cut his complaining short, interlocking her fingers over the table. Now explain. Why did we see Potter just leave a classroom with you in it? And why did we see him laugh all the way up the stairs? Tracy asked, narrowing her eyes. And why, pray tell, was the door closed? Zabini asked with a smirk. Should we be having a different kind of intervention? Whatever he was about to say was cut short by the girls simultaneously elbowing him in his stomach. What they both meant, Daphne said, still in her falsely sweet tone, was why are you meeting secretly with Potter and why haven't you told us? Theo chewed on his lip before answering. Well, for starters, it wasn't really a secret meeting. Potter came down here all on his own. Is it Potter? Or is it Harry by now? Tracy snickered, high-fiving a smiling Blaze. Stop it, Daphne admonished. And Theo, stop chewing on your lip. Was I the only one who paid attention in that etiquette class our parents enrolled us in? Blaze smiled indulgently at her. Daphne, darling, you're the only one who cares. Well, our precious Theodore might care when he's not being lectured over secret meetings with Gryffindors. Theo didn't have an ounce of fight in him to complain about the use of his full name, preferring to let them bicker amongst themselves. Besides, Tracy butted in, half-blood, remember? I wasn't invited. Daphne blushed in shame, before Tracy leaned over Blaze to comfort her. Don't worry, Daphne. We behave when it matters. After all, if we all acted accordingly, you might actually have some competition besides Malfoy in being Snape's favorite, Blaze said, patting the back of her hand. You might want to add Theo to that list. He's the one he allows to brew potions in his classroom unchaperoned. Daphne smiled hesitantly, grasping Tracy's hand tightly. But he'll be leaving that list when we tell Snape all about his date with his most beloved Gryffindor. So spill, Theodore. Tracy grinned toothily at him. There's really nothing to say. I'm just helping him prepare for the third task. That is all. He pulled lips together when he saw Blaze narrow his eyes at him. Did you also help him prepare for the second task? Is that why you were so worried about him? Careful, Theo. Some might think you have a soft spot for him, he drawled softly, watching Theo intently. Well, I don't. Besides, the only reason we talk is because I'm useful to him right now. Why else would Dumbledore's cherished boy who lived spend time with the son of a known Death Eater? I reckon he'd first become friends with Malfoy. He spat the words harshly. He hadn't meant for them to cut him so deeply. That's not all that you are, and you know it, Daphne gently admonished, reaching across the desk for his hand. You distanced your path from Draco's a long time ago, and even so, your situations have always been worlds apart. Theo raised his eyes hesitantly, finding comfort in the soft look on his friend's face. Daph is right, Theo. Potter would be lucky to count you among his friends, Tracy added. Blaze, never one to keep silent, jumped right in. So what if you like him? Theo, you like so little people it's a miracle you actually enjoy the company of someone else. Theo huffed in disagreement. I don't like him. His three friends shot him a look he didn't bother to decipher. Darling, Blaze started. I've seen you with that Sherlock Holmes book. You get moon-eyed just staring at the cover. It's all right. You know we would never judge you, right? He stared at Theo with his brow furrowed. Theo let out the breath he didn't know he had been holding. I knew you wouldn't. But hearing it is something else, he muttered, looking down at his hands. Tracy hurriedly enveloped him in a hug. He initially tensed in her arms before relaxing. We know the whole Gryffindor-Slytherin feud is harsh, but we're friends, aren't we? We made that promise years ago. We come before the family name, and we keep each other safe, Daphne said, leaning against Blaze, who automatically wrapped his arm around her. If you told us you had murdered someone, we'd help you hide the body. Being friendly with Potter? Please, that's nothing. Remember that time I told Malfoy about the slug-vomiting charm, and he ended up using it on Weasley? You three had to cover for me so I wouldn't get detention with Snape. He shuddered. We don't judge, we cover for you. Slytherins, remember? Cleverness, determination, and resourcefulness. We take care of our own. Theo smiled gratefully at them. Before Tracy had to go and ruin it all. But seriously, Potter spending time with you just because you're useful? No way. Not with the way he was laughing up the stairs. Daphne nodded seriously. It was disgusting. I think he imprinted on you. Nasty Gryffindor habit. Blaze sneered mockingly. No getting rid of him now. Theo finally laughed, rolling his eyes. I think you're projecting your needs onto me. Should I get Potter to talk to Weasley for you? Get you a Gryffindor of your own? The group finally stood up from their seats and headed up the stairs. Ugh. I don't need a Gryffindor. The next thing you know, they begin sprouting garbage about being stupidly brave and throwing themselves at whatever they can find without thinking. Get me a Ravenclaw instead. Those are useful, Blaise said as they made their way to the Great Hall. Blaise, we've talked about this. People from other houses are friends, not pets, Tracy said, trying her best to keep a serious face. I wouldn't be averse to a Hufflepuff, though, Daphne said, as they sat down with the other fourth years. Why would you want a Hufflepuff? Greengrass? Parkinson asked with a grimace. Daphne shot her an unamused glance before shrugging. They're loyal, aren't they? You take care of them, and they have your back. Better than a Gryffindor getting you in trouble. That got them the attention of their other housemates. Beg pardon? What are you talking about? Malfoy asked from where he was sitting between Crabbe and Goyle. Tuning them out, Theo thanked Freya he could see a plate full of Cornish pasties right next to Millicent Bulstrode's elbow. He didn't think about Daphne's beloved etiquette when he reached over and placed the dish right in front of him. Life was worth it after all. We're discussing other houses. Who would you choose and why? Tracy asked him. Malfoy shot her his usual hesitant glance before answering. Ravenclaw, of course. They're smart and won't get in the way. He sniffed before going back to eating. Daphne grinned at him over her goblet, holding it elegantly. You would think that, wouldn't you? But an overlooked fact over Ravenclaws is that they're notoriously individualistic. The moment they can get an advantage by leaving you behind, you're out, Malfoy. Blaise made a noise of agreement as he made up his mind. I changed my mind. I want a Hufflepuff. Daphne smiled sweetly at him. I knew you'd come around, dear. Parkinson made a gagging noise. Dear this, darling that. Must you talk like your mother at every turn? She sneered at the blonde. Besides, Hufflepuffs might be loyal, but they'll hold you back. You'll carry twice the weight you would if you had a Ravenclaw with you. She turned to grin at Malfoy, but he was busy considering the situation. No matter what, every choice has its own positive and negative aspects. I think I'd take a Ravenclaw and ditch them if I felt they were going to betray me, he decided, sitting back proudly. Theo reckoned he looked like a smug ferret. Well, I'd prefer a competent Hufflepuff over a double-crossing Ravenclaw any day, Daphne concluded, taking a sip of her pumpkin juice as Malfoy nodded thoughtfully. Theo could picture steam coming out of Parkinson's ears, with the way her face had gone completely red. Oh, please, name a competent Hufflepuff. She sneered, combing her short back hair with her fingers. Tracy lifted an unamused eyebrow. How about our own champion, Cedric Diggory? He's tied for first place in the tournament after all, she said, smiling over her pudding. Malfoy's face immediately transformed into his usual Potter trademarked sneer. Tied with Potter of all people. The judges couldn't be more biased. All Dumbledore and Bagman can see is St. Potter, the golden boy who deserves everything. It's always bloody Potter, he muttered as he stabbed his kidney pie. Unfortunately, Theo's amusement was cut short when he saw Crabbe eyeing the plate of pasties in front of him. He hurriedly grabbed the plate closest to him and held it out. Hey, look. Pumpkin pastries, they're your favorite, right? He said rapidly, sighing in relief when Crabbe shared a triumphant look with Goyle before grabbing the offered plate. Malfoy shot them a disgusted look when Crabbe passed Goyle the dish after piling half of it on his own plate. But still, Bulstrode piped in, competent Hufflepuffs are not common. The odds are you would end up with a Neville Longbottom in disguise. Everyone tried to speak at the same time after that, until Blaise finally waved his arms around and caught their attention. All right, Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw discussion aside, can we all agree we would prefer either of them before a Gryffindor? He asked with glee, enjoying the murmurs of assent. All except Theo, of course, he added under his breath, prompting Theo to elbow him discreetly. Chapter End Notes. Your kudos enjoy the Cornish pasties with Theo, and your comments tell Harry and Theo to please go get some sleep. A slow chapter all things considered, but we all know pain is coming. I hope you enjoyed it. See you next time. XX. DOA. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Breakfast was a very noisy affair at the Gryffindor table on the morning of the third task. The post owls appeared, bringing Harry a good luck card from Sirius. It was only a piece of parchment, folded over with a muddy paw print on its front, but Harry deeply appreciated it all the same. A screech owl arrived for Hermione, bearing her copy of the Daily Prophet as usual. She unfolded the paper, glanced at the front page, and promptly spat out a mouthful of pumpkin juice all over it. "What?" Ron asked, staring at her. "Nothing," Hermione began to say, and tried to shove the paper under the table, but Harry was quicker. He grabbed it from her and turned it over, finding his own face staring at him beneath the banner headline. Harry Potter, disturbed and dangerous. "Not that old cow again," Ron grumbled as he read over Harry's shoulder. "Not today." Harry rolled his eyes and put the paper down. He didn't need this today. From the Slytherin table across the Great Hall, Malfoy waved his own copy of the Daily Prophet and shouted at him, "Hey, Potter! Potter, how's your head? Are you feeling all right? Sure you're not going to go berserk on us?" Slytherins up and down the table were sniggering, twisting on their seats to take a glance at Harry. He didn't pay much attention, choosing instead to scan the rest of the table, grinning when he saw Nott 2 seats down from Malfoy. The other boy seemed to be trying to drown himself in his tea in order to avoid the blonde waving the paper wildly in the air. Crabbe and Goyle had joined Malfoy in his laughter, tapping their heads with their fingers, pulling grotesquely mad faces and wagging their tongues like snakes. Eventually, Crabbe's elbow accidentally hit Nott's temple, making him spill his tea. Harry winced as the Slytherin apparently sent a withering glare Crabbe's way before getting up and storming out of the Great Hall. "I'll see you two after History of Magic. Good luck with your exam," Harry wished Ron and Hermione as he stood up and quickly followed Nott outside. He had to dodge a group of Ravenclaw girls that were loitering around the doors, and when he finally managed to exit the Great Hall, Nott was out of sight. Cursing under his breath, he ducked into the nearest classroom to check his map. Nott was apparently on his way to the library, probably to do some last-minute revision before the exam started. Thankfully, Harry was exempt from the end-of-term test as a Triwizard champion, so he didn't have to stress about them. Not wanting to call to the attention of any other Slytherin who might want to remark about Skeeter's newest article, Harry ducked under the invisibility cloak and made his way toward the library. Unseen, he quickly reached his destination, frowning when Nott was nowhere to be seen. "Honestly, how fast can someone carrying their weight in books be?" he grumbled under his breath, digging into his robes in search of the map once more. "What's the point in an invisibility cloak if you don't lower your voice?" a voice drawled from behind him. Harry startled and hurried to pocket the piece of parchment, failing to grab onto the cloak as it slipped over his shoulders. As he got down to pick it up, a pair of shiny black shoes came into his view. Harry grinned sheepishly as he stared up at Nott's smug face. "How did you know it was me?" he asked, getting back on his feet. "I could have been a ghost," Nott snorted. "I reckon I can identify your voice by now, Potter. But I'm actually glad I found you. I wanted to wish you luck on today's task." "You know," Harry started, "I think this is the first time you've properly wished me luck. I guess third time's the charm? But thanks, I'm just ready for all this to be over." Nott shrugged in answer. "Finally finished a tournament designed to kill you? I can understand your eagerness. It sounds like something out of a nightmare. One good thing came out of it, though. I'm glad we got to know each other, Nott." Harry couldn't be too sure under the dim light, but he could have sworn the other boy's cheeks tinted pink slightly. "Well, you Gryffindors are nothing if not persistent," Nott said, smiling warmly at him. "You know, I think that's the first full smile I've seen of you in all these months. You should do it more. It suits you." Now Nott's face was decidedly pink. "Anyways, good luck out there. You actually have a decent shot at winning this," he trailed off before turning to Harry with a conflicted look on his face. "We'll still talk to each other, right? After this whole ordeal is over." "Of course we will," Harry interrupted him. "We're friends, after all, right? Friends." Nott muttered under his breath before clearing his throat. "Well, I'll be seeing you then, Potter. You can stalk me later with that cloak of yours." He actually had the gall to wink at him as he walked into the library, not waiting for an answer. "It's not stalking," Harry called after him, before remembering he was in the middle of the corridor and blushing a deep red. Well, everyone thought he was mad anyway, he thought, before walking away. The day went by in a blur for Theo after talking to Potter outside the library. Thankfully, the History of Magic exam was easy, considering all he could think about was what the Gryffindor had said earlier. "We're friends, after all." The words left a warm feeling in his stomach, making the ends of his lips curl up slightly. Friends, then. He could do that. Without having to train with the Gryffindors, Theo had decided to join his friends in enjoying the warm summer afternoon near the lake. He forewent his book for once, preferring to actively participate in conversation. They were only killing time after all, before they made their way to watch the third task take place. "I can't believe Binns would do this to us," Tracy was complaining from where she was sprawled over the grass. Blaise rolled his eyes at her good-naturedly. "There's no way we covered all that during class. If you paid attention during class, you would have done better." Daphne giggled delicately as Tracy shot up immediately, grass caught in her hair. "How dare you? You also slept in class." Even Theo fell asleep to Binns' voice. Theo groaned loudly. "That was only once. And I got the notes from Granger that one time." He defended himself, leaning back against the tree he was currently using for cover. Tracy gasped dramatically. "You had Granger's notes, and you didn't share them?" "Theo, if I failed because you were too selfish to share them, I'll. Theo rolled his eyes at her. "You'll what, Davis?" "You'll tutor me during the summer holidays," she exclaimed gleefully. "Absolutely not. You were spending the end of summer with me, remember?" "Absolutely no studying allowed," Daphne retorted. "That reminds me, what are you all doing during the holidays?" Theo suddenly wished he had thought to bring his book, if only to keep his hands busy. "Well, I'll be heading to Italy with my mother, to visit her family. We'll spend the last couple of weeks back in England, though. Perhaps you would like to join us, Theo? We could head over to Diagon Alley together," Blaise offered with a gentle smile. It was an unwritten rule for everyone not to discuss Theo's summer, since it went by with only his house elf to keep him company in Nott Manor. His father would usually be away on whatever it was he did when he wasn't busy terrorizing innocent wizards at massive events. He used to spend time with his family before, even if it was only because of an ill-perceived sense of duty. But after his mother passed away, Nott Sr. considered siring his heir was a job well done and decided that was it. They kept in touch, sometimes crossed each other when they moved around the manor, but never more than that. Everything was impersonal when it came to him. Even the package he had received that past Christmas was a new robe and cuff, links he probably would never use. "I'd like that, if your mother wouldn't mind," Theo answered. At least he would have something to look forward to. Daphne leaned against him, resting her golden head on his shoulder. "Write to us when you've decided when to go to Diagon Alley. Tracy and I can join you, and we'll spend the day together." Tracy nodded with a grin. "We can go get some ice cream together." "We haven't done that since second year," she added, stretching lazily. The sun was beginning to set, casting everything in a golden glow. "What time is it anyway? Maybe we should be heading toward the Quidditch pitch." Blaise scrutinized the skyline before shrugging. "I suppose. The task is supposed to begin at dusk, after all." Theo sighed as he stood up, brushing the grass from his legs. Would it have killed them to set a precise time for it? Dusk is such a broad time period, he complained as Daphne leaned up to pat down the back of his head. "Theo, sweetheart, only you care about this," she said, patting his cheek softly. "Never dare change, you annoying nitpicker." "And become who? Malfoy? Heaven help us all." Tracy laughed as they all made their way down to the grounds. The closer they got, Theo could feel his palms clamming up. Even though he had helped Potter to the best of his abilities, he still felt the other boy was woefully unprepared. Outside the stadium, students were celebrating the third task. Banners were hung with the colors of the 4 champions, and face paint was being distributed amongst the more eager ones. Even Malfoy had joined in the fun, flashing his badges to everyone who looked his way. Crabbe and Goyle stood not too far behind him, holding a black and yellow banner over their heads. "We should go find some seats before everything gets too wild," Daphne said, eyeing the Weasley twins jinxing a flag held by a small Hufflepuff. Its colors swiftly changed into red and gold, prompting the student to throw it at them in anger. "Or before those two decide, we would all look better in Gryffindor colors." "Better move then. I think they're targeting anyone who isn't openly supporting Potter," said Tracy, snickering until an older Slytherin got drowned in red glitter. "Or just Slytherins." Move, move," Blaise grumbled all the way up the stands. "Shouldn't we get a pass because of Theo? I mean, he helped Potter and all." Daphne rolled her eyes as they settled together behind a couple of Ravenclaws. Thankfully, they weren't holding anything up, so their view wouldn't be obstructed. Well, they don't know that, Blaze. And you can't reap the benefits of my actions, anyway, Theo huffed, shifting on his seat. In spite of the warm weather, he could feel himself growing colder as he stared at the center of the Quidditch pitch, where a large maze with hedges of around 40 feet high was installed. Even from the highest seats, one couldn't see past the first wall of hedges. There was a gap right in the center in front of them. The entrance to the maze, the passage beyond it was dark and filled with mist. There was no judge's table this time. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and Fudge, who appeared to be substituting for Crouch, were seated in front of some of the Hogwarts staff. The sky was already a deep, clear blue, and the first stars were starting to appear. Theo could see the figures of Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hagrid, and Moody walking around the pitch, illuminated by the torches around the grounds. After a short moment, Bagman walked up to the entrance to the maze, followed by the 4 champions. He then pointed his wand to his throat, and his magically enhanced voice echoed into the stands. Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Tied in first place, with 85 points each, Mr. Cedric Diggory and Mr. Harry Potter, from Hogwarts School. The cheers and applause coming from the stands were staggering. Theo eagerly clapped along, ignoring the looks his friends sent him. In second place, with 80 points, Mr. Victor Crumb, from Durmstrang Institute. More cheers and applause, if a bit muted. And in third place, Miss Fleur Delacour, of Beauxbatons Academy. The 4 Slytherins clapped politely as the champions waved at the stands. Earlier today, Professor Moody placed the Triwizard Cup deep within the maze that stands behind me. Only he knows its exact position. The champions will enter in the order they are currently ranked in. First person to touch the cup will be the winner. Professor Dumbledore has instructed his staff to patrol the perimeter. Should at any point a contestant wish to withdraw from the task, he or she need only send up red sparks with their wand. Contestants, prepare yourselves. Theo saw Potter give a final look towards the stands, and could have sworn he locked eyes with him before he turned around to stand at the entrance to the maze alongside Diggory. So, on my whistle, Harry and Cedric, said Bagman. 3, 2, 1 dash. He gave a short blast on his whistle, and Potter and Diggory hurried forward into the maze. Everyone on the stands got up to their feet to cheer as the 2 walked out of sight, followed shortly by Crumb and finally, Fleur. With all the champions inside the maze, the public settled down and chattering was heard out through the stands. And once again, we wait, Tracy mumbled, staring straight ahead. I mean, I get the element of surprise regarding who gets to the cup first, but I'd like to see what's going on for once. Theo pulled on the cuffs of his jumper. I'm not sure if I agree with you, or if I'd rather remain in ignorance, he said, trying to swallow the knot he felt in his throat. Before anyone else could speak, their faces were illuminated by red sparks shooting through the sky. The 4 adults patrolling the pitch entered immediately. Theo felt like he was about to be sick from how anxious he was. He firmly grasped Tracy's hand the moment Professor McGonagall exited the maze, levitating an unconscious champion behind her. He didn't breathe until he saw the blue shade of their robes. It was Fleur Delacour, her blonde hair waving as her body was moved towards the edge of the stadium where Madame Pomfrey awaited. He felt Blaze's arms settle around his shoulders and finally let out the air he was holding. 1 champion down. Relax, Theo. This is Potter we're talking about. He's the definition of unkillable. Everyone knows that. He's what? 6 for 6? The other boy asked, turning to the girls for confirmation. 6? Daphne asked, eager to steer the conversation into any possible distraction. Well, there was the Dark Lord, then whatever went on during our first year with Quirrell, the Chamber of Secrets, Sirius Black trying to kill him, and the previous 2 tasks. Tracy counted with her fingers, having to let go of Theo's hand when she passed the 5. Theo thought it was rather nice of her not to wipe it off on her robes, considering how sweaty his hands felt. Wouldn't the Dementor incident from our 3rd year count as well? Theo asked, trying to smile. It probably looked more like a grimace. Did you see Dumbledore's face when it happened? It definitely counts, Daphne laughed. Potter is a walking disaster. but he gets out of life-threatening situations just as easily as he gets into them. That's how it always is. Theo struggled to ignore the thought that screamed at him that there could always be that one fluke, and that moment could very well be this idiotic maze. Then, more red sparks lightened up the sky, and the adults ran into the maze once more. Immediately, Blaise and Tracy each grabbed onto one of Theo's hands, while Daphne sent him a comforting look. Theo had the awareness to send the three of them a grateful smile before focusing on the unconscious champion who was being levitated out of the maze. His heart nearly skipped a beat when he caught a glance of the red of their robes before, reminding himself that not only were Potter's a brighter shade, but the figure was far too large to be him. That left Crumb then. Huh? Blaise suddenly exclaimed. Malfoy owes me 20 galleons. He bet on Crumb placing second. They spent the better half of the next hour chattering mindlessly about anything that came to mind. But despite their best efforts, as the minutes went on, Theo found himself constantly checking his watch. It's taking an awful long time, isn't it? He asked nervously. Well, at least it's not only Potter this time, Blaise offered gently. Diggory's still in it. Are they meant to walk out with the cup? That would take a long time, Daphne added. Plus, it is maze after all. It's probably full of dead ends and not easy to navigate. She was interrupted by a whirlwind of color appearing suddenly before the entrance to the maze. Two figures' limbs were entangled, a mix of yellow and red. Potter and Diggory. Theo's lungs suddenly felt they could work at full capacity and grinned widely. Blaise patted his back as they all stood up to cheer. See? He's fine. He clapped loudly. Theo was about to snark back when he noticed both students weren't getting up. He felt all blood leave his face. Dumbledore and Fudge were racing towards them as Potter began moving. He was all out of air again. The cheers around him felt muted, and he could feel the blood pounding in his ears. Tracy's nails dug painfully in his arm. He wanted to turn around to face her, but he couldn't move his body. Is he unconscious? Daphne whispered in horror as she clung to Tracy's side. Theo opened his mouth to answer, but no sound came out. He felt numb, as if he had taken a bath in ice water. Potter was clinging to Diggory, even as Dumbledore tried to get him to let go. The cheers morphed into screams of terror, as some voices screeched into the night, "He's dead. He's dead. Cedric Diggory. Dead." Theo grabbed Blaise's arm to steady himself the moment he saw Amos Diggory running toward his son's body, as Potter was finally dragged away from it. "Let me through," he screamed, pushing past anyone who tried to hold on to him. "That's my son. It's my boy." The screaming turned incoherent as some students began to try to descend the stands. Theo felt Tracy and Blaise dig into his sides as the crowd pushed them in order to leave. He still couldn't move a muscle as he saw Amos fall to his knees beside his son, pushing his hair back. "It's my boy," he wailed, before letting out a blood-curdling scream and collapsing headfirst onto Diggory's chest. Theo could hear Daphne softly sobbing in Tracy's arms as the professors rushed to manage the situation. It took a moment, but eventually the prefects managed to get the students to calm down and began herding them toward their respective common rooms. The four of them refused to get separated and held on to each other during the walk back to the castle, during which Theo kept turning in every direction, trying to spot a Gryffindor in particular. He managed to spot and lock eyes with Granger, who sent him the same panic-filled look he probably sent her. Her eyes wandered to his sides as her brow furrowed even more, clinging to Weasley's arm. They were missing their third member. But the remaining two champions were already awake and walking not too far up ahead of them. So where the hell was Potter? Chapter end notes. Your kudos console Harry, and your comments help Theo search for his favorite Gryffindor. My heart broke while writing this, but it was a necessary part of the story. As always, I hope you enjoyed reading this. See you next week. Risk assessment. Chapter notes. When this story began, I planned to split POVs between Harry and Theo. But somehow Theo keeps managing to hijack my plans and steal the spotlight. Anyways, hope you enjoy this chapter. An incredible thank you to my beta Miss Freya for being their amazing self and helping me improve this story. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Theo was no stranger to sleepless nights. Most nights, he would awaken in the middle of the night, struggling to blink away the tears from his nightmares. but reluctant to close his eyes in fear of seeing those terrible images once more. Other nights, sleep would elude him for a while, and he would finally fall asleep a couple of hours before dawn broke. On the less pleasant nights, he would toss and turn, clutching his blanket tightly with his cold fingers, praying to whoever could hear him to grant him some hours of much-needed sleep. Those nights, as horrible as they were, didn't hold a candle to this one. The seconds went by agonizingly slow, as if time was deliberately slowing down in order to drive him mad. Blaise, Daphne, and Tracy solemnly sat by his side as they all waited. None of them spoke, choosing instead to listen to the chatter of some of their housemates as they theorized about what had happened. The younger students had been herded to their respective dormitories by the prefects as soon as they all reached the dungeons. As time went on, the chatter died down and students began to trickle out of the common room, until eventually only the four of them were left. Daphne and Blaise had fallen asleep, their necks twisted awkwardly, but Tracy managed to stay awake, gripping Theo's left hand tightly. "I need to get to the Ollery," he croaked eventually, wincing at the soreness of his throat. Tracy didn't hesitate before nodding. "I'll go with you. If we run into someone, I'll distract them so you can continue," she said, standing up with a soft sigh. Theo smiled at her gratefully as he carefully untangled himself from Blaise. He ran up the stairs as quietly as possible, gathering some parchment, a quill, and some ink, before hurrying down once more. Tracy was carefully covering Daphne with the robe Blaise had struggled out of when they had sat down earlier, reeling with shock from what they had just seen. He bit down a ghost of a smile as he gestured to the opening in the wall. As they quietly exited the Slytherin dungeons, Theo could feel some of the tension fade away. While the common rooms were more his home than the manor had been in years, constantly looking out the windows to the Black Lake made him feel like he was submerged in a bubble where time stood still. At most, the colors of the waters only changed due to the weather, but be it night or day, the darkness stayed the same. Neither he nor Tracy felt the need to speak as they walked through the corridors, sticking to the shadows and mindful of every little noise. The higher they went, the lighter the castle became, with light streaming through the eastern windows. They were nearing the 4th floor when they heard loud voices heading towards them. Both Slytherins shared a panicked look before hurrying along the corridor, hoping to come across a classroom they could hide in. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find one before whoever was heading their way caught up to them. Before they could spot them, Tracy pushed Theo, sending him reeling around the corner. Focusing on not tripping and rendering Tracy's efforts useless, Theo hurried up the stairs and sprinted as quietly as he could toward the Ollery. As he finally reached his destination, he leaned against one of the walls, panting heavily. The moment he caught his breath, he sat down on the floor to pen a quick letter to Granger. He shivered from the cold, seeping into his pants as he waited for the ink to dry, before finally rolling it up and tying it to the leg of one of the school owls. He watched it fly away, feeling slightly more accomplished. It was still awfully early, but after the night they had just experienced, he was sure Granger would be awake. Of course, if she wasn't, the owl would take quick care of that. Noisy buggers, he thought, recalling the many cups of tea he had lost to an impertinent bird. Theo figured he might as well wait for a reply, since he wasn't keen on getting caught before he could find out what had happened to Potter. Leaning on the tower's railings, he rolled his shoulders languidly, deciding to focus on the ever-brightening horizon rather than dwell on last night's possible events. He didn't even last 10 minutes before his sleep-deprived brain was going haywire with theories. While the Slytherins had proposed a series of overly complicated conspiracies over Diggory's death, and how it was all the Ministry's ploy, an older student had jokingly proposed that it was the Dark Lord behind it all once more. Adrian Pusey was by no means a bright wizard, but his words remained stuck in Theo's memory. It really did make sense, what with all the disappearances, Potter's unwilling entry in the tournament, and now Cedric Diggory's death. All that remained was the how. The sun had reached a high position in the sky when the owl finally flew back into the tower, with a piece of parchment tied to its leg. Eagerly, Theo untied it, stroking the bird's head lightly as he opened the letter to reveal Granger's handwriting. Potter was all right and resting in the infirmary, thank Freya. Theo mentally thanked Granger for opening with that fact. The rest of the letter was short and to the point, yet it took Theo far too long to finish reading it due to its contents. Professor Moody was not Alastair Moody, but Crouch's not-so-dead son, a known Death Eater who planned Potter's entry in the tournament, and who charmed the Triwizard Cup into a portkey that would take Potter to the cemetery in order to revive the Dark Lord. And the Dark Lord was back. He had killed Cedric Diggory and had attempted to murder Potter as well. He was back, he thought with a shudder, struggling to avoid throwing up whatever he had left in his stomach. The Dark Lord was back. He felt faint once more. Granger's letter had mentioned Death Eaters coming to his call, which meant that either his father had rushed to his master's side, or he would be doing so very soon. Professor Snape was a Death Eater, he thought with a jolt. He had been present during the third task, so he must have gone to him afterwards, but Dumbledore trusted him, right? So maybe he hadn't gone at all. He needed to know where Snape stood. With the Dark Lord back and his father following him, he needed a better grasp of the situation. Nott Manor had never really felt like a home after what happened to his mother, but now, there was no way he was playing host to Voldemort and his merry band of Death Eaters. He needed answers, and the potions professor most likely had them. Well, he really needed some sleep as well, but that would have to wait. Theo took in a deep breath of fresh air to brace himself before leaving the Ollery. He talked to Potter once the other boy was feeling better and had been discharged by Madame Pomfrey. Not to mention, he thought with a grimace, if his father had really gone to see the Dark Lord and he had called him by his name, Potter might really not want anything to do with him after that. Being the son of a former Death Eater was one thing, but the son of an active Death Eater who had stood by and cheered for the death of a teenager? Theo thought that might be a bit of a deal-breaker for most wizards. He tried to avoid overthinking what he was about to do all the way down to the dungeons, hoping that Snape would be in his office. He checked his watch. It was almost time for breakfast to begin, but not so late that the potions master would already be on his way to the Great Hall. Soon enough, he was standing outside the potions classroom, clenching his fists tightly. He could feel the sweat between his fingers as he struggled to gather enough courage to knock. It took him a couple of minutes, and just as he raised his hand to rap his knuckles against the wood, the door opened to reveal a disgruntled Snape. "Mr. Nott, would you care to explain your presence outside my door for the last 5 minutes?" he drawled, with an unfriendly look on his face. At least he could always count on Snape's dreadful attitude, Theo thought as he followed the man into the classroom. Is it true? Is he back? He spat out without thinking, wincing as Snape's expression closed off entirely. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, you know, but I must admit I wonder who your source was. One of your housemates, perhaps? Or your very own father? The professor asked unkindly, sitting behind his desk. We both know he wouldn't bother informing me, Theo muttered, trying to shrug nonchalantly. Did you go to him? You were there during the third task, so you must have gone after, if you went at all. Snape shot him a sneer he could only hope to replicate one day before answering. I will not answer to the ridiculous inquiries of a child, he spat out viciously. You would do well to focus on your exams, Mr. Nott, not on matters that do not concern you. Theo squared his shoulders and straightened his spine the best he could. You'll have to forgive my ridiculous inquiries, Professor, but this child is merely concerned whether or not he will have any uninvited Death Eaters showing up at his door this summer, he answered back, in the same manner his father usually spoke to him. If the potions professor was going to be unpleasant, he could be even more spiteful. What he didn't expect was for Snape to sigh and lean back on his chair. His face suddenly looked older, and the dark circles under his eyes seemed more like bruises. Your father has never been one to open Nott Manor to others, regardless of his affiliations. I doubt this time it will be much different, he offered as an answer before continuing. I trust your abilities to look after yourself remain as sharp as ever. However, if something were to happen, as your head of house you may feel free to write to me during the summer holidays and we can come to a suitable arrangement. Only if something were to happen, Theodore. If any letter whose content is not urgent reaches me, you will begin your 5th year helping me clean the leech tank. Do I make myself clear? Theo nodded, taking the olive branch for what it was. Even if Dumbledore hadn't trusted the man, Snape was the closest thing he had to a responsible adult looking out for him. That fact was dreadfully pitiful. If that is all you needed to inconvenience me with, I recommend you make your way to the Great Hall, Snape said, leaning on his desk in order to stand up once more. Theo suddenly blanched at how weak he looked. He didn't take kindly to you arriving late, did he? He asked, regretting it immediately when any kind feeling Snape had been experiencing was clearly banished in an instant. Out! Theo all but sprinted out of the classroom when Snape snarled at him. He did take his professor's advice and headed toward the Great Hall. A cup of tea before taking what he had left of the dreamless sleep potion sounded like a good plan. When he looked back, even a week later as he finally was discharged from the infirmary, Harry found he only had scattered memories of the last few days. It felt like he had been so overwhelmed his brain couldn't take in even more. The recollections he did have, though, those were very painful. The worst was the meeting with the Diggories he'd had the morning following the third task. They didn't blame him for what happened, and both thanked him for returning Cedric's body to them. Mr. Diggory sobbed through most of it, but Mrs. Diggory's pain seemed to be beyond tears. He suffered very little then, she said when Harry had finished telling them how Cedric had died. And after all, Amos, he died just when he'd won the tournament. He must have been happy. When they got back on their feet, she touched Harry's shoulder gently. You look after yourself now. Harry seized the bag of gold still sitting on his bedside table. You should take this, he muttered. It should have been his. Cedric's. He got there first. You should have it, Dash. But she backed away from it with a sad smile. Oh, no. It's yours, dear. I couldn't. You keep it. During the week he had spent confined to the hospital bed, his days were often filled with Ron and Hermione. Others had stopped by as well. The Weasleys would often set up camp around his legs, and they would enjoy a game of exploding snap behind Madame Pomfrey's back. Cho Chang had dropped by with a teary smile and a mumbled thank you. And Hagrid's infamous rock cakes had joined the clutter on his bedside table, in hopes that the sunlight coming in from the window would soften them somehow. Despite all those visits, Harry often found himself staring at the door hoping for a flash of green or brown hair that never came. He told himself he wasn't disappointed. It wasn't like Nott knew what had happened, right? Unless his father had told him, and he had suddenly decided that being friends with Harry wasn't worth it after all. The thought itself left a bitter taste in his mouth. He was finally released on Monday afternoon, while classes were still going on. He figured he might as well wait for Ron and Hermione back in the Gryffindor Tower, and told himself he would not be checking the Marauders map for anyone else. He didn't make it very far out of the infirmary door before he tripped on something right outside. Seriously, Potter? Harry flailed his arms wildly as he barely avoided face planting on the floor, before turning to stare at the Slytherin who had decided that the perfect place to wait for him to leave the infirmary was on the floor next to the entrance. What do you mean, seriously, Potter? You're the one blocking the exit. Nott looked appropriately sheepish as he tucked back his long legs. I didn't think you would be walking out. Granger told me you were being discharged today, but she didn't mention the time. Harry's eyebrows nearly shot out of his face. You've been here all day? He asked incredulously. Of course not, the other boy said defensively, getting back on his feet. I only came here after lunch. Exams are over, so I figured I could skip arithmancy. You skipped your favorite class so you could wait for me to get discharged? Harry asked, feeling his face heat up. That was a nice thought.